Welcome back, family. What's going on, everybody? Come on in, come on in. What's good, Discord? We just reset YouTube. What's going on, everybody?
I'm buying concert tickets.
For what?
No doubt. In Las Vegas.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
What's going on, man?
That's mate.
Well, it looks like we're ranging. So, check your capital. Be aware of deviations. And like I said yesterday, unfortunately, we might be stuck in this range for a little bit longer than expected. Which wouldn't be such a big deal if dominance hadn't popped up. I know the alts have to be reeling right now. Oh, it's not that bad. 5% ish. Bitcoin can stay sideways in this range. Alts will take turns, randomly popping off, as we've been seeing for a couple days now. Appreciate the early birthday wishes, Sample. Nah, it's the 24th. But I will take an early birthday wish. It was just fun. Nah, just a little bit longer, bro. Just a little bit longer.
Man, a few months ago it was the 11th. Then a few weeks ago it was the 16th. Now it's the 24th.
Y'all gotta clean your ears, is what it is. It's always been the 24th.
All right.
Every day.
Well, now that we've established that, what is your mother's maiden name and the last four digits of your social security number?
I forgot.
Take that on notice.
All right. Well, that's okay. Well, we can settle for the name of your first pet, the street you grew up on, and the high school you went to.
The way my brain works. I don't tend to hold on to the type of information.
This chart is getting me crazy. It's making people boring.
Yeah, it's kind of what we talked about. Worst case scenario here isn't a big dip. Worst case scenario here is a long range. If we do
I
this
was-
for a couple days, people will capitulate.
Yeah. I was hoping for a small.
Which is probably why that's what we're gonna do.
If you have a small dip now and you range up, that would be quite healthy.
A nice deviation out of this range to clear these liquidations would be great.
Yeah.
Problem is,
That
people
was-
are gonna lose their shit when you break 108 and 107.
If you give me 107 now, I highly invest in it. It's,
Sorry, Charles said we're only going up after your birthday. Look, I told Market Maker he don't have to wait for my birthday, bro. It's not my fault. Don't put it on me. I'm ready to go right now. What you guys been up to today? Anything been moving? You guys on any scalps? Shorts?
I have the short open from the top of the alts, but I'm waiting on a nice scam wick to enter for a nice long, but does not want to give me one.
Yeah.
I just entered a ETH long. See how it goes.
Yeah, JL, there's been data all week. We're just not getting it. The economy's doing fine whenever we can't see any of the data. It's funny how that works, right? I think there's a very good chance that we range for a while, Revix. As much as I hate to say it. Remember, when we're talking about ranges, that also includes deviations, right? So once this range is established, and I believe it is, we move out of the bottom, we have to watch for it to deviate, right? But to be fair, and you move out the top, we also have to watch out for that deviation. Right? We've got a clean range with no deviations right now. So there's room for some volatility. It's just probably not a bad idea to not get too excited with any move out of this range until it proves itself. I'll start letting it move me once it breaks out and it confirms. Right, so we break down and grab this, I'm not tripping. We come back up, retest that range and reject, we've got problems. Right, same for the top. Break out of the top, come back, I'm not getting excited. If we hold and push away, then now we're talking. So then we are range bound. Further notice. Now, do want to explain something. Bitcoin being range bound isn't the worst case for us because Bitcoin already made its high. Bitcoin already made its October high, right? That we were looking for. All-time high. If we can range long enough where ETH can move up while Bitcoin is ranging, there is a possibility that we can get some love on ETH and get an ETH all-time high. But that's gonna take a lot of money coming in and sentiment sort of shifting a little bit. And Dom, obviously, we can't. Bitcoin going sideways and Dom going up, it doesn't help us at all. Right? We need Bitcoin sideways and Dom down. So we need to look for a lower high here on Dom. Oh, do that.
Isn't BNB also taking all the liquidity away?
BNB is taking a lot of that out of Bitcoin, but that's just direct, basically Bitcoin sales, just buybacks, right? CZ is doing to prop price. But just think of the fear, right? Remember I said the problem with these ranges, this range specifically where it is that every single time we come down on this range, it's the end of the bull market in people's heads. Every time we come up out of this range, the bull market's back on. This is how 50-50 people are right now. Way down, bull market's over. Way up, bull market's on. Didn't get all the way up to the top. Oh my God, it's all over. Right? It's very emotional range. Hella emotional range. So the longer we stay in here and the more those emotions bubble up, the more people are going to take money from their alts and put them into Bitcoin for safety. Right? They have that memory of Bitcoin only going down 15% and their alt going down 80%. So the longer we stay in this range, the stronger dominance is going to get, in my opinion. The problem for that, for us, is that these downturns with dominance going up are going to bleed our alts a little bit. Our biggest issue right now isn't market makers or whales, it's fear. Good old-fashioned fear. It's going to depend on the liquidity that comes in for Asia, right? You have to see if they're in a buying mood. Right? We can take a look at the past week. Asia consolidated, UK consolidated, US consolidated. Asia dropped. UK consolidated, US pumped. Asia consolidated, UK dropped. The drop from Asia's range, I wasn't on last night because I took an early night. But if you guys get used to drawing those ranges, like I said, right? Take your Asian range. Take the high of your Asian range. Take the low of your Asian range. Right? That's Asia. Then take a fib. Or just take your line. When you have a box, that middle dot is going to be 50% of the range, right? That is... Where is it? Give me a second, because this tripping. Why is it showing me that? I don't need that. All right. Use the fib. It's fine. So you take your fib from the bottom of the Asian range to the top of the Asian range. Right? And that's the line that UK must hold to remain bullish. If UK can't hold 50% of the Asian range, they tend to trend in one direction. Right? So if they take the Asian range and hold, they tend to trend in one direction. They would have trended up. Since they lost the 50%, they trended down. UK usually picks a direction and sticks to it for, like, I would say 75 to 80% of their session. And now we have US sort of finding a bottom here. Give me 1 second.
That monthly returns on Bitcoin chart is interesting. Like whenever September's closed in green, October's always closed in green. Could this be a different month?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, we had history made the other day, right? Historic sort of black swan event. So you would expect if anything is gonna skew those averages, it'll be something like that, right? Which one, random? Man, listen, CZ could do all the cleanup that he wants. We all know what time it is. It's always when somebody gets exposed that they want to go do community service and shit. That's good. I'll never be upset at that. You got money back? That's the shit. I hope everybody gets a little bit back from that bullshit.
How did he get money back? They're only returning on those 3 coins, that IoTX or whatever, the other two.
Yeah, I've heard it was either USDE. Those are like 2 other ones. But then I also heard that some exchanges are giving back a percentage of the slippage that their stop loss is caught. A percentage, not the whole thing. What did you have to do to get your money back? Is there a form or something you had to file just in case anybody else wants to look into it? I'm talking to one of my partners. Just got out of the hospital.
He got liquidated.
Almost. Almost. Got a bad drinking
Yeah.
problem, man. That shit's putting him in the hospital and shit. So it's like, it's a bad addiction. Anybody out there suffering with a drinking problem, man, find some help, because that end game is nasty.
What's worse, drinking or trading high leverage or any leverage?
Probably really close stress level wise, I imagine. But if you're not healthy, you can't make your bag back, right? So
If you have state insurance, there's probably a rehab you can go to for free.
rehab only works if you want to stop.
Well, how are you gonna get better unless you want to stop?
There you go. That's the thing.
One of my
See,
clients,
here's the thing: is that when I first went, I didn't even want to stop. But after being there for a while, it made me want to stop, and then I stopped.
I have one of my clients that daily drinks a lot. He's an alcoholic for sure. Suddenly his nose starts bleeding, stuff like that, and he says it's not from the drinking pattern, but yeah, honestly, every time he's drunk, his nose starts to bleed heavily. Really, he does not notice it anymore that he's bleeding and stuff like that. The man is not sober anymore.
Your body will
No,
try to slow you down. If you don't slow yourself down, your body will slow you down. And if you don't catch those signs, you know.
Oh man, his wife is too good for him, and she does not want to see the problem. She knows he has a problem. We all know he has a problem, but she says he will stop. He will stop. Yeah, yeah. He knows that he will stop. But once she leaves for her work, he just takes the bottle and he keeps on going. And she does
Yeah.
not take actions. He will lay on the floor one day, for sure.
All you could do there is be there to support people, but unfortunately, we can't make decisions for them.
So I was a cannabis addicted person for a long time, but cannabis does not do the same thing as alcohol. You're it's a big difference from my opinion. I could smoke 20 joints a day and I'm still sober in my head. Okay, that's maybe not right, but I could smoke 20 joints and I'm still real in my mind. If he has one bottle or two bottles up, he's not anymore on the earth, if you know what I mean. That's the difference between weed and alcohol.
Yeah. Crazy too, because like my grandfather on my dad's side, um, he drank, and he drank all the way to the end, and he didn't die because of drinking. Just weird, man. Everybody's body's different. Some people can handle that shit. Some people can smoke cigarettes until they're 70. Some people get taken out at 40. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
you never know what your body can handle.
yeah, but it depends how much you are having. If you're having a bottle, or if your granddad was having a bottle a day, then he's like Superman, man.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, it also matters your overall sort of health condition too, right? If you're already not in good shape, you know, my grandfather was one of those get up, work in the sun all day.
A real one.
Crypto is taking all my alcohol money away.
That's a good theory, I guess, right? If you got liquidated, you can't afford your vices. That's one way to do it.
But that was truly a Black Friday, man. Lives got destroyed that day.
Yeah, Russell's been moving, man, which should be good for risk assets. It's that news, right? That speech that Powell made where he was saying that he sees us winding down QT here soon. All right, so let's go to our only healthy weekend trap setup, which was Ethereum. Right, we had our trap longs and our trap shorts. We had our false move Monday. They gave us our false move up, and we're on our third day down. Right, so we'll be looking tomorrow for our pivot. And then hopefully Bitcoin can get back on track when that happens. But for right now, ETH is played out. Pretty textbook when it comes to the market maker pattern.
Do you see ETH doing today? Much or
I mean, we were supposed to have CPI, right? It's weird to be on CPI day and not have any numbers to look at. Tomorrow, I believe, is PPI, unless I've got that, unless I'm backed up by a day. But none of these numbers are coming out until the government's open.
is that why we're ranging, do you think?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of just pause going on right now.
Yeah. Might be a big explosion one way or another when the news comes out, when they open up.
Well, we're gonna get every data point that we were supposed to have in the last 2 weeks on one day.
Mm.
So that could be either very good, or that could be, or that could be very bad, depending on what the
Could
numbers
be
say.
good then bad, and bad then good.
Just having the government open back up is
Yeah.
gonna have a positive effect, though.
Hmm.
We have pools of liquidity that are just on pause right now for the most part. Macro traders are not trading because of because we didn't close that week, remember? Not closing the week under this put macro traders on the sidelines. Right? They're waiting for that to heal. And now anybody who's affected by this pause, or anybody who's been tightening the bootstraps because of this pause, obviously is not spending any money on anything until things open up. Sheesh. 4,200 for gold is crazy.
Not much
These
support there, is there?
metals are gonna keep going up as long as the government shut down. Any sort of insecurity is gonna push metals, and that's, I believe, in my opinion, is what we're seeing now. So that's what I'm waiting for to sell my gold, actually.
I'm pretty sure it hit the measure move for the cup and handle.
Long time ago. Yeah, we're just moving off of impulse right now.
Talking about like the big 12-year cup and handle. I
For
thought
gold?
I thought the measure move
Yeah.
for that was like freaking 4,200 or something. Like, I remember something 42, 420 or something.
No, it's
Something having to do with that. I thought that's what was the target.
this was the measured move for the cup and handle. 3K was the target.
I mean, maybe I drew it on logarithmic then. I might have drawn the
Probably.
measured move on logarithmic.
Yeah, probably.
Try it on log.
Yeah, measured
His
move
log
on
is
log is
probably
way higher. You got to be careful pulling measured moves on log, because they'll screw you up. But even then, we've
well,
hit
it did
already.
take 12 years. Yeah, that's what that was the target I was expecting. Yeah. Well, it's there. Gold and ETH are like the same price now.
Definitely in my caution zone here. These are the monthly candles since we got in position on gold. We've had 2 red months, 3 red months in the past 2 years.
Yeah, like I don't see the point in investing long term in gold right now.
Not
You know what I mean? Like
now. No. It's a
I
way
could see
different
it over the past
calculation
couple of years.
than being here. Yeah, I would have
Yeah.
never been in. I would never get in a gold position right now and sit in it for 2 years. It's because of the setup, which is why I'm being so annoying about pointing out silver. Right? Everybody that missed that gold trade. Silver is just now popping out.
So we could do like silver for the next couple of years,
That's
like
what
the
I'm
next
doing.
3 years or something, and
Silver
then
and
like
copper.
platinum.
Look at copper.
Well, what about platinum though? Because platinum
Platinum's
might
not
be like
there yet.
next like long term.
Platinum is about
You don't
to
think
hit
long
its...
term like 5 years?
No, I'll tell you why. So here's copper. Cup and handle done. Another cup and handle formed inside with all of this tariff sort of fuckery that they pulled. But look at the problem with platinum. I mean, I'm all for platinum, right? The problem is that platinum is just putting in its cup. which means maybe a couple more months till
To
it
for the
gets cupped.
handle coming.
Yeah, and that handle could be a 2-year, 3-year thing. So my
Yeah, so like
plan
silver
is
for the next
gold
2 or
into
3 and
silver
then
and
platinum.
copper, take profit on platinum when it gets to the top. Once I take profit on silver and copper, hopefully at that time platinum is back down at the bottom of its handle, and then I can ride it from there.
And how are you buying that physical, or are you buying something on exchange?
Platinum I'll buy physical, copper I'm buying paper, silver I'm buying physical.
I'm doing it like, I don't know, kind of mixed up. I want to try to figure out a way I can do platinum paper shares.
Yeah, over an extended period of time, high def. We're not expecting like that move isn't gonna be a 2 or 3 month move. Right, that for me, all I needed to do is to continue to go up on its breakout of its cup and handle during the bear market. I don't even want the full move. Once the bear market is over, I'll take my profits from whatever silver's done. That's not bad, bro. 5% under spot isn't bad, Mike. Yeah, I made a deal with my gold guy. Remember when I sold my gold at 3,300? I let him give me whatever premium he wanted. Right? He hit me at almost 8% underneath. I think it was 8 or 9% underneath spot. But I made that deal with him and I said, you can name your price on this chunk, but when I come back with the rest of it above 4K, I want every penny. And the only reason he took the deal, in my opinion, was because the demand for gold was so big at 3,300, bro. They couldn't get enough, right? Everybody wanted to buy it. For me, I had already been in it for 2 years, so it's like, I'll take some profit. But I did lock in good rates for the rest of it. Remember that Genius Act is going to bring a lot of liquidity through stables. I think it's safe to say that 300 trillion isn't intended to buy crypto only. People using stables to buy shit on Spotify now. I mean on Shopify. Nah, we'll just scan socials, man. Damn, I thought that was Joe Biden for a second. Oh shit. Y'all seen this picture? I legitimately thought that was Joe Biden.
Oh, have you seen the memes on this?
Nah, this is the first time I'm seeing the picture right now. Yeah,
Yeah, you should see the
having your neck skin pleated into your shirt is crazy work. Loosen up the
somebody
shirt,
put
Mr. President. Breathe.
somebody put a thong over that.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does not like that picture. Wow. Yo, the internet's undefeated. Look. Somebody in the comments says everything looks like shit except for the perfectly unscarred right ear. Oh shit.
Does that mean really?
Man, I don't listen. It is what it is, man. I don't even bother myself with the drama we got going.
Yo, man, I gotta give Twitter some props or X. Like, there's just this drama with Coinbase and Binance. Now, Coinbase listed BNB because they were like, there's a little back and forth, and then one dude was like, "Well, why the hypocrisy? If you're gonna say this, why don't you list BNB? If you guys list anything, and like you're so aren't charging people to list coins, so." They had to swallow their pride and list BNB because of the back and forth they had on Twitter. It's fucking great. I mean, it's great. Sorry, it's awesome.
Well, somebody get on Twitter and get them to list Brett. Shame them into listing Brett finally, damn it.
Exactly. Yeah, for that's all you guys got to do. Like, just get a little motion behind it, and they got to do it. Like, yeah. Well, the reason is like, how can you not list the third largest crypto? I mean, they could have reasons to not list Brett, but they have no reason besides that's our competitor to not list BNB.
I mean, to be fair, right? It's like going into Burger King and asking for a Big Mac. Like, we don't sell that here. You know what I mean? Like, take your ass to McDonald's.
But I mean, I could see like after the back and forth and these point of views that they were making, it's like they had to do it. You or else you'd be a hypocrite because they're saying like they're getting on Binance like, oh, look at all these kind of criteria you guys have for people to list their coins and how you guys do this and that. And,
yeah.
But it was pretty interesting. I was reading up on some threads and it was pure entertainment. And BNB was giving some airdrops, people getting like $1,000, $2,000. I was like, man, I got more airdrops from Pork than that. These guys had like millions of dollars of volume. They only got like $2,000 airdrop.
Loaded, that's cool, bro. That's cool. Tell your son we said what's up. 18, bro. I can't even imagine. Imagine if you were able to start trading at 18, where you'd be right now. even if you just lost it all in the last liquidation, as
So
far as like education wise, you know what I mean? Like by the time
high school,
he's 30, 35, he's gonna have this shit on lock.
in high school, we had little paper trading on stock market. When I was 11th grade, I picked this one elective that like gave us that option. And I
Damn, that's
remember I did
fancy.
good because I picked, yeah, and I picked motor. I remember I did good because I picked Motorola. And my friend's dad was a doctor, and he told me about like Merck was coming out with like this new aspirin-free migraine headache thing or something. So I was like, all right, Merck and Motorola, and I got like 5th place out of about 250 people. I was like, bang.
Nice. Our school didn't teach us shit.
They didn't really teach us the mechanics of it though, or like any kind of granular stuff, but it was fun.
Now I've heard some people's schools, man, have like uh budgeting and how to pay your bills and how to do your taxes and all that. We didn't have any of that shit, bro. Here, grab this box of chocolates, sell this shit, bring us back some money. That's about as close. That's the only thing, like, as far as business goes, that's the closest we got. And I think in like
Yeah,
home ec, they taught you how to write a check or something when at the time when nobody was using checks anymore. Like we learned how to write a check, right?
yeah. I mean, in my high school, they had some like woodwork shops, like shop class and stuff like that. Oh, okay. What they call it, vocation.
Yeah. Yeah. Metal shop, wood shop, all that good shit.
Exactly. Yeah, metal shop, wood
Auto
shop.
shop. I don't even think they have that type of shit no more, bro. Those are the first projects to get cut.
That's a shame. That well, now they just moved this like after high school. If you want to do auto shop, you just got to do the other stuff. I guess the trade school.
Yeah.
You don't even really need to do it now. You can just look on YouTube and learn whatever you want to learn.
There's not much I could say about Zan here, man. This thing is taking quite the retrace. It kind of reminds me of Avantis. This chart.
What XAN?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Let me see. USDT.
I
Am I
actually just dollar
tripping
cost average
or
a little bit. And bought a little bit. Wanted.
maybe it's not as bad as Avantis?
Still hasn't made that lower low, so I'm like, all right, let me just try to stick through it because I like the tech behind it. It's like this intent kind of defragmentation of blockchain stuff. And it just sounds pretty cool. I hope it's not all vapor.
Right. Sheesh. Yeah, this is well beyond any reasonable fib levels. I mean, there is some form of accumulation for the first time in a while here. So there's
That's
that.
probably like 80% me right there.
Just holding it together. Just holding it up for everybody.
Yeah. Oh man.
You just don't want to take out these lows, man, obviously. Take out these lows. 3, 2, 4, 6. You don't want to come down underneath. Floor might fall out of that. As of right now, you are accumulating at a higher low, but outside it looks like a generational entry right there. I can't lie. Yeah, I guess depends on how you look at it. If you're taking this chart and you're doing this with it, then I can understand the argument.
Yeah, I'm only doing a quarter of that.
I was gonna say more than likely you're probably only gonna get to that dead cat bounce.
I'm not even, man. I'd be happy with exit at 6 cents. I mean, anywhere between 4 cents and 6, I'd be happy.
Yeah, if I was playing this, hoping that something came out of it, I would be looking at 7 cents for target 1, and then I'd be looking at 13 cents for target 2. There is absolutely zero patterns giving me these measured moves. I'm just looking at logically where we would retrace from, you know. You still have to build structure down here to even get there.
All right.
If you wanted to stretch, like if you wanted to stretch, this is what you're trying to keep alive.
I'm gonna have to go get my shield on real quick.
This W pattern right here, which already looks like it's invalidating. If you take out that low, you've got to completely redo the pattern at that point. If this pattern does hold together, then you're looking to come up into those vectors. That would give you your target 1. But this structure has to hold together.
Risky business.
Yeah. Definitely.
But I guess the risk reward's not that bad as long as you got your stop, you know.
You know exactly where to put your stop. You know exactly where to put your stop, and it's not far from where you are, so you're not risking a lot, but you've got to be strict with your stop.
Yeah, because you can go into the abyss after that.
Yeah. I mean, even this drop is 6%, 7% down to those lows. Doesn't seem like it, but
yeah, I think heads could handle 6%, 7%.
I think Dom is going to continue to go up until Bitcoin makes its move. If Bitcoin goes down, just think of it like this. If Bitcoin goes down and everybody's scared that the alts are going to take another hit, Dom is going to go up. If Bitcoin starts going up towards all-time high, Dom is going to go up. If Bitcoin continues to move sideways here and scare the shit out of people with every drop down, having them thinking that it's the end of the bull market, dominance is going to go up. So I'm finding really hard to find a situation right now where Dom goes down without Bitcoin making a move first. Which means you should be pausing on alts. Right? Focus on the rotation. Focus on that Bitcoin, ETH, top 10 rotation. Everything else underneath the top 10 guys, with this shit running the way it's running and dominance going up like that, you're at risk for Bitcoin making a flush at the wrong time, right? And losing another 10, 20% on your alts. I know it sucks because we're so close to the end. We're so close to where alt season is supposed to be popping. But until we see the signs, we can't take that risk. Right? We don't want to be like these other YouTube channels that have been calling alt season 6, 7 times already. Right? All their communities going into low market cap shit and then getting wrecked.
Now, if you have a nice coin count and something you have conviction, would you say, you know, and you have dry powder, it's probably safer to, all right, instead of gambling, losing position, hold on to that alt. If you have conviction, you have the dry powder, just DCA if it does dip some more.
It depends, because if you go into Bitcoin and Bitcoin goes up and Dom goes up, then it doesn't matter if that altcoin that you're in goes up 20%. You're still going to be able to buy more of that altcoin when you take profit on your Bitcoin, because it's losing against its Bitcoin value, right? And I mean, if you're holding and you have conviction and you're okay with holding and you're okay with seeing other coins move before your coin moves, and you've gotten used to that idea, then that's fine. But
Right.
what happens is if you're not used to that idea, and then Bitcoin goes and ETH goes and Sol goes, and your coin is just moving, you might sell that and move into something that's moving, and then your coin goes crazy. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you got to prepare yourself for a bit of a delayed start if you're in lower capitals.
Yeah. If you have tough skin and
Yep.
you've been around the block, then good to go.
You're not gonna react emotionally and just sell your bag and shit. And it's a different story. I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all.
All right, guys, he's gonna pump it. Malden, let's go. Little buys coming in, little buys coming in. What it do? Crazy train? What up, butthead? Yo, butthead, did anyone ever tell you look like that governor for California, Gavin Newport, whatever his name is? All crazy trains, twerking, working, trading, and fading. Yeah, you're. Sorry, butthead. I know that sucks that he looks like you. I'm trying to figure out if this XAM coin is from Korea or where it's from. Like some of the devs seem Korean. Can't figure out. It's probably South Korean. ANOMA, Anoma. Or if there's another group that had a testnet that just did some airdrops. People weren't happy with the dev team. It sounded like something like Nomad or something. And they're saying it's connected to Anoma, and I hope that's not true, but I'm about to do some digging. Oh, what y'all heard? I heard Doge might pop off. Doge Viking. I'm actually got a tab of Doge open right now. Trying to marinate on a position. Doge is not finished. The fun is just about to be begun. People thought Elon has forsaken Doge. He's going to come in on the sneak attack when nobody's looking. One Doge equals one Doge. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, Elon has not forsaken and forgot the Dogecoin.
We're just waiting for an Elon meme coin. Everyone else has done it.
Nah, Elon's chilling. And what was it? It was a tweet. Sir Doge of the coin tweeted, Dogecoin is also based on energy And Elon Musk replied 100% emoji.
Elon has his meme coin. It's called Grok.
That's not his.
Well, it's not a personal meme coin like Trump, Melania, all those.
I mean, there's a
types.
lot of meme coins based on Elon.
Yeah, there was like S&P
Yeah.
Elon. There was like Doge Elon Mars. So there was like
Yeah, even Gemini has
Yeah.
Doge on Mars. I blame China.
China.
I blame North Korea.
I'll be right back. The Bulls.
It's not my problem that you left it the last.
Damn, you think it could come break that 50 and go down to that cloud? Previous board breaks did that.
If it breaks the 50 daily, we're in trouble. Or the 50 weekly, I mean. I meant the weekly. Breaks the weekly 50, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, it didn't close a candle below that though.
I mean, maybe one, but I would not like to see two. And by the time the second one is closed, it might be, much more severe than just the first one. That's the tricky part. Like it could be just one that closes beneath it. You're like, oh, just one is okay. But then if it falls another 10-20% in the following week, then you're down a lot more. If you're looking to sell and be out, be like, okay, like if you're ready to throw in the towel at that point, then it's what you're holding is probably already down significantly further. So it's kind of like you have to sort of make the decision there, like in that week. But I mean, like by the second week, so like if you get a couple weeks closing below the 50 weekly, there is always a chance that it comes back up to retest it from the bottom side, rejects, and then you have like your signal be like, okay, well, I might as well get out now then. Like I remember the last bull market when it topped out, it did come back up eventually. So like it broke the 50 weekly moving average and fell below it, was below it for a while, but then it did eventually come back up to retest the 200 daily. And it retested the 200 daily perfectly. And that wasn't too far off top. I think it was around like 50K or something. So it wasn't too far away from the top. It was still down. So
Why? You're why you're
Oh, my bad.
Pump it. Dominance, let it drop a little bit. Some alts are on their uptrend pushing. Couple of them broke it already. Let's go.
Trump just announced we're in a trade war.
He announced what?
He just said we're in a trade war with China. Watch your guru. Yeah, dominance is popping up. Looks like people are selling off alts.
Looks like his post isn't that effective on crypto this time.
Lead dominance.
You guys still listen to Trump?
No. But he just messed up my chart. That's the only thing he does.
What do you say
Trump?
this time?
Nah, it's not him.
Ah, it's a good guy, yeah?
It's people
who
who
now?
listen to him.
Ah, yeah.
The problem is not Trump, the problem is people who listen to him.
But I just got big buys, so come on, pump it.
It's probably him buying.
But there's what's Trump saying again?
He just said we're in a trade war with China.
Yeah, that started in 1960 when MacArthur wanted to nuke China. I'm joking, but kind of, you know, there's nothing new about that. That trade war started a while ago, probably like 10
Yeah, I
years
know,
ago,
but
no?
like he just
What's
keeps
new?
repeating the fact that people just panic and start selling because we're back
Well,
at
yeah,
support.
you can't blame people for TPing at 110K, I guess. Well, these are still TPable levels. They're afraid the bear market has started already and Bitcoin is going to drop to 40K, and so they TP.
We're just beginning.
Oddly, they TP Bitcoin today, but they bought worse stuff than Bitcoin. Like small cap stuff.
We got 20 minutes until US session ends.
Well, it's been 1 year now since elections, right? And it's going to be time to assess Trump's success on the charts. And in the end, the charts don't really care who the president is.
Yeah, that's true.
He did manage to break support on the dollar against euro, so making America cheap to buy from, while making it expensive to export to, I guess. Well, no, it's just that for you it's expensive to buy our stuff now. Yeah, because you need to convert dollars to euros to buy European stuff, for example, and because euro is high, it's gonna be more. It's gonna cost you more. So incentivizing domestic production, right? So becoming isolationist like an island and trying to be on your own in a global economy. We'll see how that turns out.
Zeus, do you have a forex account?
No, but I'd like to. Yeah, eventually. Yeah. But I'd like to. I do it with
There was something. There was something.
I do it with my bank a bit, or through crypto, like because crypto is in dollars for me, while my bank account is in euros. So I do trade euro dollar a bit like that.
So, but do you like? Could you put US dollars in your bank account?
No.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to find a way
Normally
of
I
like
couldn't. Actually I can, but
so,
normally I couldn't.
so Well, I'm wondering like how one like say I want to buy something online with euros. Like I can't buy it with dollars. I have to buy it with euros. Like I'm wondering how I could go about doing that. Like I wonder if there's some sort of like card or like if like say I open up for like an account with a forex exchange and they had like some sort
The
of
best
credit or
would be a
debit
bank
card.
account. The best would be a
Then I
bank account in a European bank.
yeah, but I can't do that. I'm not a citizen of Europe. Like you know what I mean? Like I can't open a European bank over there account over there, can I? That's the trouble.
I'm not sure. I mean, I
I would
have
have
a
to have
double.
dual citizenship or something.
Yeah, well, I have dual citizenship, so that's why it's not too much an issue. And in Turkey, they allow you to, well, because the national currency is so shit, you can have foreign currency in a bank account, which you can't in France. Like in France, my bank account, I can't open a dollar account. But there's probably some banks that allow you to do that. Maybe you need millions. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know rich people do it all the time. Like they have auction accounts or whatever, but I don't know how they actually go about doing it.
But I'm sure there are multi-currency banks, like the ones in Turkey. It's just that mine in France is not, right? But it's probably the same for you in America. You probably have banks that where you can have multiple currency accounts. But the conversion fees are going to be much higher than actually trading on an exchange, on a forex exchange. On Coinbase, you can trade Euro USD, for example. Same on Bybit, you can trade a lot of forex on crypto exchanges now. So
Yeah, I mean, you can trade into the euro pair, but then how would you get out of account so that you could spend those euros?
but you can just wire
You know what I'm
transfer
saying?
those
Like,
euros, but you need an account that can receive it. Right? You need a bank account that can receive euros.
yeah, so I'm wondering if there's a way that I could get like a prepaid debit card or something that I was able to
Oh,
load euros onto. I don't know, just kind of
uh, pay,
brainstorming.
PayPal, PayPal, no, you can just PayPal doesn't have huge fees on conversions.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe I could put it. If is there, how would you send your? Would you have to withdraw it to your PayPal account? Is that what you'd have to do? It's up in euros instead of whatever.
Maybe ask the chatbot of your bank if you can open a foreign currency account.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, I'll ask like ChatGPT or something if I can't figure out a way to do it myself. Of course.
Yeah, no, otherwise PayPal should work. You can probably have euros on your PayPal account. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that actually would be if I could just find an exchange that offers a debit card
You're
and
roboting
then
a bit, but
top up. You know what I mean? Like the way that they do.
well, Coinbase has a credit card too, no?
It's a
I
crypto
know
account.
Bybit has one. So, or the Crypto.com credit card since you can
Yeah,
hold
I'm
euros
wondering
on
if
your
you can
Coinbase
deliver
account.
euros and just buy up online the euros.
I didn't understand. You're
I'm wondering if
roboting.
yeah, so with euros. Okay.
Bad internet. But yeah, if you have a Bybit credit card, then I think you'll have the choice between which currencies to use too, because you can use USDT, EURC. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. If you have Revolut, you can put all sorts of valutas in your account. So you can select which valuta you can have in the Revolut card. So like from mine is euros, and you can put also dollars or something else. But if you want a certain how do you call it, valuta extra, you just select it, and you will have a bank account number also that works in every country from where the valuta is used, with the IBAN, the BIC, everything. Check out Revolut. And they also have a crypto card. It's quite well. I pay myself out on Revolut also.
And the crypto card, can you use?
What is it? Revel what?
Revolut. REVOLUT.
Is it available in America though? Because
Yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah.
still in the
It's
crypto
more.
winter.
So it's a Visa card and a MasterCard. Can have both. The crypto card is only MasterCard.
Well, isn't it ironic that we we trade crypto to then just have a credit card linked to a crypto account? That's
Yeah.
the whole purpose of crypto was to not use a credit card. Right? Give me your wallet, I'll send you my Bitcoin, and it's done, right? But instead of that, we pay with a typical credit card that converts Bitcoin into USD and just does a typical fiat transaction behind in the end.
I'm even worse. Every day I sell my crypto. I buy Ethereum, transport Ethereum to the card, and then I exchange it to money, to fiat. I don't know why, but it's a reflex that I do, and it works well like this.
I mean, well,
Because
here's the cool thing. I was actually thinking about doing this. Opening up a credit card, taking that credit card, using it to buy a bunch of crypto. Wait for the crypto to go up 10%, and then sell it, pay back the credit card, pay off the credit card, pay the bill, and you just got 10% for free.
Yeah, but this
Yeah,
Revolut,
that's called
As long
margin
as you do it all
trading.
before.
It's
As long as you do
called
it all quick, so that you can pay off the card
somebody
before you
wants
accrue interest.
It's
some
called
Wall
margin
Street
trading.
You could
It's like a
essentially get
loan,
that
right?
10%, 5%, whatever it is, for free. As long as it's in a timely fashion.
So Revolut is
Oh,
no credit card. It's just a Visa. You have to a prepaid Visa, so you have to upload your money. It's not that you can have.
Now you are taking a huge risk because you could buy something that could go down 20% instead. But yeah,
I just play it on leverage. There is no risk at all.
you saw what happened Friday, right? Imagine that volatility kicks in while you're doing that transaction, and no, man, just it's not worth it. But it happened to someone here a few years ago. He was in the aircraft industry and just transferring money on XRP. No, not XRP, the other one, the other X coin. Forgot the name. And he was just using it to move money but the thing crashed 30% while he was moving money. So yeah, it's not a good idea. Even if you get like 3% cash back on your credit card and this and that, like, just if you're unlucky and Bitcoin drops, or whatever coin you're trading drops while you do the thingy, then But yeah, the trade war, you know, has become worse because now there's also mistrust between allies, right? It's like the isolationism is spreading. So it's not only America becoming isolationist; it's a bit everybody joining the trend of well, extreme right politics, basically. Yeah, it rarely ends good on the long run because when everybody thinks only about himself, well, you know, it's a bit recipe for wars. There's always an economic reason for war too, often. I guess you have like religious reasons, economic reasons. There's always either a religious or economic reason. And so the trade war should end in in a real war eventually. Damn. Or at least it should end in a slow of trade, just less trade happening, which is like a depression or recession. Because in the end, it's about becoming specialized in something, right? Like you have Taiwan, it's an island that's really specialized in producing computer chips. Then you have France that's specialized in luxury products. America is like very good at financial products, and Germany is good at cars, and like every you know in the global economy, it's as if every region is like specializing in something, and when you do that, you gain in efficiency a bit, right? Because it becomes a part of, well, it becomes even cultural, right? It's like everybody knows how to build a car good in Germany, while in France we don't know how to build a car, but we know how to make bags, right? Like just an example. With isolationist economy, everybody needs to produce everything, right? So you need to make cars, you need to make chips, you need to make a bit of everything. So you're gonna do everything less good, well, less efficiently. It's a bit the same with people, right? Like we learn a job. So you have some people who learn how to fly airplanes, others who learn how to code, others who learn how to be a good dentist. But imagine you had to do everything on your own. You'd do everything less good, right? You'd be a terrible dentist. You'd be a terrible. But you get the idea. So I think over on the long run, having isolated economies is less progress than having a global economy. I think America should specialize in Bitcoin and leave altcoins to Europe. Well, maybe that's what's happening now. With your strategic reserve, you're becoming Crypto World Bank. And I guess China will make a BNB reserve.
Yo. Dbloc, are you Caroline?
What the hell happened to global liquidity? To the indicator? There's some funny business going on, y'all. Does anybody see what I'm talking about without me having to say it? You remember what this chart looked like, right?
Didn't it make a lower low?
Yeah, it did. And we know that because my lower high, lower low shit is still there from when I marked it. There was a correction in some central bank somewhere. Damn, I thought I was done doing research, man. I'm gonna have to figure out what happened here. Wow. I mean, that does make quite the difference. But we need to figure out if it was right before or if it's right now. Last time we had that problem, remember, with China Central Bank and the chart went stupid? Or Japan, yeah, whatever it was. Yeah,
Real-time data is always different than historical data anyway.
this was like this. And then that double bottom was here. This entire thing has been shifted up. Almost as if
It's France. France printed money to pump its markets today.
yeah, but
I
that
don't think it's
wouldn't
China.
no,
China has been...
only a revision does this.
Yeah. No, no, it was a wrong... well, yeah. Well, historical data is not the same as real-time data, so...
Zeusy, I appreciate you, but I've been watching this very closely. I know what I'm talking about. Something changed in past history, and it's only
It
happened
wasn't
once
history,
before.
but when that lower low was in your chart, it wasn't history. It was real time, no? Does
No,
it update every hour, that chart,
that's not
or
what I'm
it's once a
talking about.
day? Or...
Hold on, let me wrap my head around this, Zeusy, because you're just screwing my head up right now.
Sorry, it's not the point. It's just that historic data is not always the same as
I
real-time
get it.
data.
I get what you're saying. There's nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but I understand what you're saying.
So one of the numbers change.
I'll
when
find
they,
out right now if you give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna have to dig into each central bank. I'll be right back.
I'd start with France if I was you, because we pump 2%.
See some volume in the altcoin. Come on.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. It would be time.
Have a big fat long.
Only one?
I have a big long. So
Ooh.
give it to me now, please.
But you have
Just
some spot also, no? You could consider those as longs too.
no, did not invest in spot yet.
Ooh, you're all out except one long.
No, I still have the hedge. It's the hedge, but the long is quite big at this moment. If I say you $500 on 200 decks on an altcoin, it's a big trade.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah.
Did you go ETH?
No, I'm playing Jito. Or the ticker is JTO.
Right, I've heard of that one a while ago.
It's a scam, man. It's a scam.
Well, no, it's just a pattern playing out, but we're really range bound here. There's buys at 110, sells at 112, although they're small compared to the buys. But yeah, anyway, Bitcoin is a bit stuck.
Fuck. And alt's coming down because of dominant, man. Look at that.
Yeah, well, they dumped much more than Bitcoin on the crash, right? And then they recovered better than Bitcoin too. Overall, like we've seen ETH up 5% more than Bitcoin, and also, so now, yeah, they are. Well, I guess they can continue a bit more than Bitcoin to the downside. Bitcoin is finding support first, basically. Well, it's trying to hold support first. While we've seen lower lows on a lot of alts locally, like SWI made a wick below the recent higher low. FF also, Atom also. Well, I mean, most alts did, I think, because ETH did, right? No, ETH. Well, never mind. ETH didn't actually.
This moment, ETH is still strong. 3,980. Respect, respect.
The perspective though is important, right? It did also drop more than Bitcoin, right? And the whole thing is happening below COVID all-time highs. So but yeah, with Powell saying he's gonna stop selling soon, we got smaller caps suffering less than big caps. I wonder how long it can stay like that. Been a few days already.
Russell the Jack Russell.
Bro, order book is as rare as it can be, man.
Order flow, you mean? No, it's slightly negative delta, right? So we've seen some buys too. Like the order flow is, yeah, it's overall bearish, but not that imbalanced. Like we're not down. You know, we don't. Well, it's just down 500 Bitcoin. But you have cumulative volume delta divergence going on, right? Because Bitcoin made a higher low here compared to 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, right?
Yeah.
While the delta is even more negative than 4 hours ago. So limit orders absorb the FOMO buyers or FOMO sellers. Well, those who market.
It's just bouncing on a trend line. If you could call it the higher low, you know, because it's like 500 points more.
Yeah. But it's higher.
Yeah, I know technically, but it's just literally bouncing on that area.
Yeah. I mean, same for CVD. It's just it's just 30 Bitcoin difference making the divergence there. It's not significant.
No, the only issue is that it's taken so long at the bottom, and usually when it's stuck at the bottom like this, I've never seen it recover properly unless there is some major, humongous good news.
It did before quite well.
Well, one example is bear market bottom, right? Where we spent like months slowly rounding, right? So it can recover after a slow touch to support. I don't know about the probability.
Oh, of course, a bear market bottom, I would understand, but you cannot consider 110K bear market bottom.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know,
But
everyone has a little
it's usually
edge.
how it's usually how trends end, though, right? Where you have a massive capitulation event, where, well, in this case, it was a liquidation event, not capitulation, but you know, where you have a massive wick down that recovers, and then you retest that wick slower, and it's often how you end a trend and create a reversal pattern, right?
Yeah, I know.
You see what I mean?
But
And so it can be the opposite. It can be slowly first and then quickly, but like it's like a double bottom, right? In the end.
yeah, if you were to, like D says, if you were to invert the chart, how would it look like in your opinion, right?
Well, I'd be looking for shorts if we put a high. So basically long if Bitcoin goes below 101.
And everybody's wanting to short this. This will be involve in a nice liquidation block above, and then we go for a higher high and new all-time high, and that's how this thing is will go.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not always about only liquidating people. And sometimes people are right, they're right to long, and you know, and or they're right to short. There's another option to solve the imbalance is to go far enough that people close their trades, right? Like when people are in enough profits, they just close their trades. And that's how we ended up with negative funding rates at 75K. It's because people just TP'd.
Or be smart and open a hedge just like Kevin.
My point is, if there's too many shorts and we can't liquidate them to the upside, then by dropping enough, they will close their position and balance will be restored between money spent to short and money spent to long. It's why Bitcoin is bouncing here. Well, it's why it is also bouncing. Huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the reasons why they're bouncing.
Yeah. If we had a clear direction, it would not be holding this trend line.
When you drop 75%, it brings yeah. It brings a point at closing your short. Right?
I think if somebody is down 75%, I don't think they will be trying to save that last 25. I think they'll just wait for liquidation at that point.
No, I mean if you're holding a short and price drops 50%,
No, take profit. I know.
Yeah, and then so those shorts can't get liquidated anymore, right? You might still see them, but they're actually gone. Look, Bitcoin has a positive funding rate, right? It didn't stay negative that long. I think we just had one negative funding. It switched really quickly positive.
Sol's negative for days.
Before we dropped, yeah. Oddly, right?
No, after we dropped, yeah. But even
Nah,
up, yeah. I made
not
some
on
money.
Bybit. Not on Bybit.
I made $300 in my long, just sitting there.
On Bitcoin only? USDT?
No,
Bybit?
in Sol.
Oh yeah. On alts, yes, they are still negative even because they dropped more. Although Solana Solana's drop is a hint at the fact that it hasn't dropped and it will later on because it's very small for Sol. But I guess it's because we dropped more earlier. It went to $90 earlier, right? Yeah, but never mind. But alts are still negative, yeah, mostly. Not sweet right now, but they stayed negative for days. Yeah. They're still negative. Mostly, except a few. Yeah. But Bitcoin, no. Bitcoin, no. Bitcoin had one negative funding paid, and then it's all positive again. Because I think a lot of people who shorted 120 and above, at least partially TP'd, and with the wreckage of longs, we saw them negative for after that big week down, but didn't stay long. It is going back negative now, though, today. Well, 0.000. Yeah. It's trying to turn negative again.
Zusi, based on the chart that Dbloc had up, like I think 15 minutes ago, right? Not this one, not the one before, not the big one that he usually has, but the one before that. I think the really big macro one, which said to not break below
108, no?
No, there was like this chart, right? Yeah, exactly. And consider if we had to go, if we had to go by that chart, it looked like we had to go a little bit lower than what we are at right now. It had to break the 800, I think, or the 200 on a daily, or weekly, or whatever it was. It had to hit that or consolidate around that, and if after touching that line, then we would explode up.
We have a nice probability an area of confluence where it could blow up. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
you
I
know
think
what
it's
chart I
around.
was talking about, right? The one that he had up like 15 minutes ago.
I wasn't watching honestly, but yeah, I think I know the chart. Yeah. Well, you have the monthly level, right? Candlestick pattern wise, you have a monthly level at 108. You have daily 200 MA at 108. You have well, golden is higher than that, right?
Yeah, this one right here. This one right here. The one here, Dbloc has up right now. Because if you were to compare,
Oh,
yeah, this one, the 50 EMA. Well, obviously, it doesn't break the support on the other touches, but it does touch the EMA, and actually, yeah, a few times.
as long as we're at, above that blue line, it's the same trend that's continuing, right? There's nothing to really worry too much about on big
Yeah,
time
that's
frames.
I was thinking about that, you know, even if it drops a little bit right now, as long as we're above the 50 EMA or we touched a few times, then we're okay to go. But it's the support line that D has drawn. I missed his TA before, but okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah.
Honestly, this chart just proves his M2 that it's right. Start of October, 1 week up, down. So the 800 catches up. This is the week where we're in at this moment. We have a 1 week of consolidation, his week of his birthday, and then we enter the 26th. Then we're back up.
Yeah. Now I understand. I haven't seen this chart before.
It's Bitcoin on the weekly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Leo isn't talking,
No,
but
the
I'm here, y'all. I'm still trying to figure out which central bank should the bet here. Give me a second.
China.
no, it could also be a technical glitch. And you know that indicator is summing up numbers, right? If one of the sources just gave 0 because it didn't have data because it was closed that day or there was an
Yeah,
issue, whatever,
that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
then it's possible that it drew a lower low on the chart, and then the next day when they corrected the data, then it ended up being a higher low. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, real-time data is different than even if when you backtest a strategy with historical data and it gives you like huge percentage returns, you're gonna notice that with real data, it's different. I don't know why, but they round up the numbers a bit in historic data, or there's less spread, or well, you're missing some info on historical data. But it's better now if it's a higher low anyway. For bulls at least.
Yeah, it's better, but before I let myself take in that data, I gotta understand why. Because this could be the glitch, and then it corrects in 3 or 4 days. That's what happened with the Bank of Japan news. They had some fluctuation or some misprinted number for their number, and it completely screwed the chart up to the point where we had to remove the Bank of Japan from the Bank of Japan data from the actual script to get it to work again. Then they fixed it and we put it back. What I'm looking for is if anybody's put their finger on exactly what central bank has screwed it up, and if it's screwed up now or if it was screwed up before. Either way, we've got a month to worry about it, but I don't like not knowing, so I'm focusing on that right now.
Right. Can AI help?
I'm literally just gonna have to go one through one by one on these. I'll be right back. Let me grab some coffee. I'm gonna need some coffee for this.
Double espresso.
Grab an energy drink.
I don't think D drinks that shit.
But coffee is energy drink also, right? With caffeine, and if you don't put too much sugar in it, it's not. It's like every molecule that ends in "ine," you know, nicotine, caffeine, cocaine, theine.
AKA
It's not.
drugs.
It's not. It's not
Yeah,
the same.
they're all a bit addictive, and we like
It's
them,
it's
right?
not. It's not the same. If you drink pure black coffee and compared to some random energy drink, it's not the same. It's the same as you getting vitamin D from the sun being out, you know, and quite literally just taking some pills, a derivative of vitamin D. It's not the same. You might think
They add
caffeine.
vitamins too in energy drinks.
Nah,
There's a
it's
lot of
garbage.
sugar too, no?
Not the zero variance. Zeus, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
My 40s.
You're in your 40s. You sound a lot younger.
Maybe it's the mic.
No, it's for sure the French accent.
Oh. How about you?
I'm 29.
You know, your question about the 50 on the weekly there, it's pretty interesting because it's a metric that's used a lot for, well, bull bear market stuff, right? Like usually bull run, you're above the 50 MA on the weekly. And we just touched it with this liquidation party, but we're still above it. So you know, overall, you'd consider this still a bull run. And once
If I'm not wrong, we have seen this chart back in the days also at 26 and around 60. I see this chart that he shows us with the same wave above. I think I have some print screens from it lower. I could be wrong, but I think he used it often. At 800 MA cross.
Hey, did Dbloc go over the variance in the M2? I had to go to the car. I just didn't know if he went over that yet.
he's
trying
looking
to,
now.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what went wrong where.
Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't miss that. Thanks.
No, Zusi, I'm just trying to understand because to a lot of people, especially these chart, we should be bullish, right? We should be going up. We should be getting an Ethereum run for a new all-time high. We should be getting an altcoin season, and then a smaller cap season. And when you have moves like this, obviously, I already told that sentiment could get a hit. And for example, now it's not doing the moves it's supposed to do. So when he shows me charts that I haven't seen before, I'm just trying to. Obviously, I have a bias. Oh, okay, so to understand why is it going down still, to trying to make to understand it, to puzzle it a little bit. And that was obviously Kevin has seen these charts 100 times before, but I haven't, and I saw this chart only today with the 50 EMA being and the support in the 50 EMA, right? So
But
the
you're
way he
still
drew it like 5 minutes ago, that could be very logical. And if that is true, it could be another few weeks or days before we actually see an uptrend.
Well, you
But
know,
we're
when you have a huge week, it takes a while to heal, right? Well, to recover and to heal. Yeah.
Indeed.
we're at 110, boys. I don't see the problem. We're for sure still bullish. We're at 110.
Yeah.
But
5 minutes ago.
If you're coming from 50, this is still we just
Of
dropped
course.
10,000 on Bitcoin, and it's a drama. I don't get it. What's going to happen if we're at 40, we wake up to 60, we go back to 40? We're bearish again, or what? No, we just have a small retracement. Okay, they all have a big dip, but that's something else.
No, I think, yeah, you're 100% right, Kevin. But I think that's the psychology of it, It's because the alts took such a heavy hit that people are a little bit worried. Well, especially me.
We have seen, okay, not these big dips from 60%, 70%. We have seen often dips from 30%. Back in the days when we were having a scam or something like that. So yeah, okay, it's a big one, but from my opinion, everybody will get over it and we will go up.
It's not a big one. It's as big as we've never seen, honestly. On some of these coins, it's as big as it's not seen.
Okay, but they recovered almost already
Look, for example, check a Doge chart. I mean, we've seen to the upside wicks this size. In 2021, Doge pumped so quickly that, well, it wasn't wicks, it was candles. But to the downside, no, it's the first time I see a candle so big on Doge to the downside. Like, even when people TP the $1 Saturday night, smaller than this one. At least on Binance.
normal if they wipe out and block out the man, my head. If the exchanges stop working, it's normal that we fake out and that we follow through this everything. If nobody can take a trade and nobody can buy in, it's normal that we keep on dipping. From my, it was a scam. Crypto is.
No, like, Kevin, when you just said, like, yeah, well, what's the issue? When we dipped that hard on altcoins, but we almost instantly recovered. The thing that most people are focused is not on, oh, it dipped and it recovered. No, it's the billions that people have lost. You think people are really worried about, oh, but it recovered? No, they lost so much money. They don't give two shits that it recovered all the way up.
Yeah, ask your
They're-
friend that lost 2 years ago all this money. Do you think he still talks about it? No, potentially he's maybe again into it and making money at this point. We've seen these people lose a lot of money and they are always hurt for a couple of months and they are gone.
But they haven't.
I have a lot of people
if
who
by
have lost
recovered
money.
you mean we're back above a bull market trend, that's not the case. It's not the case on any of these alts. Well, some of them never even left the bear market, right? Like, by a good definition of a bull run is being above the 50 SMA on the weekly, right? So when you look at Bitcoin and you put your 50 SMA on the weekly, well, every time we touched it in the last 3 years, it got a bounce, right? It got a bounce at 25K, then at 50K, then at 75, and here we're getting a bounce at 100 again from the 50 SMA. Right? But then you look at, I don't know, Doge. Well, we've just turned it into resistance, right? So,
My weekly is even
look at Cardano, same stuff. This huge liquidation event happened at the breakdown of the 50 SMA on the weekly. Yeah.
So,
and we're still below it, right? So we recovered small time frame stuff, yeah, but on the weekly, there's a lot of recovery to do for these alts, and they'll have an attempt at doing that with quantitative easing and Russell continuing in price discovery. That's a good sign. But for now, they're I wouldn't say they recovered because they're below. Most of them are below 50 MA on the weekly. So they are
COVID,
cheaper than the last 50 weeks average. The last
co-
3 years,
sorry,
1 year.
COVID dip was May 21, or when was COVID dip?
It was something around
2020 March 20.
March, yeah. That was a clear dip and it lasted a while.
It's nothing compared. What's happening now?
But it was a deviation below the 50 SMA that lasted 1 week, right? At least on SPY. I'm looking at it on
Kevin.
SPY. Is it?
Sushi, Kevin, the COVID dip for stocks was very destructive. I think a lot of stocks lost, not crypto, stocks lost, 70-80% of their value. I remember a lot of stocks
Well,
going almost to zero.
was
No,
SPY
that's
lost
horrible.
35%, yeah?
Yeah, I remember so many stocks, but obviously the stocks now are back up a lot, but it was destructive for stocks.
But we just had a mini COVID dip, in April with the scare from tariffs. We had a 20% drop on SPY, very similar to COVID. Straight recovery back up in AV. A bit, so like half of COVID dip. We had it in April, and Bitcoin.
Yeah, but that was the best buying opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, for stocks at that moment. I remember everything being around $2-3. Even stocks from Belgium, it was just insane.
Yeah, Bitcoin almost did a 2x since that dip, and it's just like 6 months ago.
I have a couple of friends that bought for 50,000 euros and they now are earning around 300, 400,000 from that same stock. Just
There
from
we go. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're only the ones who talk about it because they made money, right? I'm sure we all have friends also who lost a lot. Just saying. We always hear about the winners.
Well, personally, I don't know many people who lost money. I just know everybody lost a little bit if they were invested in it. But there was a moment, I think a lot of people got introduced in stocks as well at the dip, because it was an opportunity and a lot of people want to take an opportunity.
Oh, I know a couple of people that didn't tell me 2 years ago they lost a lot of money, but now when they have a big gainer, they tell me also they lost to around 60K on that one and 60 on that one. And then they tell you, but I made 300 on this one, so I am equal with 200 up, so no problem.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
They will not tell everything.
Obviously, people will not tell
Overall,
them.
with everything in price discovery like this, overall, there are more winners than losers if you just bought and hold, right? Which isn't the case, of course, but but on Bitcoin, most people are, on average, everybody is still in profit.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, except those who bought in the last 2 months, 3 months.
Man, I remember when I was working at some factory as a student, I was talking about Bitcoin. I told this lady, like, yeah, you gotta buy Bitcoin for sure for the future. It was legit at the top of the top. this lady puts in like $200, but the fees were like $50. She goes like, I'm only losing money, and I think 3 days after that, it corrected completely down. I felt so bad for the girl.
But I think it's the main point of the chart Dbloc was showing. It's the 50 SMA, and it's how you define a bit of a bull run. When price is above it, you consider you're in a bull run, and when you're below it, well, it has to be reclaimed to be called a bull run again. Because it's the average of the last 50 weeks, it's going to take a few months to reclaim it once you lose it. It's slow. Well, yeah, it's the weekly.
Yeah, but you have so much liars also because this weekend, Friday, when the scam happened, a friend of me calls me and he's like, I'm sitting on drinking a beer with somebody here, a big investor. He just bought 3 Bitcoin and he says it's now the moment to invest. And so he was there Thursday or something or that, watching football. On Friday, the big scam happened. So at Saturday, he was explaining to my friend, yeah, I'm just bought Thursday 3 Bitcoin and it's the best moment to buy. And he says that on Saturday. So the big scam that we lose 10K on Bitcoin each, he will not, he was not invested in crypto. Do you know what I mean? He was lying that he was investing in crypto. You have a lot of these people also. Oh, my dog is dying.
It's not a scam. Let's not call a dump a scam. It's price moving down. It's not a scam.
You know what I mean. You have a lot of people talking that they're invested in coins and in stocks when they're not even able to invest in it. Man,
I wouldn't see the reason why people would lie about that.
About to show off? No, people always lie to show off.
Show off what?
They lie on Twitter. They lie on Instagram. They put pictures where they're like in
But what would you
private
show off?
jets. Well, it's just a fake private jet.
Bro, you cannot buy a stock for $1,000 and then go to showing off your private jet.
so if you manage to buy it on Thursday for 120K or 117K, and Friday it drops to 102, 106, and then you're a Saturday sitting at a bar talking about your good investment that you just lost 35,000 euros at least, then
So what? It's not a loss
Oh,
as long as he doesn't sell his Bitcoin, right?
yeah, I was
Don't
about to
worry
say
for him.
that.
Yeah.
He'll sell it much higher in 4 years.
Yeah, see how you're saying it, Kevin, as well. Like, what are you complaining about? We're still at 110K. Like, what are you crying about? You tell us. Maybe the guy thinks the same way, you know. Like, we were at 126. He bought at 120. It dropped to 16. He knows maybe he feels it's gonna go higher.
And then the conversation changed and it was like, it's not me that does it, it's the friend who does it.
Oh, there we go. Then for sure, you know, he's lying. That's a different
Voilà.
story.
I was meaning.
Man, so unlucky.
These people are so hateful.
I don't know why people would lie about this, to be honest.
They're the ones with the fake Roblox.
And I don't understand that either, to be honest. Fake watches for what?
I had one, I have a client with a C63 AMG. He's a seller of apartment buildings. He's one of the biggest sellers on the beach coast and this and that and blah and blah. And the watch is fake and the clothes are fake. And the car was a crashed one. If you open the left door, the right one kicks open. The C63. You know what I mean? So at the end, if you get to learn a lot of people, they are there. Then you have the opposite, the ones that don't wear a watch, drive a stupid old Volvo, having 7 mansions, a couple of buildings and stuff. That's the real money.
I don't think anybody in this chat group or in this Discord is just thinking we're going to get rich quick, just for the record.
Well, in the beginning, I was thinking exactly that, but yeah, I learned my lesson by now.
I have to say the fake watches selling is kind of a good investment. I know a guy who sells a lot of these fake watches, and younger people. Man, he buys them in for like $200. Oh, I'm lying. He buys them in for around 80 and $100, and he sells them for 200, $300, and he sells 14 to 20 watches a week. Could you imagine selling fake Rolexes and making a lot of profit on it?
My brother used to do that with watches and sunglasses, and people
Yeah,
eat the
the
shit
same.
out.
Yeah, sunglasses also Cartier.
Yeah, exactly. Those, I swear, Kevin, this ridiculous how people buy that shit for that price,
Yeah,
even
it's
though
crazy. I know.
it's crazy. I don't get the need to impress people. I really don't.
It's with the box and everything and the card from Rolex describing it. It's a watch number, so that's that. And sometimes it does not even work if you open the box.
Does anybody have the
Doesn't
Bitcoin
even work.
5-minute chart pulled up? I'm just wondering if the 13's over the 50. I'm in the car right now.
The 13 is over the 50.
On what time frame?
On the 5-minute, is the 13 over the 50 on the 5-minute?
Isn't that what we're seeing on the screen? I don't think it's over.
On the 5-minute, it's beneath it.
Yeah, it's just
Is
underneath
it
it.
pulling up towards it, you think? Does it look like?
It's been
Yeah, like
underneath it
I
for a while now.
said,
Yeah, no.
the 5 is just crossing the 15. So
Hey, say that again, please.
you know how the yellow crosses the red, and it's usually a little like whatever that you may cross, you get a little bounce there. So yeah, they're just coming. It's coming up to cross, and like about to push up to the 50.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, buddy.
I don't think we're gonna see a serious reaction until tomorrow morning. I'm off, guys. Talk to you later.
See you. You know that M2 script, you could try and make it a bit better by making sure none of these values is like at a very odd metric. You know, just add if EU M2D is like, I don't know, less than a certain value, or not a number, or well, is undefined, then it could like throw a warning. Because it calculates stuff, you know, it fetches data and then it multiplies by the currency exchange rate. If, well, maybe one day one of the markets is not reporting data correctly, and that could just be a technical issue. Maybe Turkish lira had issues on a day. It's very volatile. Maybe Brazilian currency, something happened. Maybe, yeah, Chinese yuan went to 0. Because looking at the code, it's what would happen if one of the, yeah, if one of them was at 0, then
Getting some volume.
volume on Bitcoin?
No, alts.
Cool. They
Small.
should. I mean, Russell made a new all-time high today, and it closed high.
Yeah, they just fell beneath their uptrend, but if we could catch up, it's just quite a struggle at this moment. Let's see
Close.
match, right?
Yeah, it closed pretty high.
The Russell.
Yeah.
Then
So
have to Russell.
even, you know, SPY and Nasdaq had a green day overall.
Yeah, quite high.
Well, then it went down and back up for the close, but it made a higher, well, a lower high, and
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Mentioned it yesterday also, it's going to do it, and it did it.
Really?
You did it. You mentioned it yesterday, it's going to go up, and it
Well,
did it.
I always say things are gonna go up because it's the most probable outcome. That to go up during more time than they go down, right? I mean, downtrends last like a year, and then uptrends last decades. So it's just going up since 2008 anyway. Why bother with the downside?
Oh, Solana's at 194.
Yeah, that doesn't sound cheap, you know. but but I guess it is. Yeah. It's cheaper than yesterday. It just doesn't sound cheap when you say Solana is at 200. I'm like, oh yeah, well,
It's
it's
beneath 200,
psychology.
so for me it's kind of cheap. In this play, at this at the state of Bitcoin, it's cheap, in my opinion.
It's above the 50 on the weekly, right? Let me check. I
Yeah.
think Sol is above it still. One of the rare successful alts.
Man, I should go asleep now. I need to go to clients tomorrow.
Well, it's at 180. That 50-week moving average is at 180 because Solana pumped very early in the cycle. So, you know, that MA had time to climb all the way up to 180 now, yeah. And we've lost it once, turned it into resistance and reclaimed it. Oh.
Resistance.
We lose it again, you're looking at $90 sold. Well, at least 105. Well,
Still
at least
hoping.
130.
I'm still hoping on 500 sold. Maybe 460.
Yeah, but the probability of that decreases if we start closing candles below 180 on the weekly, though.
That's true.
It's still possible, but it's just becoming less likely.
How's the cup and handle forming at this moment? Or
That happened on the 1 second at the lower low there on Bitcoin.
no,
There's
the
a
big
nice,
one.
nice cup and handle there.
The big
The
one.
big one.
Nah, even with the wick to, it's kinda invalidated from my opinion.
Well, the handle isn't supposed to go lower, well, as low as the cup, right?
It's still in good shape. The weekly has a nice cup and handle.
Cup and handle on the weekly. What? Ah.
Slightly misformed, but for me this is acceptable.
But there's only 2 candles in the handle. Oh.
No.
Is it a weekly cup and handle? Oh, on Sol.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at Bitcoin. Yeah.
No. And now Sol is still forming quite well on the weekly, or am I wrong? I see a big cup and handle. I could pour coffee in it.
Yeah. Yeah, with the neckline at 255, right?
Yeah. And that.
Yeah, and guess what? If we hold that 50 SMA and we go back up to 250, then you're also gonna call it a inverted head and shoulder.
Yeah.
And it's gonna move towards, well, even above 500.
So that gives me a measured move of 509 something, 513.
Yeah. Yeah, but we need we need to break out 250, and that's not really where we are.
262 from what I remember on Dbloc's chart also.
Yeah.
And what I have at my play now also. And then shorting it back down until 85.
I'm actually impressed by Zcash. Holding up a lot better than I expected.
It's dominance, man. It just does not want to drop.
It's dropping. I mean on the smaller time frames versus that 15 on Dbloc's chart. I mean, it just took a pretty nice dive, but actually Bitcoin went down with dominance. Just then. I'm just saying, like on a very small time frame.
Yeah.
It's still doing it.
We need a lot.
It's a little bit more to be safe or to have a nice run on a couple of these alts.
We got to push up here, really.
Yeah. I have to say my trade is kind of sketchy at this moment.
All right. Turn green, turn green, turn green.
Well, turn green, yeah, but if it's just to do the same stuff again, which is pump back up $500 and then dump back down $500, then I think I'd rather
I don't think that's
just
going to be the case.
let's
To be
be
honest with you.
let's be done with this, right? Why
Yeah,
not
I
take
don't.
out 110 and maybe that'll bring a bounce that can break 112? It's range bound, and after the huge volatility, it looks like it's decreasing. It'll pick up again, but yeah, it's been pretty sideways last once this market's closed, yeah. Next hourly is the daily. How does that look? Oh. Well, this $500 might be small, but it could end up interesting on the daily.
They're just spoofing this freaking order book, man. That's all this shit is.
They're just trying to play everybody out, man. This is what it is.
Well, I don't know if this person's big enough. They might get wrecked here in a second. That's what I'm hoping for. If I had the money, I'd wreck them.
Yeah, so I didn't notice before, but that could actually be like an inverse cup and handle on the 1 hour. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, there's a few things.
See a camel. Inverse cup and handle that would bring you around 72 on the 1 hour.
Come on, baby, let's go.
No, you must be looking at a bigger one, man. This is
Oh
like
no, sorry. It brings you at least at 97, 96.
I mean, that's a little bit more realistic, I guess, but yeah, let me draw one as far as like what I'm looking at for a measured move.
Yeah, dominance is breaking out.
Breaking out?
I mean, I don't
To
know
the
if we're looking at the same thing,
downside.
but this measured move only goes to 106.360, or like so 106.4 ish. I mean 106.3 and 106.4. So I would have a measured move for it. Oh no, wait, hold on. I'm wrong. I did it the wrong way.
That's below 101.
It'd be 103.3 would be the measure move for the inverse cup and handle I'm talking about. Like so basically after the crash, we put in that low after the wick, and then that would be like the left side of the cup. And we came up to make the cup, and then we just made the handle earlier today. So like that's the cup that I'm looking at, the inverse cup. So if that ends up being an inverse cup and handle, and it breaks through the support, then 103.3 is the 100,300. It would be the measure move for that. But it would have to lose this level that it has here, 109.7, to break that neckline. It doesn't necessarily look very strong to the upside at the moment either. I don't know, it's just something I figured I'd mention.
By the meantime, the 1 second is attempting to break out a reversal pattern.
The
With
1 second, you're looking at chart patterns on the 1 second too.
well, maybe more like the 1 minute than the 1 second then. No, it's less than 1 minute. 15 second. But you know, it's just one guy buying 12 Bitcoin. I'm waiting. Well, no, I didn't wait, but I would have liked to wait for the fake out below, right?
Oh snap! 111, 110.
I didn't wait also.
Yeah, but it's just a scalp, so I'm still waiting for a low. Oh, the 50 doesn't move in 1 week. I mean, it doesn't move a lot. It's the average of the last 50 weeks, right? So, you know, Bitcoin could go to zero. That thing would still move only by 2%. So we're above it, right? So I think it's gonna be a few dollars higher by Sunday. Well, that's the most likely. You said the 50 on the weekly, right? Well, let me check because I'm gaming and oh no, wait! Before I check that, I want to look my RAM usage because I think a bookmap is probably not too far from crashing again. 22 gigs are used out of 32, so I still have 10 gigs free. All right, all good. And bookmap is now at 4.1 gig. My game is taking 3 gig, and then the rest is just browsers and TradingView. All right, all good. So yeah, the 50 SMA on Bitcoin. I mean, it'll just go a bit higher next week, unless price trades below it, right? It's at 101 right now. It's at 101. It's where we wicked to. Actually, we didn't touch it, but we got we almost did, right? So maybe on some exchanges it touched it, but on Binance USDT it didn't touch the weekly 50 SMA. It came close, but it could have dropped another $1,000. Yeah. On leverage, we touched it probably, but on spot it didn't. Yeah. So whatever happens, it's gonna be a bit higher by Sunday. But unless we start trading below 100K, and even then, yeah, it needs to stay below 100K for that weekly to start coming down. Huh?
Still have a lot of Bitcoin buys at have around 920 Bitcoin at the 109,985 and 430 Bitcoin at 107.
105 is the big buy wall though, no?
652 at 105.
That's all. Oh. Oh, that's leverage, you know?
The big one is 926 at 109,989.
Interesting. It's the opposite on spot. You have more at 105 than 109. Yeah. But how much would you need to go up to find that much liquidity to the upside? Because then it becomes interesting. You said 1,000 Bitcoin at 110, let's say, to make it easy to calculate. How much do you need to go upward to find 1,000 Bitcoin?
Huh. That's a good question.
Is 112 enough, or do you need to go to like 115, 120? In your order book? Imagine that guy who wants to buy cancels and just market FOMOs in, and there's no liquidity provided to absorb or anything. How much would price pump? How much spread would he get?
Cannot answer that question.
Why? If you can look down to find 1,000 Bitcoin, you can look up to find 1,000 Bitcoin too, no?
I don't see 1,000 Bitcoin up.
Really? There's no resistance of 1,000, but we have a support of 1,000? Like nowhere, even if you scroll all the way up to 120K?
Right, because I'm...
That's a very imbalanced... What are you looking at?
Wait. 707 Bitcoin at 123.
There you go. Thank you. So now where's the midpoint between 110 and 123? It's like 116, right?
Yeah.
Look at what price. Yeah, well, it's not coincidence, right? Look at what price did there. Got rejected at what now becomes the midpoint between supply and demand, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Smart.
So the midpoint between supply and demand right now on that chart is still 116, but well, people sold today, so we're at value low.
Learn something. Okay. Thank you, Zuzi.
Oh no, I don't think you learned anything. You just made it more complex. But sometimes it can be useful that, yeah. The price likes to go to the midpoint, yeah. They call it, they give it different names, but it's just it's just equilibrium between buyers and sellers. Yeah. Sometimes it's called point of control.
Indeed.
But that's something else actually.
So 707 at 123 and
you already know where
16
the
at 6.
looking at those resting orders, you know where the VWAP might end, well, where the VWAP is more likely to end up being. Because if we break that 109 order, you're going to have a big volume increase on that chart, right? Because there's a big order there. So automatically the volume weighted price will be brought down a lot when that level is taken. Because you're going to need to transact a lot there to just tick one tick lower. And same for the 123 one, yeah. But there's plenty of little orders in between, and if you add up all those, it's probably lower than 123 now. Like 111,800 has a sell, 112 has a sell. They're little, but when you add them all up, it makes something. But then it's a bit gap world. 112 to 115 should be a relatively easy ride. Then we have a problem around 115 to 116. There's a bit of crowded orders there, and after that, yeah, it's a bit straight up 120, and then straight up 125. 5 and 130.
My heat map doesn't want to load. Okay, I'm back. So
136 also has orders. After that, it's empty. Well, no. 145, 150. That's the same orders. They've been sitting so long there. Someone had a $5,000 grid.
oh.
Come on. Man.
Do we have some volume?
No, we can't.
Impossible.
Well, it's not impossible, but you can't really have a lot of volume here. You need to eat the resting orders. Right?
Yeah, the orders aren't resting; they're constantly moving. I mean,
Well,
you can look at the order book and just see like all these moves are just being spoofed, basically. I mean, I know they're small. I'm not saying it's like giant moves. I'm just saying.
let me correct you. You're definitely right. You will have a big volume spike if we break below 110 or if we break out above 112, right? Because there are resting orders there that are not moving, and they won't get
Yeah, fair enough.
and they won't get canceled or spoofed or this or that. I don't like no. They could be canceled when price gets there, but no.
I mean, we're just kind of sitting at a critical
Not
level, to be
likely.
honest with you.
Yeah, we're like in a 2% range. Yeah. Well, even less.
Need to go up and to the right, up and to the right, up and to the right, up and to the right.
Well, normally sideways Bitcoin isn't bad for alts, but that's well, yeah. Normally sideways Bitcoin isn't too bad for alts. So I think in this down move, if Bitcoin can just do this for like 1 week, imagine it's stuck between 110 and 112 for a whole week. People are gonna lose patience and go crazy. But it should be not too bad for alts, right? Bitcoin just stops moving. Actually, I don't know. We might see alts continue to crash if Bitcoin doesn't go up. That's so weak. Yeah, in a sense. Well, everything is possible. But still, in normal conditions, sideways Bitcoin isn't bad for altcoins. It's like there's nothing happening, so you get bored on Bitcoin, so you go trade alts and
Oh man. All right.
thing is, even even if BTC is a bit stuck at sideways today, so it's down 1%. Right?
So if I say it's boring, okay?
Yeah, Yeah, this is pretty boring, I agree.
The worst part is if you leave the boring part and then you wake up and it's pumping like hell. Oh man.
Is Ghost on by chance?
He's ghosting.
Or it might have even been Crypto Vic, whoever was the fart queen guy. I think it was Ghost though.
Thru.
Oh well, Drew. Yeah, Drew was prior to Drew buying it on spot and selling it or whatever. I think it was Ghost was saying that like fart coin was one of his favorite trades whenever the Fib would retrace or something. I can't remember. It feels like a decade ago.
No, but it's not Drew. Drew is currently playing burger coins.
I thought he got out.
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
No, I hear you. I didn't really believe him when he said he got out, but I figured if he said it, then I'd repeat it.
Bet you he's not out.
Recall? Like 6
Abs-
letters?
I asked AI what's the name of the midpoint between the VWAP of bidders and the VWAP of sellers. It's taking its time to answer. I think it's called micro price. Searching on Reddit on quant trader forums. I don't think it's gonna find anything because I made it up. But it's VWAP, yeah. It's probably VWAP related.
For sure it's going to give you a sort of answer, but if it's right.
It has a name, I'm sure it has a name, I just don't know it.
Yeah, the midpoint.
VWAP is that, but for transactions that happen, right? Not for your orders that are showed in the order book. Orders in the order book are virtual. They haven't been transacted on, right? So yeah, they can be fake, they can be moved, cancelled, added to, and all. So it's definitely not the VWAP I'm thinking about, but it's where price should be in theory.
I wonder how much different crypto would be just in general in trading if Bitcoin actually had utility.
I'm too tired to argue that. That Bitcoin is
What did it you're
Bitcoin.
saying it does have utility?
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I do. It does have utility, but at the same time, I don't really feel like it has utility. I mean, I
I
get
hope
both
Dbloc
sides of the coin.
finds the answer quick of which central bank gave wrong data or whatever they did, so that he can come answer that. The Bitcoin has utility, but it has a lot of utility. Look, it's so easy to buy and sell, so it's very useful for that.
Yeah, but it's too expensive. Is it still too expensive?
No, that doesn't matter. Like, it's not because there's many zeros that it's expensive. It's just that there's less shares, so the numbers are big. Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
Come on, man, break out. There we go. Huh. Interesting.
All right. Well, looks like it doesn't have a name. Never mind, I made you guys lose time. But it seems to be the depth adjusted version of the standard midpoint. AI generated bullshit. But yeah, it's looking at the distribution of liquidity around the current price, right? It's a distribution of liquidity. Like mathematically, the term is distribution. The word.
I tried to scalp with AI lately. No, I did it once on a coin that I didn't know anything about. I will never do it again. It just keeps on changing its mind and it does not give you the solid structure of the coin. Nothing. It just goes. Can give you a price now and 2 minutes later, if you ask the same or send the same picture, it just gives you another description. I will never try to scalp with AI. But I gave it a chance.
Often used in algorithmic trading, market microstructure analysis, and fair value estimation to better reflect potential price pressure from accumulated orders. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's like when you see that there's plenty of buys below, but none above, then you're like, well, there's maybe 51% chance we actually go up rather than 50-50 or price pressure from accumulated orders. Because people lose patience, so eventually they just go in. Same for sells. And the first one who gives up, the first side who gives up is often wrong, right? So it would be more bullish to dump first.
No. Now we go up. Simple.
By dump, I don't mean 10% down, although we could definitely do that too.
Don't mess up my trade now. I want to go to sleep. I can dip tomorrow, no problem at all.
Well, if only price did what I wanted it to do every time. Oh, which alts are doing good in this very, very tiny $200 bounce on Bitcoin? Oh, there's a new delisting on Bybit. Every time I tap to my exchange, I'm gaming. There's a new delisting announcement. Delisting of VR USDT. Well, I don't even know what it is. VR. Never traded. Sad. It's sad seeing all these delistings. But
And it's
at
all
least
on Binance or on the
I'll have to.
Aldex.
The good news is we'll have to scroll less in the contract list to find, you know, there's just going to be less coins, so less scrolling. Although they're launching a lot of new coins too, so I don't know. There's a new launch pool again today. I'm gonna move to it from the other one because now you have 3 coins being launched simultaneously, which is a bit annoying because you have to choose which one you wanna stake into, right? You have OG, which I already exited to go to Enzo, and now they're adding YB. Project info. Yield basis is a DeFi protocol. Alright, same stuff as the other one. Enzo is also DeFi related. And YB is also new DeFi shitcoin. Timing for these launches seems pretty bad, no? I mean, there's a lot of expectation of the beginning of a new bear market and they're launching coins. Oh, it's actually so YB is selling us a dream because it's talking about an automated market maker pool without experiencing impermanent loss. If there's anybody here who knows about that, I'd be interested to know how they make an AMM without impermanent loss.
Yo, where's Dbloc?
Yo, is that you?
Nah, that's me big.
Dang it, dude. I always
How are,
do that.
how are you, Crypto Big? Fine with this market and all?
Nah, man, this is a pretty bad market right now. It's
Yeah.
grueling. It's really grueling. Especially when you see everything else around you going up, you're like, man, did I do the right thing? Because it's like, unless you've been completely exposed to Bitcoin, everything else
Yeah.
you're just getting wrecked in. And most people are not mostly exposed. That's why the sentiment's so bad. And that's why the sentiment's still been bad is most people just are not fully exposed to Bitcoin. They never are. Unless you're like really big money
Well,
or big money and institutions. But a lot of small players, like I'm talking about small fish that, they don't have large accounts. They usually don't go heavy in Bitcoin.
well, I'm a small fish. I don't have a large account, and I have always had some Bitcoin in my account. Like, how can you make a crypto account and have no Bitcoin at all? I don't get. It's the only crypto that's known by everybody. You know, when you go in the street and you ask about crypto, people only think Bitcoin. The rest is just not known. And maybe some people are gonna say ETH, but that's it. No.
I
Wow,
would
I
say
made
because of utility, personally.
well, yeah, well. I mean, at this point, everybody has heard about Bitcoin at least somewhere, right? So
If people ask me about it, I
but
stuff mention that I don't know
you-
about it. I don't do it.
you're right, though. There's a lot of portfolios without any Bitcoin, and well, hopefully they had some ETH, or some Solana. Because if you had no Bitcoin, no ETH, no Sol, yeah, then
How far down did Solana go? I had it up a second.
it didn't. Compared
146, I think.
Do what?
146
Oh, that ain't bad.
or 142.
Yeah, but 180 on spot.
Yep,
roughly.
quite high.
Oh no, that ain't bad at all. I remember when it was at like 150 something, I think. So I mean, it
But
held in there
roughly it's
pretty
the
good.
same. It's the same as ETH and Bitcoin. It's like nothing more. Right?
Who took a harder hit, like ETH or BTC? Like the ETH BTC chart did. Who won that battle? I'm just assuming somebody knows. I can look it up. Yeah,
ETH
that's
has
kind of
been winning since April, but it's also been losing since August.
Okay.
So it lost. No, it lost. It didn't make a green candle during the crash. It made a red candle. So it lost more than Bitcoin. But it's.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, of course it went down more than Bitcoin, but not. There's no crazy wick down, at least on that chart, right? It just dipped 10% and recovered it fully, by the way. So it even recovered better than Bitcoin after the dip. If BTC dropped 10% and then pumped more than that 10% drop. So
yeah,
but
I
it's still
assumed
down.
that.
But it's still in the same downtrend since August. So. Because we pumped so much, if just did 3x up in a few weeks or months, it's coming from 1400.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I
To cool
figured
off a bit.
Bitcoin held better, but I hadn't actually looked at it.
I need you guys to help me keep calm and cool right now because I'm like, what is going on right now?
Do you have a freezer?
Actually, I do.
You might want to go stick your head in it.
No, it's
It was
hard
a-
keeping
It was a
cool
fun
and
joke.
calm.
It was stupid. It was stupid. Sorry. I'm antsy in the pantsy too, my guy.
Oh,
But there's
okay,
really
all
not
right.
much happening at the moment. Why would you be?
I don't know, Zeusy. Just
It's just it's the stress of
guess
time. It's time stressing, right?
I guess I could
Time-based
put it as, all right, we're
capitulation.
just in a 3-day I guess I could just put it as, okay, we're in a 3-day retracement right now. That's the best way I could look at it.
Yeah, well, it's pain and fear.
Who's scared? I'm not scared.
What it
I
do,
mean, I bought the
Drogo?
dip. I just hate doing what it's supposed to do right
Don't
now.
frick. Buy the dip.
I did.
Who said price was supposed to do anything?
You know what? You're right, Zeusy. You're definitely right about that.
Kramer.
Price just does whatever it does. We try to
Survive the other
make
day, you got
money.
nothing to worry about.
Anybody's still standing right now, even if you're only standing on 1 foot, you're good.
All right, cool. All right.
Yeah, but what if, Drew? What if? What if it's really the beginning of the bear market, right? Doesn't that scare you a bit, though?
No,
Because
Oh
because
my goofy.
even in the bear market's the best time to do dead cat bounce trades, just in and outs. Like I don't mind the bear market.
yeah. Well, we just had a crazy, amazing one. Yeah. Well, if you cut it and if you TP'd it, I cut it. I
Of
didn't TP
course
it
I
though.
did, man. I caught the fart
Dude,
coin
I
bottom and
think
I
that the
sold the
most
fart coin
important
local
question
top,
is right
baby.
now,
Ow, ow.
Zeusy, did you take any profit?
On Atom I did. That's all. So no. I'm not in profit anyway. I mean, I'm less in profit than I was, so it's
Yeah,
not
my
consider myself
portfolio.
in profit.
Yeah, my portfolio is still down, but the last trade I'm in profit. But overall, like this year, my portfolio is still down because of this last move. What happened? I was doing good up until Friday or whatever day that was.
It was definitely Friday.
No, I was waiting for
100%
116,
Friday.
300. You know, I never got it. I'm stubborn with my entries and my exits. Man. If I don't get it, I don't get it. No, then there's no trade.
Yo, Zushi, check out the XAN on your Bybit.
What's that again? A new coin?
It's so dead that it's gonna be alive, if you know what I mean.
What did you say? XAN?
Yeah, it's got slaughtered. It's down like 70% in the week.
A
It's
little
just,
Zan. I
it's
could use.
just,
I could have used a Zan on Friday.
yeah, it's Zan, a little Zan, XAN.
It wants a
But,
Zan.
Is it getting delisted?
No, it's brand new.
Well, then why don't I have any?
That's what I'm saying. This is an opportunity, in my opinion, right here, because I think
If it,
developers.
why did? It's not on the launch. I mean, it. You sure it's brand new?
Yeah, it just launched on September 30th on Ethereum, but they have a mainnet too. So they're a bunch of nerds that made this.
It says available 0 Xen, so it didn't launch on Bybit. It got listed on Bybit.
When they launch, you get it automatically dropped.
But I do a lot of launches, so yeah. I mean, I would have probably done it if I had seen it, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I was on vacation and I just didn't see it.
Yeah, this is one of those trades that it's risk to reward's not that bad, because if I go a little bit lower, make a lower low, I'm out of here. I don't care. I'll take the loss, but the upside is pretty good.
Yeah, that was actually my thought when I looked at it. It's like, all right, this is an easy out.
Yeah, you know, if you make that lower low, you might as well just call it a day and come back later if it tries to get back in there. But
You know the market cap offhand?
yeah, it's probably around 130, 140 million right now. Maybe a little bit. Just a little bit above 100 million.
Really? Yeah.
So
I've seen 85 million.
Well, if it was at 26 cents, sorry, I'll look at it. So we got some action, Jackson.
Well, yeah, it got a big airdrop the first day it came out, so a lot of people dumped their airdrops.
What did you need to do to get the airdrop, though?
There was I think there's people doing things on the test net. All they had to do was interact with the test net.
So hear this real quick, guys. I was on YouTube the other day, and so you know how we talk about a bubble, right? So this guy was trying to suggest that the next bubble that we're gonna have is gonna be a currency bubble. What do you guys think about that? Like a US dollar bubble.
But he's 3 years late to say it. It's a monetary crisis, right? And the bubble already bursted, or is bursting. It's a monetary crisis we're in, and he's 3 years late to talk about that. That's why COVID topped. It's a bit why COVID was a top, right? COVID all-time high.
Yeah,
It's
I
also
definitely
while
agree.
we're in crypto.
But no, wait, I'm saying bullshit here. Maybe I didn't understand. You said a currency bubble?
Yeah,
Yeah, like
because
too
we
much.
keep on.
It's just getting worse since that COVID all-time high, right? Because they're printing even more, even though they say they don't. Because if they hadn't printed, everything wouldn't have gone up normally, you know? Look at gold. Gold is the way to measure inflation, right? It's in a blow-off top kind of structure, so maybe it's lagging a lot. So that's why gold pumps 2 years after, well, not 2, 4 years after the monetary crisis. Too much liquidity was poured in, right? Powell even says it, that they did too much. They should have. He said it this week when he did his speech that with hindsight, they should have stopped buying assets sooner, and they should have stopped, well, hiked earlier. Not kept interest that low for that long, yeah. Well, yeah, maybe now the monetary situation is even worse, and that's why that guy says monetary bubble.
It makes sense, Zusi. It makes sense.
I don't know. On the other hand, money is just losing value. How can it be in a bubble? Like, it's a downward bubble, right?
I'm guessing that's the pop.
Yeah, and what happens when monetary bubble pops? Does money just go to zero?
I mean,
And we get blow-off tops on NASDAQ, on Bitcoin,
money.
and all that?
It goes into
yeah, but if
crypto.
okay, so if money currency is going, so let's say the U.S. dollar currency is going down, right? What does that do to the value? I guess to Bitcoin if
It goes up.
American money.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Without
but
even
if the
anybody
money is
buying or
not worth,
selling, it's just forex stuff.
Yeah, but
yeah, but if,
people who don't have Bitcoin won't have anything. They'll have a worthless dollar and they won't have any Bitcoin. So what it'll be worth is what they're willing to barter for it. Because you can just send it to a wallet, like, you know. I mean, theoretically, that's the big picture, but yeah, no. I mean, that's literally why I thought that's why we were all in crypto, is because we thought that everything was going to go to zero. I mean, basically.
I mean,
Because of the blockchain. So money's going to move to the blockchain. I mean,
I
that's why
got in
I'm in it.
crypto. I got in crypto because I wanted to be cool.
Hell yeah.
I mean because with conspiracy theories, right? Because I guess you could say at one time crypto was not really conspiracy theory, but kind of a conspiracy theory. And the funny thing about conspiracy theories, if you really think about it, they always play out. Think about in the early 2000s when it was like, oh, your phone's listening to you, your phone's listening to you. Now people can't have a phone unless the phone's listening to them. You know what
Yeah,
I
but the
mean?
phone was always listening to them because of the Patriot Act. But that's beside the
Right,
point.
but it was but to a lot of people it was just a conspiracy
Are you
theory.
talking about like the CIA created Bitcoin?
No, I'm not saying
Okay.
anything like that. I'm just
I'm saying, is that the theory that you're getting to? I'm wondering. I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
I guess I really don't have a theory or really know where I'm going with it. I guess it's just a lot of thoughts in my head, and I'm just trying to buckle them down a little bit.
I hear you.
I guess you could say, because like if the dollar is going to, they're just gonna keep printing money,
Yeah, dude.
then the dollar is
That's
gonna really be worth nothing. I mean, technically, it already is IOU. Technically,
that's why Bitcoin came out in like 07, 08 after the government realized the housing crisis and that money was worthless, they basically created
I
a
think,
coin
But
because they knew
I
it
think,
was a
I
bubble.
think, I think
that
the end
wasn't
game
new.
is I think the end game is a world currency. That's going to be basically, so these are all these fiats. They slowly lose their value when it's going to, and the more value they lose, the easier it is, the more persuasive it is going to be for all of these countries to join on the New World Order and have one world currency that basically dominates everything.
Yeah.
It wasn't new. What you said wasn't new to 2008. It was the case since the dollar is not backed by gold. So since
I'm talking about
1970s.
blockchain and Bitcoin. Bitcoin was the first in like 07, 08, whatever year it was.
Yeah, but money losing value, we know that for like 60 plus years. Yeah.
I agree. And they finally created a solution for it. It just took them half a century.
Well, you had other solutions back then. It was real estate or gold or
Right, but real estate, which was the answer, was not the answer, and gold went down too.
Oh, in the end, real estate went back up, right? While the dollar kept inflating and losing value. Right? You need still more dollars to buy the same land size.
No,
That was a
you need way more now. I mean, like we're in a housing bubble more than. I mean, that's part of the reason why the dollar is. I mean, it all goes together. The housing bubble in America, along with the worthlessness of a U.S. dollar.
Right, yeah, the US dollar is just king of it, obviously, So the US dollar is gonna dictate it all unless but if we're using something useless to buy something that we think is gonna be worth something. Wow. Hmm.
What's useless? You can move money across a blockchain.
You guys know
So
that useless crypto is pretty good too, actually.
yeah, like there's actual utility to like all of this versus trading paper money costs money to move money.
Think are useless.
Yeah, it's not even worth it. I mean, it doesn't even pay for itself.
But the utility is that you can make money with it because we all think that it's
Yeah, but that's ran by the people who are printing it.
Gonna be more expensive later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they're just printing, like, say they're printing money just to buy Bitcoin with it, if the money is useless that they're printing it, if paper is useless that they're printing it on,
Well, it's
because
not
I
useless,
guess you wouldn't have to
obviously.
print it to buy Bitcoin. I guess I don't know.
By
Maybe I just
definition,
put myself in a
Right,
rabbit
there
hole.
you go.
it's not useless because you're using it to buy something, so it's not useless.
Well, that's like Dbloc has said, like the first country to print money to buy Bitcoin wins. You know.
Yeah, but most countries need to print money to fund their military, to fund
Yeah.
their social system, to
Print
fund.
or hack a Bitcoin. That's they're getting pretty good with hacking Bitcoin.
But no, they manage with
They're not
ETH.
getting hacked.
They manage with ETH, right? Not with Bitcoin, but.
Well, no, the Chinese guy that was doing that whole scheme right now with the $18 billion worth of Bitcoin. That was basically the wallet was hacked. I mean, they cracked the wallet. It wasn't the guy. The guy did not hand over his seed phrase. The guy's still at large. They're looking for him, but they were able to figure out his keys, and they did that because of the same thing I was talking about of these vulnerable wallets, these old school wallets that are like Satoshi era wallets that are pretty vulnerable, and that's a big reason a lot of these old whales were moving all those big amounts of crypto were to get out of those old wallets into more secure wallets that never had their public keys exposed.
I'll be honest. To me, just anytime I hear like something with China, I'm just gonna be biased this way. So just a point of view, not an argument. But sounds like a cover up. Oh yeah, we hacked him. Nah, dude. dude, China inflates
Wait,
and
no, my
deflates
bad. He's
their
Cambodian.
currency.
My bad. Cambodian.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, the dude's not Cambodian. He's Chinese or something like that. Unless Cambodia is in
You
China.
know, he looks. I mean, he's Asian. He's Cambodian and UK national. $18 billion. Yeah, I think it was around like $18 billion worth of Bitcoin. The guy's still at large. They're looking for him, but they cracked his wallet.
Oh no, dude,
Binance Alpha airdrop. So your Zencoin in the airdrop was on Binance, not Bybit. Yeah, okay.
Did you guys see today with PAX? They minted PAX and PayPal by mistake minted $300 trillion of stablecoin.
300 trillion.
Yeah, they burnt it like 2 minutes later, but by mistake, yeah, they minted $300 trillion worth of stablecoins.
Hey, dude,
What kind of?
PayPal's using Stellar.
How
as
is
its
that
network.
even possible?
Dude, it's
not.
crazy.
It's fake. It's
No,
fake
it's not fake.
news.
No, 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 no. It's not fake news. I don't tell you guys fake news. This is real. I'm telling you, it's real. They minted $300 trillion worth. It doesn't mean there was the liquidity for that, but the same token contract that has their stables and whatever was the same thing that minted, that spit out, because it's a mintable. It's not a renounced contract. And they spit out $300 trillion worth of the stable. That's crazy. And that's crazy that they could even do that. But they just threw it in the dead wall. You can see, you can take the blockchain, and they threw it in the dead wall. Just go on Twitter or anywhere and look $300 trillion and see what comes up.
So wait, how is it
I'm
even
sure you'll find plenty of stuff on Twitter with $300 trillion. I'm not doubting that.
Also, can anybody hear me?
Nope, we can't hear you.
All right.
I heard somebody say something, I think.
I have a new headset, so I didn't know how well I was coming through. But how is that even possible with the freaking? How would they mint that? They're $300 billion.
They just press the mint button, and the program says, "How much do you want to mint?" They put 300 trillion. They're probably doing some tests to see like bottlenecking issues or who knows what. But it was a mistake. It was an error. They weren't supposed to do it. So immediately they just threw it in the dead wallet. You can see the blockchain address too.
So wait, did they like? How did the stablecoin not be pegged?
What's that?
Wouldn't the stablecoin completely depegged from the dollar if they did that? Like if they actually.
So it was about 20 minutes. So it's the PayPal is PYUSD, and it minted. It was for 20 minutes. Let me see. Hold on.
It was PayPal USD that they minted by accident. All right. So, but still, wouldn't that be it pegged though?
Well, it was PayPal with Paxos together somehow, and Paxos was the ones that burnt it. But it says basically, they were testing scalability and stress, but they were supposed to be doing simulations, and they can do that with EVM. I don't know. It's like you don't have to risk your real assets. You do EVM basically, and I guess they didn't do EVM by mistake, and they just ran it without the EVM.
Daily is in.
I'm all in.
Oh.
Let's go.
It was 5 minutes ago, actually.
Handle.
So this is their excuse. This is from the horse's mouth itself. This is via Paxos, and they said at 3:12 p.m. Eastern, Paxos mistakenly minted excess PYUSD as part of an internal transfer. Paxos immediately identified the error and burned the excess PYUSD. This was an internal technical error. There is no security breach. Customers' funds are safe. We have addressed the root cause. So they didn't really say the root cause, but they addressed it, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, you know, if you can just print unlimited USD, maybe there's an inflation bubble. Or I mean a currency bubble or whatever that dude said.
So basically, I think this is they might have done it on purpose. So look, basically, they were supposed to use testnet, and they used mainnet. They were supposed to mint that 300 on testnet, and they minted $300 trillion on mainnet, which shows that crypto and these stables is like fiat. Like you could print it out of thin air. A lot of cryptos, you know. So we knew that, but now it's like this is circulating, and people are like, "Oh my god, you can actually just print stables," and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, we can't let that shit happen though, because they like.
Wait, is that what?
Can't be in a world where crypto stable coins are going under inflation and shit too. You know what I mean? Like even the underlying asset that it's built on, or that it's supposed to mimic the price of, is already losing value. We can't inflate the stable coin.
That's why you
The
cannot
problem is,
always. That's why you can't fully sell your Bitcoin, because what if stable coins go down, then your account is gonna be fully wrecked, right? Well, if you always hold a bit of Bitcoin, even during the bear, like I don't know, just like 5% in Bitcoin, then you know at least you'll have something left.
The problem here is basically so every time they mint, there's supposed to be something that has collateral, you know, and that should be 1-to-1, right? So if this is a collateralized asset and they can create it without the collateral, that's bad. You know, like you shouldn't be able to create it without the collateral being connected via smart contract or something like that. But the way that if you could be on mainnet and create it without having a contract with the collateral, that makes it kind of sketchy, in my opinion.
That's super sketchy.
Stablecoin FUD was 3 years ago. We're back to that now.
Yeah, baby.
Well, that's the thing. That's what happened with Luna. That's why Terra Luna collapsed, because their friggin' stablecoin, algorithmic stablecoin collapsed, and it printed like an infinite amount of Luna, and it printed an infinite amount of UST. So like that's why that failed, was like specifically like because there was an invulnerability that allowed it to like them to inflate the circulating supply to like basically like infinite numbers. So like if that sort of stuff is even a threat to happening to stablecoins, like we can't let that shit happen, because that'll mess everything up. Like
I know one thing.
maybe that's what the huge
USDC,
crash was about. Was it at the same time as what happened?
USDT. You know, there's something we know. USDT survived a few bear markets and all. If it was possible to mint it out of thin air, that thing would be worth 0 right now.
Yeah, well, they have the collateral out with Bitcoin and other stuff. But PayPal, this is the PayPal token that they're minting.
I don't know what's that. The PayPal USDT? What?
No, the
Yeah,
PYUSD. It's PYUSD. That's PayPal stablecoin.
Oh, so Elon is going bankrupt because Tesla. Oh, I see.
No, man, that has nothing to do with Elon, man. What are you talking about?
Elon sold PayPal years ago.
Oh, right. It's not him anymore. Okay.
Yeah, that's how Elon allegedly.
Damn, Lucy, where you been,
got
man?
all his money.
Lucy's been living with his head under a rock.
Hey,
He sold
PayPal's
100%, really?
PayPal is using Stellar as its network. XLM. I don't know about for the stablecoin. And so is Visa.
Yo, I heard XLM and XAN. I heard they get along because they're part of the X crew.
Oh, dude, I can't even. I opened it up, but my computer was lagging. I can't even remember if I bought any.
But why fed
Oh no, I've got the drain.
XRP's stablecoin then through PayPal if you want XAN to pump?
I'm not fudding. I was just saying $300
Oh.
trillion of PayPal stablecoin got mistakenly minted, but I don't think that's FUD. It's you know, it shows how unstable stablecoins could be, I guess. And also though, USDE on Binance, that's what caused the whole crash, I think, on Friday.
Yeah, because well, they had like 8% of open interest across every exchange. So even if they didn't cause it, yeah, the the price impact of that algorithm, you know, it made money. Etana made $60 million in the end.
Nice.
It's the algorithm had a $60 million excess through that volatility. So for me, it's proof it works. Now it's true that the stablecoin depegged though, but the fact that it's repegged and the fact that well, it's still around, it should be at zero, right? But it's not. So you can create an artificial stablecoin with longs and shorts on Bitcoin and survive a crash of 20. Well, actually, it wasn't that big on Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, we need a bigger Bitcoin dump to make sure Etana really works then, because most of the money is on Bitcoin, but they also have on other coins, but most of it is on Bitcoin. And it's growing again, and they're still at 8% open interest, and they made a lot on the shorts, yeah. It's all public. You can see it on the blockchain too. Yeah. But yeah, it's like how in the House of Cards, Etana has a big role there, yeah? Just because of the amount of leverage they hold. Because they're creating the way it works is they're creating a stable coin by using leverage positions on crypto, on Bitcoin. So when that algorithm readjusts, you know, the stable coin's market cap is like 15 billion. It's already as big as USDT or USDC, no, almost like. So when that thing decides to act, yeah, it's gonna move Bitcoin now. And the coin recovered like every other coin. No, it's down more or less. It seems to. It's at 40 cents right now.
Yeah, I'm doing one last buy if Bitcoin doesn't hold this local support. One last buy.
It's got to, dude. It's got to.
I might not though. I'm getting ready. I'm getting a buy ready in case we don't hold here.
You're gonna buy Bitcoin already?
Oh no, hell no, not now. I'm buying this XAN, but I'm just watching Bitcoin because that's making my decisions for me.
I heard that. You don't want the smoke, Dom. You do not want that smoke.
Smoke?
Sorry, I gotta mute this thing.
Just a reminder, everyone that did their extension, today's the deadline to pay your taxes or file them at least for your extension. Time to pay the piper. What it do? Eating some sushi in your Mitsubishi? Get it in right now because we're pumping from here. Lock and loading our financial voice. We're about to take off. Things are slowly cooking right here. We got the lab equipment. Now we got the test sheets and beakers on full blast. We got vapors in the air. Things are popping off. Everyone's falling asleep. And it's time to shake things up a little bit, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I'll be right back.
Does anyone have trading view up? And can you see the S&P mini futures? For some reason, for me, it just shows invalid symbol all of a sudden.
Trying to look at mini futures. ES1 exclamation point.
Yeah, that one. Yep. It's like disappeared for me. I wonder if it's just me.
It's valid.
It says invalid symbol. Symbol doesn't exist all of a sudden. I've had it up for like the longest time, and then it just refreshed and said invalid.
That's weird, dude. Yeah, they can't do that. What's all the weird stuff happening lately? I don't know. You can look at US 500.
SPY is now worth 0. It works on my trading view, but where do you look it up?
Yeah, on TradingView, but I paid for the package, so maybe my package expired. For the ES1 exclamation mark works for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be something with my package then, because I pay for that. Like I think it's like $5, and you get like real time data.
Coming up for me too. Yeah.
You know, you can just look at US 500. It's the same as ES. US 500.futures.f. The ticker is US 500.f.
That's what I
And
use
it's
all the
free
time.
and it's in real time from Black Ball Markets. It's just well, I'm not sure if it's the same as ES, but it follows ES.
Yeah, they're more or less the same. They might as well be. I know that ES. Well, the mini. I don't know if I know that the micro contracts they have, but the different rates. But mini, I think it's the same price as actually. Like obviously not exactly the same because it trades outside of market hours. But yeah, the US 500. That's the one I always end up watching.
I think it's the same as ES, but I'm not sure. Well, it's probably not because it's not ES. It's not CME data. It's Black Ball Markets data, but yeah, ticker is US 500.f. Futures for SPX.
Yeah, look at that. Dude, that one has a huge gap. Do you see the gap on that one? The US 500.
The futures, right? .f.
Oh no, mine's US 500Z.
No, that's the top 500 American companies. That's I think right. Yeah.
I don't put the Z at the end. I just do US 500. It's like Capital.com or whatever.
But those are not futures. They close and they open, no? Or maybe US 500 is open 24. I don't know.
I don't know. US 500 is showing it shows the price usually whenever there's, except for over the weekend. You know, whenever CME is closed, it doesn't show it. But every other, all other market hours it does. So like, I mean, it will, the price will move overnight on US 500, but I don't think it moves from like 5 to 6. I don't think it moves over the weekend.
Well, they all have that gap from Friday, right? But we filled it.
I'm not exactly sure what's different. Like one might be shares that you can buy, and the other one might be like just for contracts. I'm not exactly sure, but that could be why they're different. If they were form of shares, it would be really kind of like it would be more of an index fund like ETF. So I don't know. I don't even exactly know. I remember looking up exactly what the US 500 represents, but I forget. What they said. I know the mini contracts though, for definitely for people that are long and short, and it's almost like, well, the micro contracts is almost like using leverage, because you get more shares, but it's like cheaper, but it moves it in the same percentages as um S&P. So you can get more shares for cheaper, but it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of basically just like using leverage. I don't trade any of the options, like those, so I'm not. I don't really know too in depth about that, but I do know that like US 500 tends to mimic the price of the S&P pretty well, and it's like it like foreshadows, telegraphs move. So there's like whenever I'm like, oh, like whenever I come in, I'm like, oh, there's gonna be like a huge gap down on S&P today when they're open. It's because like I'm already looking at US 500 and it's showing that the price is different, the price is lower than it was when the S&P closed. Then sure as shit when the S&P opens, it's breaking gap down. And then it fills that gap, or sometimes there's a gap up, and it comes down to fill the gap to the downside. Market. Like, how do you trade the stock market? Or like how many does anybody done that, or does anybody have experience with that?
There are two bad mics at the same time. I'm lost.
Yeah, I think someone else has an open mic. I don't know. Am I not coming through very well?
It's fine. We can understand, although it's not clear. It's fine. Well, we can understand at least.
I'll switch to get back to the mainframe then.
You know, if it's just a liquidation game, it kind of makes sense to take your time before liquidating longs again, right? If it's really a bearish pressure because people think it needs to go down, then, well, because it's the end of the bull market, then yeah, we shouldn't have any issues breaking the support, right? But if it's just a liquidation game, then we just had a huge liquidation party of the longs, so why not keep higher low like it's doing, right? Because this is again a very tiny higher low, right? Well, until we break support, it's still a very tiny higher low. Teasing, patience. But yeah, I would like. I would wait for enough longs to have piled up to liquidate them if it was a liquidation only driven market, right? And right now it's I'm not sure it's the case. I mean, it's been just 4 days, no? Wait, how many days has it been? 5 days? 6 days? 5 days, yeah. And if you want longs to pile up, you need to maintain bullish market structure, and it's well, you need not to stop them out, and people put their stop losses just below the previous low. I mean, we kind of know there's going to be a lot of, well, every long that we entered a bit after the crash, so after that initial rejection at 114,800, kind of has this stop loss below 110, right? Some people probably have it far. They're far enough to. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot between 108 and 110, right? And the fact that we haven't taken them out is probably because the stock market went up, gold went up. Like, you know, it was overall a bullish day in the elsewhere. There's that, and also there's the fact that well, there might not be that many long going on, because we just wrecked so many longs that, you know, it needs time to restore a bit of balance, and market maker probably is happy about having some longs come back to the market because it's only single-sided on these alts at the moment, right? Well, only short survived, and then yeah, some nice longs opened, but they're really minority, and that's why we have negative funding rates since last Friday, huh? Except a few coins here and there. I mean, there's always exceptions, like Bitcoin. And, well, Bitcoin is now negative, but it'll turn positive if it bounces again from here. Yeah, or maybe the idea is to pile up as much long as possible to then take another big dip down of 10%, impulsive move down, breaking 100K, maybe even turning it into resistance. Right? Like one step at a time, right? There's no hurry to well, bear market's always in a hurry to find support, but here it's way too early. Let's have people hesitate and all, which is what we probably are. Many hesitating. I am definitely hesitating. But no, I don't mean about longing this current dip. I mean hesitating about the outcome for the coming 3 months. Yeah.
I was talking about this little dip right here. I'm hesitant to put the long in right here, even though it looks okay. Maybe that is going to hold.
Where do you think we'll be in 3 months?
3 months, I think we're gonna go. Everything's gonna rebound. before then, by the end of the year, there'll be a Santa Claus rally, all that crap, and then everything will be over.
Could also be at 90K. We could also be at 150K. I don't know, right? But I need money in case we're at 90K, and I need crypto in case we're at 150K or 180.
Yeah, I'm just playing it as if we're gonna eventually turn around and go back to where we were, and if that doesn't work, then I'm not playing with the money that I used to play with anyway. So I don't give a damn. But for me, when the bear market is over and Bitcoin bottoms back out again, that's where I gotta get really serious because I'm gonna come up with big money again to put back in and try to fix my mistake I made the last time around. So it is what it is for me.
How was it really a mistake? Like, you know, because this time only Bitcoin ran, there's going to be a lot of people who will be willing to buy only Bitcoin next bear market bottom.
Well, for me, it was a mistake because I had almost 4 Bitcoins at 28,000 and I didn't keep them. And I tried to trade alts, and then I had a gaming alt and I just wouldn't let go because I was hard headed and I just wrote it and it never, even to this day, it never.
You know, if Powell, if there's a crisis and rates are back at zero and all, it might not be that crazy to buy alts when Bitcoin bottoms. It really didn't work out this time because if you bought alts when Bitcoin was around 20K,
Okay.
they're
Fine.
way lower now, right? But it doesn't mean that
I'll
next time
buy
it's gonna be the same. And
I'll buy something then, maybe something, some type of alt at the bottom of the bear market when it's over. And
normally, when you
but man,
think it's the bottom of the bear, you buy only Bitcoin. But
I'm definitely doing that. I don't give a damn. I ain't playing it again. 'Cause I
yeah,
know
but
Bitcoin's
next
gonna go.
bull might be more about alts than this one, right? Especially if we
It
have
might be, but
no.
it doesn't mean that Bitcoin ain't gonna go because they can't go Bitcoin. So ultimately, you can't lose. Bitcoin is gonna go. You have to have Bitcoin go up for the alt to go up. So either way, you're gonna win.
That's one
So
rule to challenge
does-
eventually.
that rule ain't getting challenged.
Oh, it will. It's just a matter of time. You know, even everything follows Spire at the moment, right? It's slowly shifting towards SSE.
So you're gonna challenge that rule?
Well, it takes 100 years to change, I guess, but yeah,
Who
every
cares
rule
about 100
eventually
years?
is challenged.
I don't care about that. I only care about my lifetime.
And it's not a rule, it's people's behavior, right? It's because we watch Bitcoin while we trade alts. If we all stop doing that, tomorrow the correlation will be much lower. Well, the overextension of Bitcoin's move on alts will be much lower.
At the bottom of the bear, Bitcoin will have to go up, and then it'll have to go up all the way, and then it'll have to hold, and then dominance will retrace, and then alts will run. Until I see that change, I don't give a damn.
But it's not what happened this time, right? Alts continued to dump while Bitcoin ran, so I don't know.
Matter of fact, I have an alt right now. I don't feel that great holding it. I almost want to get rid of it and just put Bitcoin.
The day Russell pumped into price discovery, I want to influence you, but
I mean, I know I'm still at it at that point. That's why I have an alt, because I know that eventually they could come with God candles and everything back when everybody thinks everything's over, and then the dominance could start coming down when Bitcoin holds the high, and then it'll be that period of the parabolic, and I'm not going to miss that no matter how much my alt goes down right now on spot. So I guess I'll have to just suffer and trade leverage off the side here, small amounts. But I ain't changing that.
Yeah, you know what sucks about this pullback was most people, like, typically you want to like reinforce behaviors like You know, you buy the dip. It's like always buy the dip, or at least that's what it's been like in the stock market. Most people didn't even really get to buy the dip, and when they did, the price is pretty much where they bought the dip at because of all the issues with exchanges being down. People can't get buys in. Like maybe you're up a little bit, unless you had like money in on chain and some exchanges that allowed it. I'd say the majority weren't able to like get those crazy prices where those wicks went to, and
It's always been like that.
they were able to get like Chainlink. I think I got Chainlink on Coinbase right around where it's at right now, and I was trying to get it the whole time it was dipping.
That's
I'm
the
back, y'all. What's
worst,
going on?
what they
family?
did there.
Yeah,
No
it's
doubt.
unfair. It's a bit unfair.
Yeah, they've been doing that. Every time they give us a chance to react, the period of time they give us, even though that was the worst case scenario, even on normal cases, you only have small time frames to react to get the best prices.
If it makes you feel any better, most of those alts didn't go to the prices that you saw.
Not on spot, yeah.
Meaning nobody got to buy them there.
Well, some people.
I've been digging into I had a bit of your conversation earlier, and I started digging into that Athena to the USDE, and I think that was the last. That was the last little bit of the puzzle. I think I've got a complete, full idea of exactly what the hell happened. I didn't realize. So, let me get through this because this is kind of in depth, right? So, the root of where all of this shit lies, is the fact that Binance uses an in-house market maker for their leverage liquidations, right? Everybody else is using Chainlink and Piff. They also use them when it comes for their oracles for spot buys and sells, right? But the decisions that they make on who gets liquidated in-house happens on an in-house book only, on a Binance book only. Usually this isn't a big deal because there's more than enough liquidity on Binance, right? But think of it like this, right? Like on the stock market, when you buy an NVIDIA share, the price that you buy that share at is listed by one house on one order book where that stock is listed, right? Everybody uses the same price feed, which means that everybody's orders are sitting on that one book, right? So if somebody comes in and sells a big bag, $1 billion worth of NVIDIA or something, the book can handle it. Now, what happened is like if Robinhood decided they're going to use their own book, and then someone came on Robinhood and dropped $1 billion and completely swept the book, right? So it had been pointed out to Binance already that they had this issue, right? Their internal order book. So buys and sells only on their platform, right? So what happened was the pricing system relied on its own liquidity instead of checking the prices from different oracles. So the prices that you saw on Binance reflected the liquidity on Binance, not the actual underlying price of the asset, right? The problem is when that happened, well, the problem is they understood that was happening, and then they announced on the 8th. And now this is where the conspiracy comes in, right? They announced on the 8th that they were going to be rolling to external order books for internal liquidations to keep this sort of thing from happening. But they said it would happen within a 14-day window. And the attack happened on the 10th day. So now what it looks like is large whales, we can put whatever name we want on them, took advantage of the last 14 days of a light order book to cause a cascade of liquidations that they could then short into. Right, so on October 6th, Binance announced plans to fix it. Right, they said that the exchange would switch from its own order book to a reliable external data source, and it was scheduled for the 14th. And on the 10th, they attacked. So now that's where the vulnerability came into, right? That's where the vulnerability came into. Now, what tipped it over, right, was that Binance's leverage system has different types of assets that they can use for collateral, right, for leverage trades. The three main ones being USDE, BN Sol, and WB ETH. So when those got clipped and when those went down, everybody's margin requirements went up and they immediately started auto deleveraging trades. Right? It's like the underlying asset, which was a stable that you were collateralizing your leverage on, dropped 70% on the book, which meant that you needed that much more collateral, and the fact that it wasn't there auto deleveraged you. So as Bitcoin and other currencies, because of the Trump announcement, right? As those started to sell off, traders that had used those specific coins as collateral started seeing their margin requirements spike, and they got wrecked, right? The liquidations then created a downward price spiral, and it seems as though market makers pulled their liquidity and got the hell out of the way just to be able to survive, because the wreckage was so bad. That pushes prices even lower, triggering more liquidations, triggering more orders on the books to pull to get out of the way, creating a thinner order book. So it's kind of crazy. And then on top of all of that, then you had that whale, that hyperliquid whale on the 9th, right after Binance announced that they're changing to an external order book. A hyperliquid whale on the 9th with 100,000 Bitcoin open, a $753 million short on Bitcoin, and like a 350 million short on Ethereum. Right. So the mechanical way that it happened, because remember, these things were balanced with ETH on one side and USDE on the other. Now, the way they managed to depeg it, right, is that large traders build up massive short positions on ETH and then started selling ETH spot on market, pushing the price down. Right? That created ETH to go down right at the same time that that USDE had depegged, and that triggered the forced liquidations. Because at that point, there was nothing to balance your collateralized position. And then the contagion going into other coins that weren't even involved, because those people had to pull margin to cover. So selling off of other alts to cover margin positions or being deleveraged in real time is just crazy, bro. And listen, when the movie comes out, I want to watch this shit twice. Because this shit was like a damn murder mystery watching, digging into that shit. That was great.
Okay,
So,
question: What?
Go ahead.
Well, what you just said, what would be the signal that we would look for to trigger those things that you just talked about? To where
Well,
maybe we can get
tomorrow's the
check this off?
14th, right? Tomorrow is when Binance officially switches over to external oracles for their liquidations.
Wait. The 14th was 2 days ago. We're the 16th.
Or yesterday, I guess. Yesterday. Right? So yesterday was when they flipped over officially. So on paper, to make this same thing happen again, the way it happened this time, one, you need, and we can't leave this out. One, you need the market to be extremely over leveraged and frothy, which they were. That's our fault. That's our responsibility for that, right? Two, you need that order book to be only run internally so that it's easy to depeg the stable. The stable on that stable on other exchanges didn't go down. It went down as much as USDC did. It only depegged on Binance on their internal book. The problem is that all of those liquidations were running on Binance on that internal book. So it affected all of those trades. So that vulnerability is gone now. That's one thing that can't happen. And like we were talking about Athena, like this was more of a stress test for them than anything else.
Yeah.
The fact that they managed to pull through this kind of impressive.
It should be at zero. It's my reflex. I own Eterna since the beginning, and my reflex was, well, this has gone to zero. And when I looked at the chart, so like 40 cents, I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's still there. Because it's what happened to Terra Luna. It's what happened to plenty other projects like that. They just went to zero. They couldn't exit. They started minting like hell. Whatever the algorithm stopped. But this one survived it. Yeah, it's odd.
So $19 billion in liquidations, and then Binance announces that people will be compensated only if they held USDE being sold WETH as collateral, and only during that 40-minute window. I think the total amount, I had it here somewhere.
But you need to have been
The total
liquidated
amount
to
was
be
like
compensated, right?
$240 million. It's nothing compared to what they made off of this shit. Like a drop in the buck. I think that one whale made more money off of his trades than Binance gave back to people. So now we can get into the tin hat, right? What's interesting about this is it doesn't necessarily have to be coordinated. Right? I guarantee you, first of all, I didn't know that they were switching their oracle. Right? I didn't know this was happening. If I was a big money shark, shorter whale, I probably would have been on point with that. Right? So do you have to organize all whales to short? Now the guy, the insider and all that, that's a different story. But everybody piling in on shorts and everybody adding to it, I don't even think that has to be organized, right? That was just Binance's mistake was announcing it before they did it. Now, whether you want to call that a mistake or a signal, we can have that conversation. But what they should have done is flip to the external oracle and then put out an announcement that said, hey, we had this vulnerability, but we fixed it yesterday, not in 14 days. That makes no sense. So that could easily be a signal, right, to whoever they have on the outside.
Yo, by the way, not to interrupt you, but
No, I'm done.
Coinbase, they announced on the 25th they're doing like a massive upgrade. They're gonna be down for like 7-8 hours. I don't know what it is, but that might be another
I'll look
signal.
into it just in case. Yeah, I'll pay way more attention to these exchange upgrades and shit.
What date was that?
For sure, it's the 25th. It's like a Saturday.
So, in other words, the reason that I went through all of that to do all of this, to say all of that, is for one thing. Don't count on the bull market being over because of this event. This event has nothing to do with the health of the cycle. This event has nothing to do with where we are in the cycle. There's explanations for why this happened and a lot of intentionality and tons of money made behind that event.
Yet we are missing 10% of the money, right? Like there's roughly 10% of the money that exited crypto.
I'm surprised that there's only 10% sitting on the sidelines until they figure out what the hell is going on. I would have thought it'd be more than that. I know a lot of people backed all the way off and are just watching from a distance right now. But get your own understanding, right? Like I can point you in the direction, but go in and dig and get your own understanding on what happened and then make your decisions on whether you think that's systemic, whether you think it signals the end of a cycle, or whether you think it was a well-calculated exploit of a vulnerability in one of our major exchanges. And
All
then
of this
react
is
accordingly.
true.
Yo, and then piggyback one more time off of that, people. Have you been seeing the FUD that Coinbase has been throwing at Binance? Like actually, like Coinbase has been FUDding Binance.
Yeah, everybody's
What?
crypto.com too. They were like, they just put out something on Twitter that said some shit like Binance is there's a run on the bank on Binance, come to crypto.com. Like there's blood in the water, right? This is the top exchange, so
Wait, the official crypto.com said that?
yeah.
Dang.
They were
Exchange
they were
wars.
pointing out, yeah, they were like pointing out these articles that basically put the blame on Binance.
Yep. Yo, and Coinbase are saying, yo, we're gonna list BNB.
Yeah, guys, you don't have look. I know you love BNB. Okay,
At all-time
if you just move your money to Coinbase, you can still buy BNB. We got you, bro. That's what you want. You want to buy BNB? We got you. Just come over here.
Interesting.
For me, it tells me that what happened was very specific. The threats of it happening again the way it happened aren't there, and it doesn't change anything when it comes to my macro view at all. That being said, we are where we are,
Dbloc,
and we need to worry about going below certain prices, and we're obviously closer to those prices now because of what happened. So I'm not being blind to it, but it hasn't changed my macro. For me, all of this shit, cool, whatever. You guys know very well that for me, the macro was ruined when we couldn't get back above this line. And that's exactly where I sit. We still have 1 or 2 weeks to heal this wound in the macro. If we don't, I'm going to act exactly as I would have acted if none of this shit even happened. Meaning if we can't heal this wound on the macro, then it's over. And that's how I've felt ever since I told you that that line was very, very important. A month,
Got your plan and
if
you
a
stick
month,
with it.
yeah, but if we're a month away from now and we
120,
still
right?
haven't taken this, then we have to have a real sober conversation.
Well, nice knowing you guys. It's like, no.
You know,
as of right
Spy,
now,
it
I'm
took,
as bullish as I've ever been.
Today Spy took that line. Russell is flying. It's in price discovery. Like there are also other factors than just Bitcoin, which make me feel too a bit not too worried. But we should worry. It's the timing isn't bad to start the bear market either, right?
No, that's what I
exactly
mean.
4
Look,
years after last cycle. So
whenever
No,
you
this is a good
are,
dip buying
whenever
opportunity.
you're 2 to 3 months from the top, you have to take it serious. Right? You have to take it serious. It's irresponsible to not take it serious. The problem is there's so much FUD around, those times that it's like,
That's what I was gonna say. Usually, like the stuff that we just saw, doesn't that usually happen right around the top? Or
And technically, we don't know for 2 or 3 months around the top. I mean, really.
no, the point of what you're saying is true. So the reason that I want to specify how this happened and why this happened is because at the top of the market, we will get a large liquidity event like this. When we do get to the top, and it is a top, we will see a large flush on liquidity for Bitcoin. That being said, we understand, in my opinion, why it happened. So it's not the same for me, but it will look very similar. So I don't call the bears crazy, right? When we went down to 111 the first time and they said the bull market was over, I called the bears crazy. Went down to 79, I called the bears crazy. 49, I called the bears crazy. We tapped 126, right? Within a month of where traditionally the bull market should end. You can't call them crazy. You got to pay attention. You don't have to agree, but we can't just laugh them off. It's irresponsible to do that.
Yeah, those people on YouTube saying see you in 1 year, they might be right this time.
Yeah, like 6 months ago, I was laughing at the guys that were saying bye to their community. Now I'm like, well, I hope you got some good profits. Not everybody is going to be here for the very top, and not everybody's plan is to catch the very top. Right? There's people who have a nice little chunk of Bitcoin that they bought at 15K, and they are more than happy to exit this cycle before it ends. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yo, if this is going to be before then, CZ just rinsed everyone before then.
I'd have to assume that there is some Binance involvement, just because of, like I said, they didn't have to be pre-warning for that. There was no big push for that. You know what I mean?
It's fishy.
They could have fixed it and then announced it. You know, why let people know that for the next 14 days you're gonna have this weakness?
So even the biggest exchange in the world can be attacked by whales easily.
The biggest exchange is leverage traders. Yeah.
Did BNB fall at all because of that news?
It had a little drop, man. BNB did
Oh,
great,
dude,
man.
give me
They
a
did
break. There's your
so
fraud right there, cuz. That's
Did-
it right there.
everything leads to Binance being sketchy.
Did BNB fall?
BNB
Is
is the
funny.
only coin who made a new all-time high 2 days ago.
Listen,
It made a
guys,
new
we,
all-time
we
high.
can't even
So I don't know if it fell, but it's impressive.
let's stop being surprised here, okay? BNB didn't even fall during the last bull market. I mean, during the last bear market. When everything else went to zero, BNB went up on its BTC value. BNB didn't fall when CZ went to jail.
Yo, CZ's not making that money just off of transaction fees.
No, it's people trading on Binance.
There's also people trade. It's all. I'm sure that there's a group of whales under his control. They get nice little info.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
or what if
Like
what if he's under control of some other bigger whales? Because I think when he had to do the time, it was just like he didn't rat out the whole corporate structure because they wanted to know. They're like, dude, what's the corporate structure of Binance? He wouldn't give it, you know.
The one that, remember that the podcast we saw when they kept asking him about the reserves and he just wouldn't answer the question. They kept asking him about Binance's reserves, and he's like, "Oh, well, we have da da da," and they're like, "No, I get your audit, but." He would never talk about the liabilities. He just wanted to show a snapshot of the wallet. Like, look, all the Bitcoin is right there.
Yep. Well, they got caught with taking people's USDB or whatever the old stable coin they had and using it for other things and then putting it back like one day after the user would request to withdraw it.
Yeah.
Talking about 3 years ago, though.
So what? 3 years ago, I mean, it's like criminal once. It's like, you know, I mean, they got criminal tendencies.
Bro,
I mean,
he got out of jail and he's chilling, bro. That was nothing. That wasn't a deterrent at all.
That was a slap on the wrist.
Yeah,
He was
he
hanging.
made tons of money. And don't get it twisted. CZ went to jail because CZ wanted to go to jail or because the CCP told him to go to jail. They could very easily the next time be like, nope. Come get him.
Dude, 4 months.
You know?
4 months, come out looking like a martyr. He's like, all right.
Ones and zeros. So this is what I love about this channel. We're all going down at a bad flush, but everybody's laughing. You have to, bro. You have to.
You think Trump knew for that Binance?
I think Trump is, as much as I like to put stuff on Trump, I think Trump is blameless here. As far as I don't think that he was part of it, but that did set off the sell-off that helped the whole thing happen, right?
Trump got bigger fish to fry, I think. But the WLFI, some insiders from WLFI, it seems like it's either coincidence or somebody knew what was happening because there was a huge market sell. I'm talking about like that took me, the first sell took me 30% under. It was like a 25% dip. And then it got hit again half an hour when everything happened. The announcement happened for the tariffs. And like WLFI got hit just 20 minutes before that, bro. So I'm thinking somebody on the inside knew what was going on before the tariff announcement, at least.
The only incriminating thing,
in a downtrend, and
the only incriminating thing I've seen that could be taken as incriminating is that whale that opened, that whale with 1,000 whatever, Baron. Let's just call him Baron, just so we have a name. When Baron opened that short on BTC and ETH a day before, right? A day after Binance announced that they're changing their order books, the trade came in. From half an hour to 5 minutes before Trump's announcement, they added to shorts. That's the only part that's like, okay, he's obviously playing into the Binance order book thing, but then we see him with insider information on when the announcement was going to come out. So either they've got a little whale Discord where they all just like, you know, give each other alpha and shit, or somebody that has insider information from the Trump camp was also playing the Binance. Nah, I don't know what was
Planning
bearing. I
an
just picked
attack,
a
right?
random name out of my head. Shot to
Well, they already have they were doing business together because remember they had to redo Binance US and give them permission to do all the money licensing stuff. So I think they had some kind of administrative connection or something.
And again, that doesn't necessarily. I say I talk about Trump's kids just because it's funny and shit, but they've got a massive team, bro. Like Trump has a social media team that knows when messages are coming out. He's got a, could be anybody in the camp. Whoever, the person that does the daily schedule. Oh, Trump, China tweet comes out at this time. But the amount of money that was used is what makes you think it's not just an intern, or it's not just, that's a lot of Bitcoin. But whoever it was had a very large war chest, and they deployed all of it. Like, if that doesn't scream insider information, right?
You mean he went all in short?
He went all in on both ETH and Bitcoin, yeah, and
Yeah, he
added to
took.
shorts all the way up to the
That was
announcement.
my money, man. That was my money. He took profits from WLFI. He dumped on my head, took my money, and ran some shorts up with that money.
I'll be real with you. He probably got a little bit of everybody's money on them profits that he took, bro.
For real.
We're all. He got a little chunk of change from all of us on that one.
But man, that WLFI, dude, I was exposed fully to that. Like that was 95% of my bag on that hit. But I take a licking and keep on ticking because that's how I do.
Just to be fully transparent, nobody knows who the whale was, guys. We're talking shit. But
You
I
have
like
the
to
wallet
live
address, though, right?
the most interest. Yeah, but we can't really attach the address to a person,
No, but we can follow the money and his next move, no?
Yeah. But what I mean is we can't put a name to the whale. I just like in my mind to think that it was Baron in his PJs on the phone, just making 200 mil in 24 hours.
I think we should send that wallet address to Sui Queen. She'll probably
Oh, that
give
wallet
us
has
info, no?
listen. That wallet has every Twitter investigator on the planet on its neck right now. Listen,
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Cool.
looked into it as much as I could, but the hash, I'm blocked from viewing where they, like, I tried to follow the blockchain Dbloc and tried to see where he sent the money to, like when he withdrew it, but I wasn't able to view anything past the block, like the transaction ID itself. All I got was a signature ID, which looked like the first 5 characters of an address, but I can't view Hyperliquid.
he opened that Hyperliquid account that morning.
That's crazy.
What if it was? What if it was like the SEC? And they're like, "Yeah, let's make some money."
It could be somebody, I don't know, but they opened that account. That's imagine that's your first trade, brand new, fresh account.
Well, that definitely
Whoever-
was their first trade. The way they went in on that trade, that was not their first trade.
Yeah, and to me, it tells me that there was some premeditation to how bad it was going to end up because they didn't want to be identified. Normally, a whale would just say, yeah, I take it, I win. I take a big trade, vibes, shit, put me on Twitter. But
Yeah,
I
bro.
think they knew it
I'd
was
be
going to
like,
be attached
it
to
was
something sketchy, and they didn't want that trail coming back.
That's super premeditated because you would have had to think of a plan of execution before you actually executed it. It's not
That's the
something
only
that
way
you
to
can
stay.
just
That's the only way to stay anonymous. You've got to do it from the beginning. Yep. You got to do it from the beginning. Zcash is good. Well, I'm not going to sit here and tell people. There's ways. Could have been
Well, for such
Jared.
a large
It could have
amount
been
and
the other daughter. What's the other daughter's name? The one that he never claims? The one that's got to be like
Tiffany?
mad all the day. Yeah, it was probably Tiffany. She's like, I had enough of this shit. I'm about to get to this bag and I'm done with this family.
I heard
But
that she called Nancy Pelosi. Sorry.
in order to withdraw that much capital, you would have had to KYC, no?
You did it, not on Hyperliquid.
Oh, see. And they chose a place where US people can't even really look at things. You would have had to have a VPN to, I guess, look at more of it.
Maybe it's North Korea?
Intelligence agencies level VPN. Yeah. Who knows, man? It's a lot of money. That'd be crazy if the Lazarus group came out and claimed responsibility for it. We took all of that ETH we stole from you guys and
To
used
crush
it.
the markets and make it
Used it. Now there's another thesis that I've been playing around in my head that this could, just because of China's involvement with Binance, if we want to go bigger picture, crushing the stock market and crypto's just us, crypto's just, we just got the brunt because we're the most illiquid and we're open on the weekends, whatever. But if this is an attempt for China to crush the economy, you could also sort of look at it like that, right in the middle of a tariff war, doing something to shake the stock market. It would have to continue though, right? It couldn't just be this one swing. This would have to be just the first sort of attack. To me, it's just good old-fashioned greed, bro. Somebody saw vulnerability and they stepped all over it. You know, there's people that don't even consider taking advantages of exploits unethical. Like, they put the responsibility on the company. Well, that shouldn't have, if it wasn't like that, I couldn't have done that sort of shit.
We've built an ecosystem that's way more complex than last cycle, right? Between these automated market makers, again, algorithmic stable coins, like the potential for vulnerabilities is even higher than last time now. It's because it's just more complex now. We even have layer 3s, even Bitcoin has layer 2s, so it's like not really surprising, no? Crypto is even more complex now.
Well,
and we have proof in the chart. We didn't see a wick like this last cycle, like none. Even when Elon flooded Bitcoin, wasn't that big on alts. Was big
no,
on
this,
Bitcoin.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal, right? Like the things that went wrong, even though we're not in a position where they can happen the same way again, like, yeah, that's a big deal. A big deal. And I'm sure that it's going to give plenty of people pause. We had just finally convinced people crypto wasn't a scam, y'all. Like, now, listening to some of the institutional responses to this, they're like, whatever. They know exactly why it happened. They've been trading legacy for the longest and dealing with regulations that are in place to keep this sort of thing from happening. And the reason that they're here is because this is still possible. Because like I was saying the other day, the same things that make it possible to get a wick like this on Bitcoin make it possible to get a pump like that on Bitcoin. And nobody cares when the order book is so thick, is so thin that we, 1x or something. Nobody's asking for regulations. Nobody wants circuit breakers. Everybody's let it go. You know what I mean? Let it fly. But when it drops, everybody wants mommy and daddy to come save them and keep them safe. Just be careful what you wish for.
It would have been halted, right, on the
Yeah.
stock market.
Yeah, it would have been halted a couple times. Would have been halted like 3 times, and they would have been done trading for the day. But that's why they only get 5 to 10%, 12% a year. You know what I mean? 20% a year on some good stuff.
No, yeah. I mean, if you are in a position where you thank whoever did this for bringing this volatility, then of course it's amazing. But if you're one of those who got wiped by it, then yeah, you're gonna complain, and regulators will step in, and we'll end up with a stable coin, Bitcoin.
I saw a post on Twitter, and it was like from spot buyers to leverage traders. It was like a love letter or whatever, right? And it said, it was just one sentence. It says, "We're not here to subsidize your gambling." So at the
But yeah,
bottom, at the
people who don't trade
bottom,
leverage,
at the bottom of all of this lies the personal responsibility for leverage traders. Not that you can stop this sort of thing from happening, right? But we've had this sort of thing happen before. And having a short memory when it comes to this, right? After Luna, after FTX, people didn't trade leverage for a while. And then slowly started coming back. To the point where now everybody's like, hey, do you know there's a 10,000x on Rollbit? You know, and nobody blinks an eye. Now, what pisses me off about it is even your 2x guys got taken out. You know what I mean? Even people who trade leverage responsibly. Now, if they're truly trading leverage responsibly, even though they got taken out on a 2x, they still have 80%, 90% of their portfolio in spot.
Yeah.
Right? If you're
Well,
trading
usually
2x
when
leverage, but your entire portfolio is in leverage positions, you are not. That's not good risk management. I don't care if you're at 2x.
But even if you're in spot, a lot of these alts, like say you were just holding Doge or whatever, it's like just your
No,
spot.
we definitely took
the
the
thing is,
hit, but our hit came from their liquidations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we paid for their sins basically.
Yeah. So
But
can you crack it? Please get off that leverage for once and all, please.
but at
guys.
worst case scenario, like I said, even if your Doge went down, you still have the same amount of Doge. You know, if you didn't panic. W member Hoover. So this isn't like don't trade leverage. This is just understand that at any time your entire leverage portfolio can be wiped, and make sure that it is a responsible percentage, keeping that in mind, right? And the problem is some people start responsibly. Some people start with 5% of their portfolio in leverage, and they do well, and it becomes 15% of their portfolio, 20% of their portfolio, 40% of their portfolio, and they never rebalance back to spot. So what started as good risk management, you know, now you've increased your risk tenfold and you haven't responded to that, and then something like this happens.
it was overdue, honestly, because personally, these last dips of the last 2 years, every time, or 1 year at least, every time I was like, wow, what dip? It's not huge. But this one was something else.
Yeah, I mean, to be
After
fair,
not
we
having
did.
seen a huge dip on coins
This
for a
was the
while,
largest
so
liquidation event, right? But don't forget, our second largest liquidation event was just like 4 months ago.
yeah, but that's because of the valuation currently of everything, right? Like with well, it's also because everybody has more money in his account because everything is, bubbling. Not just the size of the candles. Like coins erased 3 years of growth in 1 hour. I never saw that. I really never saw that.
It was like a bear market. We've seen it. It's just taken a year.
Well, no,
It took
even
15 minutes. Like during a bear market, we saw coins come down
yeah,
90%. You know, but it took them a
yeah,
year to
but
do it.
it took exactly, yeah.
I don't know. People are calling it Black Friday. In my mind, I have it locked in as the Great Reset. Like that's what it feels like to me. The Great Crypto Reset of 2025.
Well, open interest reset, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen open interest flushed like that in one go. Even during a bear market, you've got plenty of open interest left underneath you when you get to the bottom. You know what I mean? Because of the speed of it. But here it was like, it's crazy.
And Bitcoin didn't even do such a big drop, right?
Nah, that's the part that raises concern, right? Because you would understand if Bitcoin dropped like 40%, 30%
Yeah.
in one candle,
But no. We have a 70-80% price action candles on decent alts, like mid-cap alts, right? Well, stuff in the top 100, while Bitcoin just did 15% down, no? Or something like that. I forgot. Wasn't
so everybody's basically right in a way, right? People that said Trump didn't cause this. We've seen tariffs before. In a way, they were right, but it wouldn't have happened without the exodus from the the Trump announcement. People that are saying it's whales that manipulated that's true, but they wouldn't have had that effect if it wasn't for the vulnerability on Binance, right? So everybody was sort of right in their own way about whose fault it was, but they're interdependent of each other.
As long as it's not your fault, it's fine, right?
Yeah, basically. That's what, most of the good alpha came from people trying to prove it wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
They've
Well, it's
got
always like that.
vested
We don't
interest.
like to... But the one to blame is always the one in front of the
Crypto.com
screen.
is the loudest one, bro.
Whatever the reason.
Crypto.com grew another hand to point fingers with. They're just like, look, they did, oh, look, you guys see this over here? Because I couldn't get on Crypto.com for like half an hour. Couldn't make any transactions at all. But to be fair, they couldn't even tell you what price coins were at. So,
Bybit is... I hope Bybit doesn't grow too much because if it becomes like Binance, the first crypto, then they'll have the same issue. Although, no, Binance never... no, but I'm sure Binance worked during this whole thing, no?
Bybit, you mean?
Like the... no, Binance. Bybit, I was trading on it. It worked.
Binance went down during it. They even said we're down.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, they weren't crazy. They're not taking that L.
Yo, I don't want to interrupt, but you inspired me to buy something. I sent a picture in the chat on Discord.
Labubu? Hold on, I'll check. How did I guess? You gonna crack it open? What'd you get, bro?
I've been collecting Coca-Cola stuff since I was a little kid. So
oh, it's a Coke one too. Okay, and it's a vinyl face. The vinyl faces are the good ones.
I have no idea. He had small ones and he had big ones. That's as much as I.
Yeah, some of them just got like fluffy plush face, and the other ones got like the vinyl little demon face thing on them. That's funny.
Well, it looks like you're not supposed to open it, so I'm gonna put a heat gun to the bottom of it and see what I can figure out. Hell yeah.
You could look. I mean, it's just like anything else, right? Unopened is gonna go for a certain price, but opened, if you find the right thing, is obviously gonna go for a lot more.
Yeah, true. This has like a pull tab on the top, but the bottom is just your standard 2 flaps of paper glued together. So a little heat gun, maybe the wife's hair dryer. I'm sure I'll
Funny. Resealed Labubus.
in the car. That's it. No one will know. I'll know, but no one else. It'll sit on a shelf for 20 years before I remember about it anyway. So.
Man, you just blew up your own spot. I can't believe you just did that, man.
Look, y'all.
Is there any whale who longed the USDE to while it was repegging? This
Now I want to see it. That's why I'm not good at any of this shit. Pokemon cards, any of that shit you're supposed to keep sealed.
Right.
But
I
I
had to
just,
go back and rebuy a lot of my collectibles in unopened boxes just because I couldn't help myself.
I can't have it in the house. I'd have to keep it in storage somewhere else because curiosity it just get me.
There
And
wasn't a
I'll
silk
convince
market when it
myself.
came out.
I'll convince myself that it
I figured
1000% has the rare Labubu in it. Like,
right. That exactly. I figure I'm not gonna be that lucky one, and this whoever sold it to me probably knows. All I know is it says the monsters on it and Coca-Cola, so it's the Coke Monster.
did
So
you
what's gonna
check what
happen in
they're
20?
reselling for? What that box is reselling for right now?
Got a buddy
How
in the
much?
Coke Monster.
See what's gonna happen in 20 years. There's gonna be so much tech that before you sell that for $1 million worth, you're gonna be wadded because you're gonna have like $1 million offer for that in 20 years. But they're gonna know that you unwrapped it because you blew up your spot here on YouTube.
AI is gonna find this conversation.
You're busted, man. You screwed up $1 million by opening up your big mouth.
No. Man.
Might as well just open it now.
I know, right?
See, I'm telling you, I'll convince myself to open that shit so quick. Nah, keep it. It's the money's in it being sealed for sure.
Dbloc,
Oh, I thought
aren't
he
we in
already
a
opened it.
massive bear flag on Bitcoin?
On what time frame?
.4 hour.
Go to another Bitcoin chart. And I'll go over this early, too, because I went over earlier, but I think the more worrisome, less arguable pattern is the head and shoulders.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yo, that wick don't count though.
I mean, that honestly, like, that's why I have problems doing this. I have problems putting too much faith in any pattern that includes these wicks right now, personally.
But couldn't you arguably draw the lower parallel line where your right shoulder starts?
Like
if
this.
you're not going to
the
count the
problem is
wick?
the left shoulder.
Like that.
The left shoulder is wrong.
Yeah.
You're talking about like it
So-
already broke out and retested sort of deal.
Yes. Yes. Because the measured move of the pole brings you down to the wick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
it also-
because of this cluster, yeah. Usually I would say I would like to see a second reaction because it really just reacted once, came, and then fell through. But there is enough price action there on smaller time frames. Like if you go to the hourly, it's not clean. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's people will argue against it, but technically it is a bearish channel at the very
But
least.
also, I was wondering if that was a bear flag, then the measured move of the pole is I believe, same measurement as the wick, but it brings you down to the weekly bull flag we popped out of.
It would be
It
from
brings
here.
you back down to the.
You would take your pull from here from 1, 2, 2, 3.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
and not count the wick.
let me back up so I can show you what I'm looking at. I see what you're saying, and there's reasons to go down there.
Well, it was the wick fill and the bottom of it was the retest. Not that it would. I'm just calling it a retest, but then it bounces on our weekly breakout of our bull flag. that we popped out of weeks ago.
All right, so look, this is the weekly here.
Big buys coming in.
All right, this is more of a macro look. This is our bull market support band. Right, bull market support band on the daily for the most part. Once you go into the bull market, you don't break the bull market support band. When you do, time to get out. And then it calls the end of the bull market, and then the dead cat bounce usually rejects off of the bull market support band, right? So people use it. Difference is that we've had 2 breaks of the bull market support band already during this year. And both times we've broken the bull market support band. We've come down to the 50 EMA on the weekly, held support off a prior range, and then put in a new level each time. Here we did it again. Broke the bull market support band, came down to the 50 EMA, tapped down to that support level created by the last resistance, and then pulled away. Right? So on the 9th, on the dip of the 9th, we broke the bull market support band. We hit that support, and we hit the cloud of the EMA, but we haven't hit the EMA. Right? So my argument is twofold. One, we pull back above this bull market support band and put in a new high. Or we break that bull market support band. Now, in no other time did we break that support, right? So people are like, well, this will be different because if we go to the 50, we break support. Not if what I'm telling you might happen is going to happen, which is ranging. If we continue to range here and then pop, right? In essence, we would have broken the 50, held support, and then the 50 EMA would find its way to us. Right? This is the second possibility. First possibility, second possibility. Third possibility is that we break down, hit that, but then we run the risk of rejecting off of support. And that's not good. That we don't want.
Does this correlate with M2?
Yeah, M2 would show at least a decrease until the 24th. Right? So maybe we come down and 24th, we go up, and whatever, we come down. But this isn't date wise, right? I don't mean to have this pushed forward to December. I'm just looking at, because we're on the weekly. So this is all going to be very like scrunched up right here. If we're going to be time accurate. So I'm looking for us to pull back above the bull market support band, which none of this matters then. If we do go underneath the bull market support band, we need support to hold or the 50 to hold. If either one of these things break, we got to have the hard conversation. That's where I'm at in the macro. The most probable, what I think is going to happen is I think we're going to range for a while. And the EMA is going to slowly bring it way up to support. And maybe we have one last flush or something that touches the EMA before we end up going.
It's been 3 months, Dbloc. We're ranging since June.
Let's stay focused on what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about this pattern of weekly candles and this break of support and this EMA.
Well, the whole thing is 3 months.
What we need to see is that this is a breakout and not a deviation, right? This is our range. If we just take it back to regular basic range trading, this is our range. This is our breakout. We defended that breakout once. We came down into the range, but popped back up, right? This still isn't officially a deviation because we're holding support. If we put in a new high, that's a breakout. If we come back into this range and the 50 EMA doesn't hold us and push us out, then this is a deviation and we're looking for a trip back to the bottom of that range.
Basically, no
And
no
this
no candle
trend,
close.
this trend right
Below
here, we could
108.
change this word trend. Hold on, I almost got it. There we go. If that happens, it turns from the
How long have
trend
you
is
been
your
waiting to
friend.
do that? How
It
long?
just literally while I was talking, it just came to me. I'm not even gonna
Really?
hold you.
Oh my god, how I am impressed.
So losing this 50 takes us from the trend is your friend to the end is your friend. Don't let anybody convince you before this point that it's over.
So the 50 EMA line, not the cloud.
Yeah, we want to come down to the line. I mean, even here, we came down underneath the line, but we didn't close any bodies underneath the 50. Right? Same here. Came down underneath, but didn't close any bodies underneath the 50. I'm not saying this to scare anybody. I just want you guys to be aware of what the chart's going to look like when it actually, you know, when we are actually in danger, so that when you see it, you can understand that.
That previous circle where it tests the 50, and you get your wick down to the bottom of the cloud, how it spends a few weekly candles in that area, we don't have that kind of
Yeah, we don't want to do that. We want this sort of reaction.
Okay.
We don't want 2 months of sitting on the 50. Holy shit, that would be so bad for sentiment and for timing, right? Because remember where we are. Right? We are within the
There's only 2
margin of
candles
error
left, no?
for this to be the top. Yeah, traditionally, if we just did it by timing, we didn't take liquidity into consideration, we didn't take M2 into consideration, we didn't take any of that into consideration. We are
Simple
within a
works
month
best,
from the
though.
top. Yeah, and like I said earlier, I have absolutely nothing wrong with anybody taking profits and having a great life or a great year after they came in and DCA'd in these ranges and they decide, yeah, I'm not going to risk it. Which is why I say that the way I'm trading this is not for everybody. I have a very specific risk tolerance, and if I'm wrong, I'm not going to miss a meal. You know what I mean? So, but this is how I'm playing it, and this is why I'm playing it that way. I don't care what anybody tells me. This is an uptrend. This is a strong uptrend that has not been broken yet. But I am looking for the first signs of weakness. Now, the problem is some bulls out there are like, well, you know, until this breaks, we haven't broken structure. True. You're gonna
But it's
wait.
too
You're
big,
gonna
too
wait
big of
till
a time frame.
78K to make that decision, because I'm not.
The good time to make that decision is at a higher high.
Good time to make this decision is when you first start to put in the weakness, and then this whole let's say worst case scenario, this does break. This entire way down, I'm still watching very closely for any signs of reversal or anything like that. It wouldn't be until actually breaking this that I can take my eyes off the screen and say, okay, you know,
Let's come
the end.
back in a few months.
Yeah, that was the end of that.
But when you
know,
come out of here, how we came back up during 69K days.
Yeah.
You know how we leave, but then that cap bounces back up to 69K, and then that's the call of the bear market. Does that match your green rose?
I mean, yeah,
Or
if that's gonna happen, it's gonna happen soon, in my opinion.
like, would it come up back up and double top after your green rose end, or would it just fall out of your green bar?
I don't know. Like, to me, where I'm at right now in my head is that there's a couple of more green bars here that we don't see right now because of liquidity and rate cuts. Right? As of right now, M2 is showing us that we need to add one green bar here. Right? Because
10%.
Because M2 gives us this top, and now we can talk about M2 real quick. M2 gives us this top in December. And until yesterday, this is what M2 looked like. This line. Today we woke up to a double top. which wasn't there before. And it's two things. There's lagging data coming in because our government's closed and Japan had a revision of their numbers. So this line right here, basically, if you just if you just delete this line, everything else is the same. Right? Let me hold on. I can show you better like this. Neve posted the old chart for me, which was helpful. Appreciate you, Neve. So look, this is what we looked like yesterday. Right? So you see this same structure, this same peak and then flat and then drop and then peak and then double bottom. Like everything up here is exactly the same price action wise. The discrepancy came in on this move up. Right? So they added this inflow that wasn't there from Japan's central bank, which then, instead of giving us a lower low here, ended up giving us a higher low. So double top, we came down, double topped, higher low. Right? This price action, this price action here, that's the move they made. We were here, and they added this injection. So this does make a difference. Not yet, right? But this looked a whole hell of a lot like a worse downtrend and like the beginning of the end for M2 than this does. If we continue to pump and we take out these highs, then we add another green bar into February. Right now, this double top came in January 13th. This inflow. So the buys that I will make in early November, how much profit I'm going to take when we get up to the tops is going to be dependent on what this price action looks like going into the future. If we're off the chart, then I'll take a little 20-30% compound, do my thing. If we've rolled over and come down, I'm out. If everything else, if all my other indicators also tell me we're topping. Remember, I'm not acting deterministically on this. This is just the easiest to show you guys what I mean. I'm looking at least 25, 30 other metrics to see if we're topped out or not yet. So I will need confluence from at least half of them before I act deterministically on it.
Right now, if we have topped and all the dead cat bounce, where would you put it? Like, I'm thinking 90k to 100k, something like that, probably. Turn 100 into resistance, and
that, like,
yeah,
if we come
maybe.
up for a dead cat bounce and it's really over.
Well, we haven't seen
120.
the drop yet before the dead cat bounce, right?
It could. I mean, this
like,
is a decent enough drop for a dead cat bounce. If this was gonna be over,
course.
I would expect price to do this. I'd expect price to do this. Maybe sweep this liquidity, come up to 120, reject, put in a lower high. That's what it would look like.
But the 50 MA is now at 100,000, right? So
Mhm.
it's gonna act as resistance for the dead cat, for a potential dead cat bounce, right? So we would first need to break 100k. So I'm thinking like 90k, 85, somewhere there, and your dead cat bounce would be upward towards 100k for like a double top there, maybe.
Oh,
Maybe
no,
we
I'm
can
not
read
really
it twice
looking.
even.
I'm not really looking for a break. I'm more than happy with just a wick down to 100. But we don't control these
Oh
things.
yeah.
So then that
No,
would
like,
take 1 to 2 more Trump tweets and then about tariffs. And then they time the good news of reaching a deal about tariffs in China. Plus, what was the other thing that he did? I can't remember the other thing. But so they'll just time the good news with the drawdown or something. And then we'll bounce violently back up. But really it'll have been built into the chart.
Reopening the
it's already built,
reopening the government is step one.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's it. Reopening the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. How long has the government been closed, shut down? 2 weeks? The start of the sell-off, maybe?
Yeah. CM, it depends on how you track it. Some people track it top to top. Some people track it top to bottom. We've already done the math and seen that the best fit is bottom to bottom matching top to top and top to top matching bottom to bottom on alternating cycles. That's why I have my end where it is. But even then, it's still only 2 weeks away. I told you guys from the beginning, I'm going to act very deterministically on timing unless I'm presented with further data. And for me, the main number one driver behind the bull market is liquidity. And if M2 is still going up, the United States is just now starting to print. Powell is talking about ending quantitative tightening. Yeah, none of that
It feels
points.
like we're not even gonna have a bear market. Right?
None of that points to a top for me. No, I mean, I think that it is possible to have such a large influx of money that it comes in and pops the bubble. Right, an unsustainable sort of inflow that just gives us a blow off top. Remember, quantitative tightening, even if he ends quantitative tightening on the next meeting, probably not going to start quantitative tightening until the middle of next year. I mean, quantitative easing.
Easing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then in March we get a new Fed chair that Trump is going to push to push as much liquidity as he possibly can. They've already gotten rid of or tried to get rid of 3 governors, and they're kind of stacking the board with people who are going to press that green button when they tell them to. It's just hard, right? It's hard for me to see it coming to an end. I won't ignore the signs of it, right? But if liquidity runs the market and the liquidity is just upticking, then the best I could say is make sure that you're in the assets that liquidity is going to go into, right? That liquidity is going to get in the hands of institutions first. What are they buying? This is, in my opinion, not financial advice. YouTube, this is not financial advice. Stick to the big stuff. Don't take unnecessary risks and hopes that liquidity is going to trickle down somewhere that it hasn't trickled down to all this time. I think if this flush showed anybody anything, was the value of higher market cap projects, right? Even if they took the hit, they recovered right away.
That's the current state. Yeah.
Did the correction on the M2 overlay change something in your head? Like, were you all set to be like, I guess December's it? But
Well,
does it look
timing wise, yeah. I mean, I had already said I'm not gonna worry about it until we get to like November 7th, right? Because the buy-ins that I'm making for my birthday are gonna be short swing trades till Halloween. So I'm already planning on being de-risked going into the early week of November. This part of the chart controls what I buy here. If this still looked like this, or even worse, because there's plenty of time between here and then, if I got to November 7th and it looked like this, then I would probably wrap my hands around maybe like 5 coins, if that. Because I know when we get here to this area with that dump off on liquidity, I don't want to be balancing 20 different portfolios or 20 different projects, right? If it's continued to move up and it looks like we will get a right translated cycle, then I might load up with more than 5, right? Maybe like 15 coins instead. 20.
Does
I always change
M2's
my mind.
does this overlay correspond with Rob Powell's banana zone chart at all?
Yeah, I mean, his part of his major argument is that it's all based on liquidity, and M2, while M2 is expanding, risk assets catch a bid. And that's just basic liquidity math, right? But what I don't agree with him on is this idea of the cycle extending to 5 years instead of 4. Because of the requirements for debt, they've pushed it from 4 years to 5 years, and that does have something to do with liquidity. And in my opinion, it might make our bear market shorter, but that was already sort of my thesis with the right translated cycle, right? That the bull market would be a little bit longer, but the bear market would be a little bit shorter, and it would still all fall within that 4-year range. He's a smart dude, though.
Well,
I don't ignore his opinion. I just need to see evidence of it.
halving will still be every 4 years, though, right?
Yep. Nothing changes the halving date. It'll still land right before presidential elections, right at the beginning of the liquidity cycle.
All right.
I feel like I
When
just
does
talked
a
my ass
you know
off for an hour.
when there's a financial crisis, they add liquidity and everything goes down, but the liquidity continues to grow, no?
Yeah, well, no. When it contracts, when liquidity contracts, basically the banks are bringing their dollars back in.
When gold starts to sell off, it goes into Bitcoin, right?
Well, it depends
If
on
only.
when that happens, though. It depends on when that happens. Right now, all the uncertainty is what's fueling gold's push. Sui recovered
that every
over.
4 years?
Sui recovered over 4x from the bottoms. RH.
Sure.
It's not back to where it was, but it definitely recovered. Very strong.
It
Yeah,
touched
that's
$3. It touched $3, right?
Yes, it did. 304.
So turning previous support into resistance for now.
Okay.
So you see, last bear market, I said, hey, we're coming down, and you're like, is BNB over 300? And I said, yeah, it's at 363. And you said, oh, we're fine then. This isn't a dip.
Oh, this
If it loses 300, then
Yeah. No, but it's what I often say when people are like, "Oh, it dumped. It's a huge dip." I'm like, "Ah, no dip, but not this time. No, this wasn't." But we went to 50 cents on Bybit, and you could trade it and long it there. Your order would have been filled. There was no this, that. No, it worked.
Wow. Well, I am accepting. I'm the Sui Queen, and I am accepting gifts. Like how they bring the royals gifts when they're visiting. Anyway.
Yeah, Sui back above $4, and the natives will be filled out.
The measure move of the W was that wick, as you see.
Resistance.
Great for bear market bottom. Previous all-time low.
Will this level, I wonder, ruin, or not ruin, but help us play out and draw out once we get to the bear market, the leveling of things?
Yeah.
You know what?
When we get to the wicks, right? Even though it just happened on certain exchanges, whatever. When we get to those wicks, it's just gonna be a clear gap for us to fall through because everything's been cleared in that range. Now, what we don't have is the fuel from all those liquidations. That's always fun to jump in. The guys that stayed long for some god awful reason on 2x. So we won't have that. Those guys are gone already.
Why will we have a reason to go down? Oh, ooh, you know what then? Then they could be planning on
Bitcoin treasury companies unfolding. There's plenty of reasons to go down.
Okay. I was thinking that the moves couldn't happen or something.
Listen,
like there'd be no reason to go
you'll
down.
be amazed when the price starts going down how many reasons for it to keep going down these people come up with when it
I
benefits
remember
them.
that part of this. You know why I remember that part? Because that's how I started this whole journey, was during that part. I just bought, but it keeps going down. I can't. What? I don't know. I remember telling my partner, like, I just bought, but this bad news, one after another, keeps coming out. It's like they're making this shit up. But now I know. Now I know. I didn't know about this Binance Osiris thing, whatever you said. I didn't catch the name of it, but I don't. Protocol? Is it a protocol thing?
What?
What Binance did? They switched over the what?
Oh, their Oracle. Basically, the mechanism for deciding what the price actually is, right? They had that in house.
Like a wholesale value?
It's like they used it to determine. They used their liquidity to determine the value of the price. But more importantly, it means that other orders from other exchanges, other people that aren't on Binance, aren't on those books. So when everybody on Binance are the only ones on those books, and they've just been liquidated because the stable coin and the ETH that they use to collateralize just got flipped, then there was no orders from the outside to help price stop from falling. Right? It's a thin order book because it was exclusive to them.
We're gonna try to long back to the top of this range. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, we hold the bottom. Yeah. The only reason to do that, by the way, the only benefit of having an in-house order book is that you can manipulate prices more easily. So it's one of those things where the exploit that you left for yourself ended up, well, depending on whether you think they're responsible or not, ended up screwing you or.
You can manipulate yourself, but you can't be manipulated by outside. So it's also a protective move, right?
I look at it like this: they've been draining out of this. They've been taking advantage of this whole time. There's no way they haven't, right? But they had to change it. So this was one last time, one last go. We'll never be able to do this again on our book. Let's extract as much as we possibly can before we can't do it anymore. Or whales that are like, we've been exploiting this vulnerability little by little. Now it's time to hit them hard because they're closing the window. One of the two.
That's probably more. Binance has no interest in pissing its customers, no. Because if I was trading leverage on Binance right now, I'd probably look into going to another exchange.
Binance
honestly.
would pay a lot of money right now to make all this FUD go away. Yeah.
And for a successful exchange like Binance, it's a bit sad if they end up making money liquidating people and then closing in next bear market bottom.
No, the great thing is
In
even if
other
they
exchanges,
did, even if they did liquidate and take all the money, they gave back like 284 mil, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's great that Binance is paying back customers." Like, yeah, it's great, but what does the operating cost of business? I make $1 billion and I gotta give back 250 mil to keep my name good. I will do that every day of the week if you let me.
Yeah, you still got $750 million.
Kidding me?
Free and clear.
That's a win-win. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, time to go for me. Trade safe.
Good night, Susie.
43.
43.
That little bounce is already $1,000 in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see like a stopping volume candle, maybe sweep all the previous lows, but it might just do it like a little W and push up back to those previous highs, and then maybe one more to the top of the range. I'm kind of trying to look for an entry, but at the same time, I feel like it could sweep these previous lows in any time. Like I feel like it wants to sweep those
You're not alone.
relative equal lows.
I'm watching money indicator or money inflow, and every 5 minutes, like every pump, money leaves right back out. So it's essentially trying to guess if you take a pump and it's 100% of the pump, then you need to get in at 0 or 1 and then ride it up to like 50 or 65% of the pump before it ends, because if you try to time a target area, it's not working. Or you get wicked because these candles are so weird looking. It's even though it's picking directions and building out patterns on the micro time frame, it's so choppy. So it's hard to trade it.
Yeah, I'm really not good at trading the noise, and like, I don't know, this is really noisy to me.
Rob Powell's calling it noise. He said ignore the noise.
Yeah, I'm not good at trading the noise. I like more like I'm more for sure like something with evidence that has a lot of pivot, like a lot of evidence to suggest a pivot.
Yeah, with I'm getting that same feeling with leveraging anyway, is that you know when it's freaking going. You've seen it go. And so I'd rather enter that and be a little late than try to get in at support at this rate, because it's just misleading everything.
Stupid towel.
And
yeah,
then
leverage is hard. I can buy anywhere on spot, but if I'm
yeah,
opening a leverage position, I have to have a real good reason because that my stop loss needs to be close.
next
You know,
time I'm gonna trade macro only. Like maybe go in as far as 12 hours, but I think I'm gonna stick to daily chart. Because ever since maybe 19 or 17K Bitcoin, the ultimate feeling was this is gonna go up higher. But I was leverage trading when Bitcoin was at 15K, and I wasn't spot bag buying because of what happened to me during the bear market, buying dips and nothing happening and not understanding dollar cost averaging, stuff like that. Fast forward 5 years later, here, right now, it's like, or 4 years, it's like knowing where the direction that I believe it's going to go based off of this, and this, and this, but then getting stopped out before we even get to go. That's so frustrating. So I'd rather
super
spot buy next bear market. Anyways, I don't plan on leverage trading bear markets at all.
Oh, why? It's the best time. It's the best time to do leverage trades.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, but I don't think so for me because I'm not good at risk management, apparently. But I've been spending the last month practicing and paying attention to that.
That's cool. You didn't get wrecked on that whole escapade, did you?
No, I was in deep, and that's it. Spot, and I was at the moment lending it out, so I didn't like withdraw it and try to sell it or anything. It can move like a couple pennies, and all I would do is buy more. It's just that kind of coin for me.
Do you demo trade?
Do I demo trade? I'm paper trading.
It's a better way to learn.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. No, I've liquidated way too many accounts. I've blown up way too many accounts. But sometimes I can have fun, like with Emod. We just play with $1, $40 if we're feeling feisty. But like this move on the 5 minute on Bitcoin looks like it wants to continue, but it also, the inflow is telling me it's coming back down. It's hard to trade that.
I'm doing a trade right now.
So I guess I should kind of specify, like, so So there really is like this secret market, right? That's like that I call the turtle market. So there's a bull market, a bear market, and a turtle market. The turtle market is like after all of the bloodshed has already happened for the most part, like the most dramatic part of the down moves has happened, unless of course you get like a black swan, like which is what happened with FTX. Like because by all intents and purposes, like Bitcoin should have bottomed at 18K. Like we went above and beyond like what we needed to do to put in a bear market bottom at 18K. But because of the FTX shit, it still ended up going down to 15. I regained 18 pretty quick and then shot up to 20 something, and then that was the end of the story. But see, like for me, I was thinking Bitcoin was gonna go up and just hit 30K and then eat shit, like completely eat shit, and dump back to like 15K, 10K, whatever. But I didn't know that what BlackRock was up to behind the scenes. But this turtle market that I'm talking about is basically like, so it's part of the bear, but it's the part of the bear market where it's not just like savage moves down that are like uncontrollable. It's like the part where it just goes sideways and prices don't really go up or expand. You just stay in like this tight little zone or range for a long period of time. Like for Doge, it was like between 5 cents and 10 cents. And then like for Chainlink, it was between like $5 and $9 or whatever. So like a lot of them have them. Like, so that turtle market where it's like you basically just have a year of going sideways and you stay in a tight range, it is like the accumulation range, but it's like some of these altcoins never even left it actually. But I include that as part of the bear market. That's what I consider the bear market, not like, but most people consider the bear market like the part where it just goes down. Like, yeah, that is the bear market when it's just going down, but that sideways part of it, that turtle market, that's where I think like it's best to like trade and play leverage and accumulate coins and all that. Like, it's just easier because it's not very volatile. You can use high leverage, but it's not so volatile that it's going to take you out. It's slow, but it's like these big moves still happen, like 100% moves still happen, but it might take like a week or two or something, like instead of just happening in a day or two. It might take a couple of weeks for it to happen, but you throw on your trade and you leave it and you can let it sit. Like obviously you put your stop loss, but like you don't have to worry about getting liquidated, and it's not like all these weird little scam wicks that like just come down and stab you out before letting the price run. Like that type of stuff happens less frequently. I feel like down in those ranges. I mean, it still happens, I guess, but not as much. It's more of like a slowed down, like you can kind of like you have time to make decisions when it comes to making trades, That's how I feel about it. I did better trading leverage back then in a range, way better than I did when the price was either in a strong trend to the downside or a strong trend to the upside. Like strong trending markets, especially if they're being super volatile and irrational. Like I'm not good at trading that stuff. I'm good at trading sideways, and like the ultimate sideways happens like sort of at the end of the bear market. This one
But
was a
there's
little bit
ranges
different.
every week or every weekend you could trade.
I mean, yes, like there's the weekend trap or whatever, but with those, like with Bitcoin, with how expensive it is now, and see, this is another reason why I was like, I liked the bear market because prices were all like lower. You know what I mean? With Bitcoin, because the market cap's so high, it doesn't do as big a percentages and like percentage moves, which makes it less volatile. So if you're trying to long, I guess that could be protective in a way. But at the same time, like it just doesn't make as big like these big percentage moves when it does because the market cap is high. Plus the price is so high that you have to really leverage up in order to get, anything out of it. So you're taking more risks and also on a market that's like more or less overheated. But in a bear market, it's like nothing's really like overheated. It's just like, you define a range where people are they don't really feel like holding above this level, and then they're happy to buy below this level. You establish that range and trade in it for a while until people before until people start jumping in and buying is the thing. Like, yeah, we have the weekend trap on Bitcoin, but there's no other like altcoin where you can get serious percentages that adhere to the weekend trap, like to the point where it's predictable enough to actually play on an altcoin.
I remember longing Pepe Community and making a couple thousand off of very little. And it took a long time and some good news and a lot of investigating and a lot of networking and a lot of Telegram groups and stuff like that to like be there to before the news. I'd get alpha and if like that for sure. But then there was this whole other alpha group that I didn't even know of, and so they decided to get an investor to invest 10K and buy and issue a buyback, and then it barely moved the chart at all, and they really tried to save it but couldn't. And I was holding on to that for so long, and I ended up losing a lot of money, and and um, and I was holding on to it all the time underwater. And so yeah, you'd really have to pick the right coin that's actually a good project or whatever. That's been around the block for a long time, and be comfortable with waiting a long time, which is really hard to do as a human, and then B, funding fees. Like you would lose a lot of money just holding a trade for a week.
Yeah, I mean the funding fees can be a pain in the ass, but I feel like the funding fees, like the funding rate, when it goes out of control like that, it's usually because there's like a lot. Either most people are long or most people are short. There's not enough people on the other side, so they have to put out the funding fee to one, incentivize other traders to pick up the other side of the position, and two, because that funding fee actually, that's what actually keeps the perpetuals price um pegged to the like spot price, is the funding fees on the contracts.
I've learned a
So
couple things from this drop. One, looking back at myself a few years ago, zooming out and looking at charts and going, dang, look at the lucky mother poopies that got to enter along right here and just ride it all the way up to the bull market. But life's not like that anymore. And when they can just, I never thought of a rug pull, I'm just calling it that, but I never thought of a move that could happen like that. I'm glad I was here to see it, because this is gonna affect my mindset moving forward as a trader. And I don't think I'd be comfortable with leaving a trade in that long. The people that had a long from $1 or $2 SUI and then just probably looking at it every day and not taking profits, what kind of sacrifices they probably went through. Like maybe they bought some stuff on a credit card instead of taking profits on their long because they wanted to hold it till the end. Who knows? Stuff.
yeah, but that's greed too. You know, that like no one ever went broke taking profit. And I mean the thing is, this type of thing, it doesn't happen every day. Like I know it was really devastating, but it really doesn't happen every day. Like, yeah, we usually have like a big massive liquidation event every couple months, but something like this doesn't happen every day. This is like if there's a liquidity sweep like once every 4 months, then I'd say something like this happens once like every 4 years. Like if that. And this was still exceptionally bad compared to most of the other things. Like even when Mt. Gox went down, like there was a reason. Even when there was the BCH and the block wars, the block size wars and all that, Bitcoin crashed, but like there was a reason. You know, like it wasn't like just this crazy thing that happened, like because of like faulty liquidity issues and stuff like that. Like where clearly a lot of money's coming into the market, but it's clearly not all going into spot. It's showing you that most people are gambling on leverage. They're over leveraged and using what money they do have to try to make something happen out of it with leverage. This whole market, I mean, yeah, people are buying Bitcoin on spot, but most of the rallies are like leverage driven. Like all of the volume is coming from perpetuals. Like really not a lot of volume is coming from spot.
Even
And
if
that's
you
what's so
entered
different.
long at the prices we were trading at before we dropped, and you had a zero liquidation, all of those trades are underwater. And now you're waiting. Like, okay, maybe you have the trophy that you didn't get liquidated because you had 0 liquidation. But now you got to wait and hope that it comes back up for you. And hopefully you have money
Because
on the
otherwise
center
those funds are tied up forever
for
until you get DCA out of it.
and that would just higher your liquidation level.
Not if you add margin as well.
True.
Like there's a way to do it where if you add twice as much margin as you're adding to the trade, then you should be okay. As far as like margin ratio, like you should still have 0 liquidation. But then you have to have a lot of discipline for that too, because it's like part of you will make you feel like you want to add to the trade at a certain point, and it's like you think it's a good idea at the time, and then you're like, a week later, you're like, why did I do that? I could have waited
Oh my gosh.
and done it down here instead.
I've definitely done that. And I've definitely added margin and ended up losing that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. A lot of people, it's like people like if you really have no discipline, you're just like, which I'm not shaming anybody that has trouble with like discipline when it comes to trading. It's really difficult. It's probably the most difficult part. But if you have no discipline, more often than not, if you're over leveraged and over positioned already, and you go to try to add funds into that account to save it, chances are you're gonna just end up losing whatever you added. Like, I mean, you can come out of it. Like I've come out of it on top, like a lot of times, but I think like there's probably a small element to that was luck, like along with the skill and like the effort I put into maintaining the position. Like I eventually was able to get out of it, but a lot of times it's like you add funds to like for example, it's like you add funds and you're like, oh, okay, well my liquidation's here. I messed up on the entry and now it's down, 30% and my liquidation's here. So if I can just bring that down a little bit lower to like the next port, then I should be okay. So you add the funds in. You add the funds in, great. Now your liquidation is below the next support. And you're like, okay, I don't think it's gonna go there. But then you start to think, oh, okay, well, I could probably get out of this if I just use the available margin to average the trade down. And then yeah, I'll be closer to break even. But when you do that, you're becoming more overpositioned and you have less behind you to collateralize to back you up and to save you from liquidation. So you're more overpositioned. Plus, it's harder to change your average. The bigger your position gets, the harder it is to change your average. So like if you have a bad position and then you decide to double your position size to average down, okay, maybe that first time it's pretty effective because you doubled it. But then if you want the same effect, you then have to double it again. So that means you're gonna need twice as much money as the first and second entry. You're gonna need that much money on hand to be able to double down again and average down again. So it'll get more and more expensive as time goes on to average your position down if you're trying to average out because your position is getting larger as time goes on. So the larger your position gets, the less of an effect a smaller amount of contracts is going to have on your position entry. Now, if it say you average your way out of it as well, so if you're stuck in a long, add to it as it goes down. When it comes up, you got to take some off because if you take some off of it, even if it's at a loss, you can lower your liquidation. Your position size is not as big, so it'll be easier to average down. And you'll also have more in your cross margin, like as collateral. So, like you kind of have to balance the position. It's like sometimes you have to sell part of the position for a loss and then reposition it further down to bring your average down further until finally you get up into finally your position gets closer to the green. And when you get into the green and you make your losses back, you just close the whole position, you break even. It's like that way you don't lose any money. But it's so much stress and effort and pain to go through just to break even. And that's if you're lucky enough to break even. So it's like I don't know, man. Like I've done it. It's like too stressful for me. I just tried to stop putting myself in positions that was gonna end me up, like make me end up in that scenario. But I don't know. I mean, it's not impossible to save a position, but if you have no discipline, then you're gonna add to it at the wrong times, and you're not gonna like keep it like an appropriate size to be able to manage it properly, and you're going to add in places that you really shouldn't because you're making impulsive decisions like I need to get out of this trade now, so I'm going to buy now, hopefully it goes up, and then what if it doesn't? What if you buy and then it doesn't go up? Now you're further in the hole, and you're like shit. So the market plays on all of these emotions that you have, and that's how people really get wrecked. So yes, you can save your account by adding funds, but more often than not, people end up just losing more because of their lack of discipline. And like, you kind of got to commit to, I'm only going to add to the position if it goes down like to here. I'm not going to add anywhere else. Like having like enough discipline to see, or like, sometimes you got to just like not even watch the price and be like, okay, like I'm going to put a buy order. And then if it goes down there, I'll pick one up. If not, I'll wait till it gets back to break even, so I mean, that's the way to do it. But a lot of times you end up just making impulsive decisions. When you're really emotional about trying to save your account, it's like, I'm going to throw a ton of money in there. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Like, I just need to be able to breathe. I mean, but even in the zero liquidation strategies, it's like it's not a perfect science. Like, there still is, like, it has its drawbacks and everything. Like, there's definitely, like, ways that it can go wrong. I mean, maybe you're down 90%. You didn't get liquidated, but you're down 90 to 99% of your money, and it never comes back. So you're basically still liquidated. Like if that thing that you went long on just goes to zero and it never comes back, then you're basically the same as liquidation. And that can happen on spot too. Doesn't matter how much money you have. It's like, if that sort of thing happens, there's really nothing you can do about it. The reason why I personally like the zero liquidation type strategy so much is because if you're like cross hedging, even if you went long on something that goes to zero, if you were able to open a short, like if you had a short entry that was higher up, or maybe it doesn't even have to be higher up, maybe you opened it further down. But if you have a short and that short is larger than the long entry that you took, like if the short position is larger than the long position and that thing goes to zero, you'll still make money, or you'll at least break even. Because if it goes to zero, it's like your short position is larger, so it's going to be more profitable than the long could be at a loss. So yeah, you might be down $900 on the long position you took, but if it goes to zero, but if the short position's larger, you could be up 1,200 on the short position. And then if the price never moves again, then you're still at a net gain of $300. That's what's cool about it. But if you try to do that with something that's ripping and going into the sky and it's parabolic, you can get just as wrecked as if you were doing the opposite, so there's really nothing safe about this. It's all risky. It's always risky. Like you're always taking a risk, but managing your risk, that's the important part. There's many different ways to do that. But if you don't have a plan to do that, or the discipline to do that, or like you're not willing to train yourself to have the discipline, then it's gonna be trading is just gonna be more dangerous for you. It's gonna have more of like a gambly vibe than a hey, I'm here to logically make decisions to try to make myself some money type of vibe.
Yeah. Man, we're still over here. By the time I came back, we'll be above that. Killing me. Low ass crap. Hurry up, dominance. Sink. They tricked me into getting into a trade.
I showed you the tricks of the trade.
Got tricked. Well, not yet, but might have been tricked. We'll see. Thought we were gonna pop up, but looks like we tried to and didn't yet.
This might be a little W on like the 1 minute and the 5 minute at the very end. I might be
Yeah.
a little W there.
Alright.
If I was looking at it back then, I might have tried to do something there.
Yeah. I saw something was coming, so I just hopped in, but they'll be playing with me. Let's go. Not what I'm going to. I was going to wait until see if we broke down, but I guess I'll go to the top of the range here and then I'll bail again. I did last night when I bailed at 113,300. Hurry up.
Yeah, nothing looks good enough where I want to sleep on a trade.
Hell
So
nah.
maybe I'll
Hell nah. I ain't
taking
sleeping
an
on
entry.
nothing. I'm fading everything. Just hold the spot. I trade, I'm fading. But at the same time, hold the spot just in case they try to do some God candle reversal and leave everybody in the dust that was not getting in. But I got in, so here we go. Where's Woody at? Woody, I got Tao. I'm in the Tao Club.
It's coming. He'll be here.
Get over here. I'm trading Tao.
I'm making soup.
Oh, just ate my soup.
Yeah. Soup time.
I had soup, barbecue chicken, pudding, and a piece of dark chocolate.
Oh, I got vanilla pudding.
Vanilla pudding. Yes.
Yeah.
Still got it. Got one left. And I made enough trading yesterday to buy half of my groceries.
Heck yeah. Did you buy a gift card with the profits?
No. A gift card? No. Nope. 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 Not yet. Keep it to the side. See if I can repeat yesterday, today. But this time when we get up to 115, wait, no, 113, 500, I'm not even gonna wait. I'm just gonna bail.
Did you have the same reason for the entry that you did yesterday? Was it the same reason
Yeah,
or different reason?
pretty much bottom of the.
Yeah, it is the bottom of the range at support.
Pretty much, that's the reason.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I wanted to see like a stopping volume candle, but might not get one.
Yeah, I was waiting for that too, and I got impatient.
Plus, is this gonna screw things up with like Binance? Like, are they not gonna like? Are you still gonna be able to look at their perpetuals chart? Or we're gonna have to start looking at something different.
I don't know. I wish that everybody would make them suffer and just bounce on them.
I mean, it's like the whole where they're switching to over to some Oracle or whatever for their prices.
What's going on with Binance?
Dbloc was saying earlier that they're like, so they had all of their liquidation levels were based off of like orders that were on their own books, and what they were deciding like the going rate of Bitcoin was basically like the market price, not the market price, but like what the going rate was of Bitcoin was like basically entirely like decided by what their what the orders that they had on their books and all the liquidity that they had on their books specifically. Like it's isolated to them. Even though like it still does have a similar price to the like regular market price of Bitcoin, which is based off of circulating supply and market cap. But the perpetuals price, the funding fees is what helps keep it in line with that. But for them, where they decide if somebody gets liquidated or not, if the price was all dependent on like what was on their books and what liquidity was on their books, like that's not very professional at all. That's like CZ's kind of a hypocrite for saying that like he wants everything to be more decentralized when his whole system of perpetual contracts was all
Yeah,
centralized.
right. Yeah, I mean, he just wants to hide his trades.
Yeah, I don't know. But with that kind of like running a shift that kind of a way, I'm sure there's all sorts of little backdoor things that they could have used to snake money away.
Filthy. He's got to go. They got to
Maybe
go.
that's why when Alameda Research they tried to liquidate people on Binance before, like a few years ago. This was like 6 years ago. And they couldn't they were trying to force liquidate people, but they couldn't. They failed, and they ended up getting wrecked themselves because the price they couldn't manipulate the price on CZ's books because it was his own fucking books. They couldn't manipulate that price because it was all his own shit. I guess he left that part out.
Yeah. Well, we need dominance to drop.
And he knows that he must know that this has been an issue for a long time, and he's just been taking advantage of it, and that it took somebody else to point it out. I forget how um Dbloc who he said called him out about it, but it was somebody else that basically said like, hey, look, this is a problem because of this reason. CZ was like, oh, okay, don't worry, we'll fix that in 2 weeks. Or just gives basically people a 2 week window to run amok and do whatever they want when it comes to manipulating the market. I mean, so if he's known about it, especially since if this goes all the way back to where Alameda was trying to force liquidate people on Binance, that's years and years now. Because I remember when FTX collapsed, that was like 3 years after they tried to do that. Or 2 years after or something, I don't know. And it was like, I mean, if he knew about it, like, if that's the reason why Sam and whatever her name is, Caroline, failed and why they got wrecked trying to liquidate people, then he's known about it the whole time. and just hasn't done anything about it. He's just been riding with it the way that it has been.
Of course he did.
Probably
He's
because
the one.
it works for him.
He's the
If
one
that's the
that
case,
turned
then that's
and
dirty as shit.
ruined him. He is dirty as shit. There's no question about it. I never give that man the benefit of the doubt, ever. He's literally running the algorithms, and everything he does is to just look everybody and take the money and put it in his pocket.
I used to think that he was a good source of power for the community and stood up
Hell
for
nah.
like crypto, but the dude's a fucking criminal. Straight up.
Yeah. Period. Somebody will dealt with him. You think he's going to be able to keep ruining everybody's lives, and somebody's not going to make an example out of him? Better watch his back.
Well, then now this is where the U.S. comes out and says, "Hey, see, guys, we told you we were right. These guys are trying to scam you. We were trying to protect you. That's why that Gary Gensler and the SEC fought so hard against this shit. You know, like they're gonna plaster the 'I told you so' everywhere."
To do it for
And
us, then make us an exchange to where we can leverage trade.
we can make our own exchange, but we don't. We would have to have enough money to do that.
Make Coinbase like Binance, so we'll do that stuff there. We counter what they do.
Oh, you mean give us perpetuals like US?
Give us everything. Give us everything they got in an American major way, and keep our own books. Do what he does. Everything he does, do on our side.
CZ is like really friggin' smart. Like he's incredibly smart, and he understands crypto way better and how it works and like the mechanics and how it functions. All these little mechanisms that you could do, like that keep the crypto ecosystem running the way that it does. He knows way more about that. Like we'll never catch up to his level of expertise, which is the scary thing. And Trump is all like, "Oh, we need to be the crypto capital of the world." It's like, yeah, you might be able to muscle your way in there and like buy a majority of the crypto that's out there, but you're really not going to be able to pull the same types of tricks that CZ is doing because he's freaking decades ahead.
No.
Like we would need to catch up in terms of like looking into the technology and learning how it works and actually utilizing it, shit like that. He does all that shit. That's how this stuff happens.
Yeah, look at him. He has Binance coin. Coinbase has no coin. He rips
Yeah, they're
everybody
stupid.
off, puts the money into his coin. We have no coin.
Yeah, that's stupid that Binance doesn't have their own coin by now. Like I don't understand what they've been waiting for.
So everybody's getting ripped off, yet they don't care because the smart ones held his coin. Just going up.
You know what
So we
Coinbase
just
does have? The reason why I think Coinbase doesn't have a coin, right, is because they think that because of the difference in laws when it comes to trading crypto versus stocks. So they basically what I'm saying is they don't have a coin because they have a stock. Like their
yeah.
coin is like
I was about to say. So I was about to say.
yeah, like they have a stock that represents the net value of their company that's listed on the New York Stock Exchange that's publicly traded, but there's regulations over there. So it's harder for people to manipulate the price of the stock than it would be to manipulate the price of a crypto. So if Coinbase came out with their own coin, I think they fear that it would be used against them in a way where people would manipulate the price and make it drop down really far, basically almost go to zero. If Coinbase is going to be holding that either in reserve, because they would have to hold some in reserve, or on a balance sheet. And if they do either of those things, it would
Binance
and the
has
price
its
of the
own
coin
stock in China.
plummets, then their stock price, their whole net worth is going to go down, and their stock price will go down too. So I think that's why they don't do it.
Does Binance have a stock in China? Let's find out. Nope, they don't. Because cryptocurrency is illegal in the mainland China. Wow, it is. So true. It is still illegal.
I
No one
know.
even
I
knows
know they
this.
ban mining, or they ban mining like every other year.
I'm reading that it's still illegal to trade cryptocurrency in China. This is true. Is it illegal to trade cryptocurrency in China? Driving cryptocurrencies in China is illegal, and the government has banned all crypto-related transactions. While private ownership is said to exist in the legal gray area, business-related cryptocurrency is considered illegal in China. What the hell is going on over there? Binance has no stock. They're so dirty. And this is the ones running half or more of everything. Hell nah. I can't stand that, man. To me, that's the fault of everything that happened. They're so dirty. All I see is communist crypto. That's it. That's all I see on their end. Sounds like they're just using the government to get everything up out of it, and that's it. It's okay for them, illegal for their people, while we get manipulated on our end, deal with their BS and their cheating. So how could we flip the script? That's the question to me. It is what it is. I'll leave it there. I'm done. I bet you almost everybody in here didn't know that cryptocurrency was illegal in China. Imagine that. Yet somehow their guy is pulling strings. It's ridiculous.
It's illegal to trade it. Like I don't.
Go ahead, look it up. See what you think. That's what I came up with. I just talked into Google.
I mean, they ban it. They ban mining like every other year, like every year. So like I don't like so I know for the most part it's like a illegal
Okay.
mine.
Okay,
But
I'll
people
take
still
it a
do it
step
anyway.
further. That was just Google. Let me go to ChatGPT.
But GPT, I mean, the thing is, Google might have given you an answer for like before, like a time that, like a different year. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I'll be more specific. Currently, as of today, is cryptocurrency banned for trading in China? I'm about to type it in. I'm on here. All I see, if this is true, it's communism. Yes, as of 2025 today, cryptocurrency is banned in China, mainland. There are some nuances. This is what is banned? Crypto trading in domestic and centralized exchanges, mining, initial coin offerings, fundraising, all financial institution and payment providing. This is ChatGPT. You're more than welcome to yourself. It's funny that people don't know this. Yeah, we got this guy in the background pulling strings. He's a communist. Their government's running all that. Oh, they're so slick and dirty. Okay, well, go ahead and act like I'm the only one that didn't know. Keep lying to yourself.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Not you.
Binance. I thought Binance is um based in China, but maybe it's not.
You got it right. Their government is running. That's what I'm trying to. It's the communist government that's running the shit, half of it, or whatever it is. And they got all them Europeans and everybody over there on their platform, which makes sense why we're taking banned away from it. War. This is financial warfare.
Yeah, this shit is they're in the Cayman Islands and shit. Like, well, this says Binance doesn't have a single official headquarters. Well, it was originally founded in China in 2017. It moved its operations out of country due to regulatory restrictions, and has since operated as a globally distributed entity.
I don't question that they got a cover up in place.
But it says that the company has established operational entities in multiple jurisdictions, including Malta, where it has a presence through Binance Jersey, and the Cayman Islands, where its holdings company is registered.
Yeah, pretty good cover up. And CZ's American, right?
Huh. Yeah. He's an American from China that moved to frickin' Malta. And he's
Let
not
me
even
tell you
allowed
something,
to.
dude. These
They're saying
guys
he's
play
not even
long.
allowed to
They play.
operate there.
They play long games. They'll infiltrate you with a child and let the child grow up. Have you ever read Sun Tzu, The Art of?
Yeah, I read it a long ass time ago.
That'll give you an idea how these guys think and the way they operate, what's going on in the background with them. So, I'm just saying I can't stand him and what they got going on in the background and how we're under their thumb. I can't stand it. Is it gonna stop me from it? No.
Dude, like check this out, dude. They're not even saying they're saying that it's not even allowed to be there though. That's Malta is where their holdings company is registered. Despite claims of being based in Malta, regulatory authorities such as the Malta Financial Services Authority have stated that Binance is not authorized to operate in Malta and is not subject to its regulatory oversight. So they're not even authorized to operate there, and they said that they're registered like in that place.
Check this out. I just asked, is Binance secretly run by China? This is what it came up with. Binance was founded by Chao Zhang Zhao. Sound familiar? China. CZ is the Chinese Canadian citizen. He launched Binance 2017. Binance originally headquartered in Hello. Binance was originally headquartered in China.
That's what I just said.
You want me
Okay.
to laugh?
All right. I didn't hear that. I don't. But anyway, I've already heard enough right there.
Sound
So
familiar?
they
China.
can cover it. They can cover it up all they want. That's all I'm saying. So whatever, they can cover it up all they want. Put all your smokes, all your mirrors up, and play the game. Go ahead. I'll just have to operate accordingly. That's all I know.
That is kind of crazy, like to ban
It's
cryptocurrency
communism.
citizens, and then you're allowed to do like provide the money to the
Yes.
crypto freaking world.
To all the
But you won't let
Europeans
your
and
own
everybody.
citizens have any of it.
Yep. Yep.
You allow
Welcome to
them to mine it every 2 years, and then you ban it again.
communism.
Holy
Welcome.
crap! Why have I been talking on this mic when I could just use this one? And this one's probably way better.
No, the other one's better.
The other one's better? Yeah, right. Is it really? No, just like sometimes people say this one is there's something wrong or screwed up with this one. 'Cause sometimes people say it's got issues.
This one's a little bit more trebly in your voice, and the other one was more like bass.
This one that I'm talking on now is more trebly.
Yeah.
Oh.
In 2022, routers found Binance use of Chinese banks, internal discussions referencing offices in China. Binance denied the claims, of course. Yeah, they're both slick.
Dude, we gotta cover this shit. We should make another channel to investigate freaking
It's
crypto
them.
scams.
I've learned enough. Boy, come on, you're up. Step up. Get off there. Do something about it.
Dude,
It's
I
the
really
only
feel
way.
like there was just like you know what they say that the crowd is never right, like the majority is always wrong, which like I do believe that, like to a degree, but there's like here's this: what if there was a lot of people that were positioned well, and they were like, dude, no way, like we can't take it up with this many people in here, like we gotta get rid of some of these positions, and just like swept them all. It was like we like just do what you got to do. Make sure you sweep them all because like we really can't have people like this many people built up. We need to kill morale for a minute, like because I knew it was just gonna get out of control.
Yeah, because
believe it. I
it's like
believe that.
lowering leverage when you have a good position, and if they get rid of all of their orders on perpetuals and then the price goes up, it would ruin them and their entire business model. So they had to have this in place so that it wouldn't self-destruct. They wouldn't be able to afford to pay everybody, which is pretty bullish.
Yeah, but still, people are gonna get left behind because they got wiped out from that last move.
Did you just but still me?
Yeah, I did. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, but still. Okay, how about this? Yes, and I'd like to see more developments.
I don't know, man. I understand the whole thing that nobody got to buy down there on that dump vaults and all that, but I don't
They
know.
probably did.
It's hard for me to believe that
You know
CZ
who
and
got
Binance
to buy down there, Iman?
didn't buy that Binance didn't buy all of that down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the
And
exchanges
now,
got to buy it, but like
so
everyone
if
else just
so,
lost their freaking coins.
if that case, now the ball's in their court on every single coin, and they anytime we go up, they're in control no matter what.
I mean, it really that's kind of always how it always has been. To be
Even more
honest,
now. Like if
I
there
mean,
was any question to anybody who had those positions close to those numbers down there and was in like even 2x or whatever, it's over. So I don't know.
If this were the bear market, what would be the opposite of this? What's the inverse of this?
The inverse of this is that we go parabolic to the upside and then he does something to where nobody can take profits.
what is this like?
Mm,
Because it kind of feels like what this is like devastating misery, and not euphoria at all.
so then are you saying that they couldn't accomplish something like this devastation during the bear market? Because price wouldn't go down any lower than it's been accumulating at during that time.
What are you asking? It sounded like a question, but I don't know what you're asking.
Like, is there a way to think in the lines of the human psyche of if they dropped the price like that, the switching of the oracle, all that stuff, during the bear market, like that would have been a lot nicer to I'm not talking to you, Alexa. That would have been a lot less devastating to, that's something that you would do during the bear market. They did it during the bull market. It's not
Yeah,
like they
well,
just decided to do it. They planned it.
yeah, it's more likely to like that it's going to bounce back too because we're in a bull market. But I mean, unless they're trying to start a bear market for
Ooh.
whatever reason.
Well, name a coin for an example. Let's just say Doge. Well, wasn't it like 4 or 5 cents back then? During that, or do you need to go farther back?
Yeah. Well, I came in, Doge was around 6 cents. And
Okay.
in the
So
Thames channel, it was 6.
If they would have did it back then.
I've seen Doge at like fractions of a penny.
Well, no, so have I. But he's asking me.
Gonna say it would have to go back to like what he said to get them people that are back there. Are they still holding? It would have came back for them if it did it back then, something like that.
Instead of a drop. No, I guess people. Maybe I don't even understand why.
There's still always holders down the line farther, like he said, fractions or whatever. Them, it could have came down for them. Maybe some of them are still holding 2x or whatever x to this day, and they still haven't been knocked out.
They.
Yeah, if they are, they're insane because like there's no way that there's people holding leverage wasn't even really that popular back then.
Okay, I don't know,
but I mean, it was decently popular, but not nearly as much as today. But there were like people being holding still now, like through that whole big rip. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you could kind of see what they're thinking. Just thinking with Doge as the example. What did they just bring it down to on futures? Was it 9 cents or something? I had to go look.
Yeah, I think it went into the high 9s. I know it went below 10 on some
Let me
exchanges.
go see real quick here. Weeks what it did. Let's see. Yeah, 8087. So I mean, they stopped there. So maybe with their computers, they calculated that's where they knocked out everybody. Just that coin, for example, on leverage that they wanted out of that. Just using that as an example. So be underneath that and going back to 4 and 5 cents, maybe it was a lot less frothy. I don't know.
All I know is there's never been a time where like if you just held crypto long enough it didn't come back or make like some sort of it really depends on the coin. But you know, there has been a lot of times where crypto was like, oh, it's never gonna bounce back or it's never gonna go up or whatever. If you just held for longer and longer and longer, like you made out pretty well.
Look at an example like
At least that's
XRP.
how it was in the previous cycles. If that was to happen this time, like, and we just never got an alt season, like a proper one, then like I don't know, that would be the first time it's ever happened.
That'd be the first time I've never even been in one because I never got to see the last one. I wasn't around back then. But I mean, look at it sitting like XRP over here. I see it came down to 118 on weeks. Well, I remember that damn thing sitting at 50 cents forever. So they didn't go there. But then again, that was when Doge was like 45 cents. They didn't go there either. So it's like almost, if you look at the scale, it's almost the same there even. Doge 4 or 5 cents, XRP 50 cents. They didn't go on either. And like 50 cents, let's say 5 cents Doge times 2 is like exactly almost double where they brought it to or close under. Same thing here, 50 cents times 2, whatever more, $1.18. Yeah, it's about close to the same ratio. Just taking those two for example. So what are they really
Talking about
looking?
Willis.
I'm just trying to figure out like where did they want to get all the leverage out up to a certain position? They could have went farther down. Like she said in that last bear market, if they would have did it back then, how far would they have had to come back down? Well, then it would have been in the numbers that you said. But you said they weren't using leverage back then.
I mean, they were. I can't see how someone would have been holding along on the same exchange for that long to like through into like right now. Like I don't know who would still be holding along on Doge for like those 2x from like sub 1 penny.
You would have been able to ride the funding fee train because yeah, sometimes it'd be positive and negative, but the times where if you're in it from that long ago, then eventually when it pumps and you're riding it, you'd have to pay out the fee for going long, right? But then when people start to short it, and this is probably that would probably take however much time for the funding fee to change back down to negative. Then you start getting paid on those fees. And then, well, they would have had to write it back down from the last bull market down to this last bear market, right? If you're talking sub penny, they would have had to ride
Yeah,
it all
that's
the way
what I'm
up
saying.
to SNL, and
Who
then
would do that?
yeah. Well, I have friends that just buy it to have it. They're not trading it. They just want it because they think they're supposed to have it. So they throw $50 every now and then.
Yeah, but I think Emad's looking at the potential of it going down that far, but it's much less likely now because the market cap of Doge is so huge. Like basically I think Robinhood would have to go bankrupt and sell all their Doge, and then it would go down below like 5 cents, like down to like a penny or
So
possibly
I
even sub 1
asked
penny.
Grok why Binance decided to do it now and not during a bear market. And I put the entire answer in the chat bubble here of what it told me.
Yeah. Let's see this.
What did you ask it? What the hell? Oh
You
my
don't have to
God.
read it all. I mean, it's really interesting, but
It was long. I'm gonna read it.
Manipulation resistant pricing. Okay. Dude, how the hell was this not brought up earlier?
I put my prompt, like my question I asked it at the very bottom.
Shady.
I summarized it. No. This thing. It's an exploit.
So you would have had to have known. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done reading it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So you would have had to have known. I like that it mentions an insider because you or me or whomever, I mean, we're pretty savvy getting information as like way faster than someone walking down the street on the sidewalk or something, you know, or in a Goodwill or at a thrift store or a grocery store. We're in the more know than that more than them, but it's like that kind of information, and then knowing now we all know that that kind of thing exists. Like I didn't know that that kind of thing existed until it happened. But That just goes to show me there's way more involved in cryptocurrency than I even can fathom, because most of that was gibberish to me, what Grok said. It all looks like stuff I should know, but saying USDE and all these other things, I'm not. I have to research those things now because I don't. I've seen that before, but I haven't really researched what those things are.
Yeah, I mean, just simply to summarize that whole thing is the Oracle vulnerability is an exploit, period. And they're what the shorts are insiders, period. I believe that's exploit. I believe the shorters are insiders, in my opinion. It's just a bunch of cheating.
Yeah, I mean, it does mention Trump with the tariff, but that was already, I think, mentioned before. If Binance said on the 6th that they're going to be doing the switchover, that's supposed to take place on the 14th, but
Yep.
then it gives it a window, so I guess you don't know what day they're going to do it. How did they know to dump it
Okay,
on
here's what
the
I see.
10th?
Here's what I see. They planned on doing it anyway. It was all orchestrated, and they were just waiting for that day for Trump to start saying something like that, so they could blame it on him.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't know about this Oracle thing until Dbloc brought it up.
Which is crazy because at that point, it almost seemed to me as if that there was some type of collusion, and that the shorter could have been Barron Trump or someone like that. But now that I look at everything, I don't think so. I think they're just trying to blame it on him in the United States, and I think that it's all China related and it's all a China scam just to rob everybody. Binance is run by China, and I don't see anything else. I can't even simplify it any more than that. And that's where I'm at with it. All Europeans should remove themselves from there.
What's going on with China?
Just breaking down what happened, what I think. A little tinfoily, but hey, sometimes you need to go there. I mean, it's not really that tinfoiling, it's kind of obvious.
I asked Grok if Binance was ran by China.
There's ties that go back to their banks, their officials. They're just holding their own people back while they do everything. They suck all the Europeans, the rest of the world into their platform. Our country pulls us off of it because they know what's going on. They pull the whole exploit. They exploit the whole freaking Oracle thing and orchestrate the whole thing, and they tried to blame it on Trump and what he said.
Well, Grok said that it's not ran by the Chinese government because they had a crackdown, but they didn't move until 2017. And now they're decentralized. They don't have a main headquarters, but they base out of Japan, Malta, and Dubai. Various
I don't care.
locations.
They're just covering up.
God, Charles taking a shit.
There was ties to Chinese banks and Chinese officials back in 2017. And since then, they've covered everything up, made it illegal for their citizens while they continue their communist business with cover-ups all over the damn place. And of course, Grok's not going to pull it up and tell you because everything's hidden. either way. If I was Europe, I'd get off of that platform. They got too much power. They got too much of the world on their platform. If the United States was smart, we would start allowing all of Europe. I don't know if or do we already on the Coinbase American exchanges allow all the other countries on, ban China. Why? Because look at what they're doing. Look what they did the other day. They can't be trusted.
An office in mainland China was used up until 2019.
Exactly. They're just covering up. It's them. It's their government. They got too much power in this. It's interested. I'm really interested to see where things go in the future.
There are
There's
some
something,
things that confirm what you're saying, and I put it in the bubble chat.
you know, I've seen enough. I'm already convinced.
Dang,
That's a lot
CZ,
of
it
reading.
says, I know. It's for you readers out there. CZ instructed new hires to use a VPN that was not in China, so that it would hide them.
He's one of them. They planted his ass in Canada. They're all up in the Canadian government too. They're all up in the Australian government. They're everywhere. All their government is, not their people.
Zcash is holding up a lot better than I expected. Pretty strong.
Zcash is an American company, isn't it?
I'm not saying it because of China or anything. I'm just saying it's holding up stronger than I expected. It's holding up stronger than I expected. Also, just ban.
Are you still in Tao?
No. I got that
Zcash
last
was
night.
Zcash was developed for profit company, electric coin company, ECC, which is an American company, launched in 2016 by the American computer security specialist Zuku Wilcox. Underlying research began in America. American University with support of the U.S. government. The U.S. government is behind Zcash. Now you know. You see what's going on here.
I wasn't wondering. I'm just saying it was holding up better than I expected.
Well, now you know why. It's a financial war going on here. It's U.S. versus China. Zcash, Binance. Wonder where Bitcoin stands in that. Maybe like a mix.
People anywhere can trade anything, so.
No, you can't. Not if you're in China. Banned.
People in China trading Zcash.
People in China did not create Zcash.
Oh, I didn't say create. I'm sure they're trading.
They can't trade. It's illegal. You can go to jail. Only their government can. But yeah, I'm liking Zcash though. I see something going on there. The thing might not be done. You might be run to the bank, sir. Yeah, I need to get on that train.
Rip it.
I ain't got a front. You've been on it. Did you leave Tao on?
Tell last night or early this
Oh
morning.
man, my position's gone in Tao. Lost it. Came down too much. Sucks. I wasn't looking at it.
Keep coming down.
Damn, I got in at 406. It didn't hold. Lost my $30.
Grok said China has an estimated 194,000 Bitcoin.
Wonder how many we have. Supposedly, they say that it's a lie. We got more than they say. And Grok will say.
Maybe does China have? Sweet.
194,000, and they claim that it's from confiscation.
Yeah, right.
What's BlackRock doing today? Let me see. Arkham.
Yeah, Tao.
As of today, the U.S. has 325,000.
Why the?
Yeah.
292 Bitcoin. 300. Did you get that? About 326,000 Bitcoin. The U.S.
When did you get into Zcash again?
I've been in it. I added more though earlier.
So we'll pull back here, 297 to 234.
I've been trading Zcash since what was it? One something. What do you think?
Zcash, huh? And Zcash is Bitcoin with privacy, right? You said. What do you think about this pullback on Zcash? Is it worthwhile?
Hey, I added some, but that's me.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to see where your head's at. I might have to come in with you in a minute. Should I go a little lower? Damn, Bitcoin didn't even do nothing. It stayed right there. Stupid Tao just kept dumping. What the hell?
Zcash is up what, like 5% since it dumped, but I don't know. It moves like crazy. You gotta have a good heart to trade that.
I'm about to go low leverage. 2x. Nah, it's too low.
20% down, 20% up, 20% down.
Okay, damn, 20.
Crazy.
Okay. 20% tons. No. Ew,
I'm just saying.
damn. Can't even use leverage then.
That thing moves like crazy, man.
2 is 40.
But it seems like it's
3.
getting, I don't know.
3x. 4x. 80. Definitely can't go 5. 4 is pushing it. 3. Probably 3.
Definitely.
I know your spot. But I'm only working with like 500 and some bucks, so
I would not even think about trading out and leverage the way that thing moves, man.
stupid towel.
Oh, well, been thinking, I'm watching it.
I know. I just tried to trade it and I failed. I bought it at 406.
Also, just gotta watch dominance. I'm trying to wait for
Yeah.
dominance to come down some more. Dominance is still going up.
Yeah,
So
I know. I was looking at dominance. I thought this was a bear flag here. It was in a trip down on the 15-minute dominant chart. I think that's what he has up. But it's all right. When I'm watching my trade, I was talking about China too damn much.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
The
man.
price of gold doubled in 1 year. It's at 2,664 in October of 2024.
gold's crazy, man. Wish I still had all my gold. I had a ton of gold. That's when it was under $300 an ounce, man. Jesus. My uncle used to tell me too. He said, one day gold
Yes.
a lot. He used to tell me when I was a kid, just keep buying gold.
That's what brought everybody over to California in the 1800s, right?
Oof, that's a whole nother story.
Price went up like double. I sold my gold.
I want to know.
I thought I did good at the time too.
Let me tell you how ridiculous this is. There's a football team called the 49ers. So if you do know what that is, if you know what that is, you would know
Is
how
it anything like a
ridiculous.
69ers? What?
Well, it's being serious here.
Yeah, I know what a 49ers
Minor
is.
59ers.
If you're going to have a football team called the 49ers and not get rid of that name, how in the hell did you get rid of the Redskins? It's even worse. You're going to get rid of the Redskins.
What do they call them now?
The Commanders. But you're going to keep the 49ers?
Well,
how stupid.
What's wrong with the 49ers?
The 49ers are responsible for the genocide of the Indian. Does that sound like a good enough reason?
No idea about it. I have no idea.
Of course not.
What it meant.
That's how dumb it is. What's going on?
They're named that because that was the year that they went to California to strike gold.
From the California gold rush.
Go back and look at some of the pictures. There's like mountain size, like mounds of bones and buffalo bones. Is that nasty? Well, maybe not mountain sizes, but pretty big. On top of it, they got the nerve to make their jerseys gold and red. It's crazy. But that's all right. We'll just keep them. Get rid of the Redskins now. That's how insane that
the population of the indigenous went from 130,000 to 30,000 in a couple of years.
It was so brutal.
Yeah, it was the shoe match mostly.
I don't understand the thinking. And not a word about getting rid of their team. They tried to get rid of my team's name, the Kansas City Chiefs. But we stuck through it and kept it. Boy, they were pushing really hard too. Oh well. It is what it is.
Towns has an Indian name. Our football team is Indian too, the Villanovans.
Well, that's cool. I don't have any problem with that. I don't see. It's not making fun of them.
I didn't even know that they got rid of the Redskins. I haven't watched football in so long.
They also got rid of a couple college teams with Indian names. I don't remember who though.
They changed it because of the name Redskins.
Yeah. Yep. And the worst is that they let the 49ers sit there untouched. Oh well.
Well,
Oh man.
I get your point, but the 49ers is like a time frame, and then the Redskins is a direct
Well, I don't know
insult
about that.
of how they.
I don't know about that. That's not entirely true. The 49ers is a term. They were called that. And I don't believe the Redskins was an insult. Okay, well, you know what? I take it back. Maybe it used to be, but it ain't anymore. Not to me, it wasn't.
Well, not an insult, but a derogatory. There was protests for years on it, and it's a derogatory, clear name that was supposed to represent the skin color of the indigenous people. Like
it's like on Chinese team, the Yellowskins.
Yeah. Which a lot of westerns and stuff, Hollywood, John Wayne. You're turning yellow. Like that's not cool.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I guess I just didn't feel like that. This is not how I looked at it. To me, it was like celebrating them. You were a warrior.
Different times. Oh.
Yeah, I could see it that way too, but it's possible. Like I'm not indigenous, so you know you're gonna feel a certain way if you are indigenous and you are native to the U.S. Whereas if you're just white and your ancestors are from Europe, then you're gonna look at
See,
things.
but the thing is, if you say the 49ers is a time, it's not though, because
When you said it, I didn't think it was the time either, and I agree with you that like you call the miners the 49ers, but
that's what they were
it's
called.
actually
Even
a
back then,
representation of all of the people that came over to California, mostly San Francisco, and went through Death Valley and all of that. And they get to San Francisco, and they get there in 1949. It wasn't like 12 people that went in a mine and you call them 49ers. It was the year that they pioneered over and got there. And then there was a huge genocide dispersing tribal lands
yeah,
everywhere.
but they were the
And they poured
they were
mercury in the
who were the
water and
ones that did
poisoned.
it? Who were the ones that did it though? Who were
Yeah,
the ones that did that though?
yeah, that's what we're
They
discussing.
were the 49ers.
But
They were the gold seekers that flocked.
yes.
The gold seekers that flocked were the ones that did that. Maybe not all of them.
Yeah. I hear you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
It's too close still to assume that it's okay in my eyes. Even worse than the Redskins. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, if get rid of all of them, then don't be one-sided.
The other teams only changed their names because they were under duress, whereas the 49ers
Oh yeah,
spent lots of money on merchandise and their brand and stuff. And they were being pressured, but they just didn't follow through with any change in petition.
well, we know why. I know why there was no duress, because of lack of knowledge and maybe a little bit more. Oh, what was your team? Did they change the name of? Oh, that's right, the baseball team. Oh, that sucks. That was such a cool logo too. I used to like to wear that hat. To me, like I used to have a Cleveland's Indian hat, and when I wore it, I didn't feel like that. I felt like it was cool, like I was representing, like I'm a warrior. You know.
Yeah, I feel that. They probably have too much FU money or something.
Oh, they do for sure.
So
Cowboys too.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's the teams that don't change, it's like they got too much FU money, I guess. Because
Think
the ones
about
that
it.
do
Cowboys and
change,
Indians. Who was the rival of the Indians? The Cowboys.
well, Texas is full of yeah, it's about movement and prospering.
Well, get rid of it all then. That's all I'm saying. Just pick
It's
a
a
side.
business, you know, it's a brand. The brand is making money off of the mascot, the logo, it's the brand. And if I turned Emod's face into my brand and I put a pink flower or a pink bow on his head, and I'm like, that's not Emod, that's the pink bow.
No, what if the
Hey,
49ers have you hold on. Have you seen the 49ers old logo?
No, I feel like everybody changed it on me.
You might want to go look that up.
What is that? It's a.
Go look.
Is that a cowboy? What is it?
Go look.
Cowboy.
What do you think that is?
Six-footed?
Who do you think that guy is killing right there? Who's that guy shooting a gun down at the ground?
His name is Sourdough Sam.
With his hat falling off, and what is that other thing in his hand? I'm surprised it's not some skin of some Indian man. You see where I'm going with this. It needs to go, bro.
Come on, crypto.
So I got to try to find a new trade. Tau didn't work. Yeah. Let me look it around. I think I'll stick with Bitcoin this next trade.
Yes, squeak.
Oh, 49ers old logo is a depiction of a gold miner with a gun in reference to the historical event that saw many prospectors prosper from gold.
They called him Sourdough Sam because miners carried fermented bread with them on their pioneer trip to California. And this miner, it's a glamification of the time of the 49ers era, and glosses over the fact that, yeah, of the genocide. In 2019, Governor Newsom of California publicly apologized from the state. It was its first ever apology to the indigenous people.
Wow, I didn't know that. Well, at least he did said something. Golly,
At
change
work,
the damn
we
name.
whenever I go into a big meeting, there's always an announcement of like before the meeting even starts that we thank the Shumash Indians for we understand that it's their land that we're using and stuff like that. It's like a whole disclosure that's read in the beginning. Oh, the Shumash.
Well, where I'm at, we kept our team name, the Chiefs, and we got something called the Arrowhead Chop that we do, where everyone does a tomahawk with their arm, and we go, oh, no crowd, we chant that. Pretty fun. They tried to get on us, but we kept our name.
Is this SK? It can't be. It can't be.
No, that's not him.
Good spirit.
This guy's been around.
Okay.
I remember him from the old channel. You. Although I don't remember your name. I remember your voice. Steven.
I'm new here.
How you doing, man? Did you
Very
survive? You survived the last 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, just didn't trade anything.
That'll work.
I've been laying low, trying to get healed. Procedure.
So what's up?
Yeah, absolutely. I like the market where it's at. I like where we're going. I like everything I'm pointing to, and many different reasons. I won't go into it much because it's all me guessing. I don't know much. So, hey, we'll figure it out.
Oh, hey, Anonymous group just came out with a video. I'm gonna go watch it.
Anonymous? Mr. Anonymous?
Alcoholics Anonymous?
The
On,
right.
on YouTube?
Yeah, it's you know, the ones that wear the mask.
I wonder how they get their monetization on YouTube.
Operation Chaos.
What are you talking about?
What's your name? Miss. Oh my gosh. Mr. Quiet, I miss you. Please.
Oh,
What's their YouTube, Tana? It's just anonymous? an IMEX.
IMX. Look at what Super's doing on the day. What is that? Is that going to be a reoccurring thing?
Bet. It was Wix. Wow.
You see that?
What they're doing on Mexi? I mean Weeks.
Well, just no. I'm just looking on Coinbase, on Crypto Bubbles. I mean, I guess it's doing it there
Just
too.
daily on Weeks, man, is a wick up to 97, went down to 20. God,
Yeah, it's a
it was up
cycle
10%
over
for the
there.
day.
Like, I'm trying to make something of it. Do I? What do you? What does this make you think?
Stay away from it. Wiki.
Leave it the hell alone. I keep on seeing it and thinking, maybe if I get in it, it'll do that, and I can click sell.
Yes, hey, I've done that before. God, that's
So
like
it should
18.
be nice.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly noon. It ripped up 20%.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna do it again, and I can.
And it ate it all back, and then it did it again.
That's what I'm saying. The time to show up and on spot and just have 20%. Oh, there goes Bitcoin. What are we gonna do here? It chose the wrong trade. It shouldn't have chose Tau. It's right in the middle, Bitcoin. What you want to do? Go ahead and do a fake out. Come down so I can get it. Okay, I'm still doing all right. I wasted a little of my profits from yesterday.
Yeah, I did too. Hey,
And I just did it right now on Tau. Trying to buy at 50 freaking 407. It's a damn thing right now. Now it's at 401, so good stop out.
back over 4, huh?
Okay. Well, then again, now. Damn, I could have got back in at 395. Oh no. Sorry. I'll take a shot at Tau at 383 again.
Okay.
Super tight. With a super tight stop at 380.
Hopefully it goes down there. I don't know.
If it doesn't, I'm gonna let it go.
I gotta stop looking at it.
I'm not buying it for 407 and doing that again.
It came down a lot today.
I know. I thought it was enough. I was wrong. Stop was too tight.
Come down 15% from the top there, or more than that. Almost 20%.
The way it had been moving, I figured it was just gonna go right back immediately.
Tao's a good project.
Yeah, with that thing happening in the stock market with it, I have a feeling it's about to. This is nothing. If it does anything close to what's that stock that AI stock that keeps running?
Nvidia?
Nope, nope. The AI one. What's it called? The one that works with the government, with the United States government. Palantir. If it starts, the Tau starts to get anything near what that does, this price is at is nothing.
Are you talking about the company that owns Tao?
Yeah, whatever their
Yeah.
thing they got going
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, stick. Yeah, that's right.
If that starts to move anything close to a Palantir, gives one peep of the government getting in with them, it's over. We'll start looking at that.
Oh, they
thing
got
like
that first halving coming up too. I keep forgetting about that.
Yep. You said that too.
Yeah, in December. It's not far.
So I want it in, man. I'm trying to get back in.
Tao synergies.
And I had it at that dip the other day at 383 before it ran up to 478. I didn't get it, but damn, it's kind of getting there. Damn, it's taking that whole move back almost. So higher low here. What are we at? 401. Maybe I'll come back in. I think I want to come back in. We coming back? I see you looking. I'm close to it. 401 don't seem bad. Better than 407. 401.83 just sitting there. 95, 99. Okay, lower my leverage then. Go down. Four 378 rotation. Where was that at? I don't want to play that game now. Low 381. That wick. 381.50. Already up to
Tao can move fast, that's for sure. Good luck. Don't have to. I mean, Litecoin really don't do much. Litecoin dumps during its halving. Doesn't have to pump because it's having a halving. Doesn't have to. But it does mean that, I don't know. But it doesn't have to pump. Name of the company that's traded on the, yeah, right? Oh boy. No. I'm all over the place. I'm just looking around. The safest trade is no trade. It's what, Thursday? you using for leverage? Didn't move much. Oh. $4.78 yesterday. $4.78. It's like another 20% almost. 18, 19%.
What happened? What's today? Wednesday. It's Thursday. Then we got no reversal. Midweek reversal. Unless no. Yeah, it's just all like broken right now.
I don't know, Mike. You must have been looking at something. What's going on here? Is this a red candle? It is.
Ropo.
Ooh-wee.
Can we get a higher low here, maybe?
Drop it.
Oh, I hear
Oh
fire.
no.
Don't let it burn.
It's the Bear Queen.
I've been here for like 3 hours just sitting. I mean, dude, that's just what I do. Sorry. All of a sudden, I was like, okay, jump in. Is the fire burning?
What'd you jump into?
Oh, you know, everything. No, I don't even know what. Sorry. I look at it like all the coins, and it's like I try to find like, my brain's fried.
You need to go back to lurking, son. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh man, sorry. I shouldn't have even said anything. I just realized how fried I am by even speaking. That's insane. Whoa. I was mainly looking at XLM there. It was kind of like my invalidation point, and it bounced off. And I was looking at Fartcoin, same, and Bitcoin is just doing something nasty. So I'm trying to like check the EMAs on it right now. The 13 still over the 50, but I guess the 50 on the 5 minute, and I guess the 50 found resistance on 200. ETH kind of took a dive too, close to daily open, right off the 800. Oh, that's on the 1 minute. Never mind. Sorry. Anyway, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt or anything. I'm sorry if I did.
No.
It was just all of a sudden I was like, oh, is anybody thinking? I just kind of needed to feel like, is anybody feeling like it's gonna? I guess I'm kind of looking for market sentiment. That's what I like. Honestly, I spend like most of my time listening to this channel, listening to like market sentiment. I think I should spend more time in the YouTube chat, honestly. But
I
I feel
don't
like
know.
it's a decent gauge.
I'm feeling all right. Like we've built something here, some type of bottom and structure here. The bottom of the range.
Yeah.
Looking
Well,
like
yeah, just going back down to daily open, honestly. Yeah, we just tapped daily open.
It's starting to
We got a
round
little,
out.
yeah, a little stop in volume, hopefully, on the 5 minute.
I do the same thing as you. I use Discord to judge sentiment and YouTube chat to judge sentiment. But mostly mostly people in Discord though, because you can type whatever you want, but I can hear you. Like it's different.
Yeah, dude. Oh yes.
And what I've been soaking up is more. This isn't me judging or nothing, but I've been hearing a lot more. Like under a little bit of happy juice kind of talk, or a little bit of smoke kind
Oh
of
yeah.
talk.
Okay.
So under influences talk, and so I'm like, all right, like, yeah, you either things are probably not good because when I was drinking, that's what I wanted, and I was like, give me that bourbon right now because this sucks or whatever. So I've been hearing a lot more of that.
Oh really?
And
Well, yeah. I guess so. I guess so.
so that, I mean, that's just a little, that's just where people are, it sucks.
Yeah, I can't believe I made it out alive.
It's gonna get better though. I promise.
Yeah, no, like it feels good. Like I have a different kind of confidence knowing that every book got wiped out. Like it's like okay,
Every
the
book
in,
did not get wiped out though.
the what now?
I don't think that every book got knocked down.
Or like in terms of leverage, um, like all these leverage exchanges or whatever, like they got cut in half plus some. And so like even 2x leverage basically wiped out all that it essentially wiped out everyone. So I mean it from that kind of perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I knew what you were saying.
And so it feels like it almost feels like a level playing field. It's like, okay, I can trust my TA. Like,
Really?
yeah, really, honestly,
If
and I
you
really
can
mean
trust
that.
your TA
Like,
built up like here,
do what? Do what now?
you don't think it's almost, it feels impossible to TA anything right now.
I agree, but the fact that the like, so TA feels impossible. I feel like because of like the fundamental nature of it, and to me, the fundamental nature of it feels safe. I know it's like the weirdest thing. I agree. I know it feels weird. It's like it's a weird feeling.
Oh,
But
I
like
don't trust your
that wick,
TA.
I don't trust that wick, right? So it's like we're just down here. To me, that's like how my gut feels about it. Like my head still has to um be disciplined and all that, all the other things that are involved. Don't get me wrong, but it feels like my gut is like we're just we're just getting ready, and I just don't trust the wick. But because I watched it live, that 9 minutes, crazy. And to me, it's just like I don't know. It's like and I feel like that's why we're kind of where we are. It's like they want to build upon this. Like they want to set this as a foundation. That I don't know. That's how I feel. I'm not saying that's obviously not like TA or anything. I'm just a lot of it's psychology. That's how
Maybe
I
they
feel.
want to. Maybe they want to make people feel like they can short it back down to the bottom of that wick on that
Yeah,
scam
I
drop
mean,
wick.
I've been paying attention to the funding rates, thankfully. Honestly, it kind of helped me in term because like XLM's funding rate was just higher than normal, and it just was staying there, and it felt so weird right before the crash. Now that was just XLM, and I know the whole market crashed, but it was just like a little bit more of a. It was just a signal, basically. It was because I've been paying attention to it, kind of thing, and it feels like healthy right now. And I
I
feel
mean,
like the
if
coins
you
I'm
would have
following feel healthy.
if you would have started off with funding rate evidence, that would have been great. But you started off with my gut feels.
Oh, well, I mean, dude, you with all like, dude, I do this all day, every day. So it's like my gut in terms of whatever it is that I'm looking at all day, every day. And I'm probably not the best to explain it. And I hate to like actually take time to explain things. Like I like to have fun, but like moments like this are serious. I mean, we're at a we could fall through level, but we're holding on, baby. We're holding on, baby. Come on now. I mean, we could be, this could be 76,000 right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of money to be made here, but there's a lot of money
Well,
to be lost also.
they're not going to be able to do what they did for a long time, but this can bleed off though, man, like a normal bleed off, and that's
I'm
the
okay with
first.
that.
That's the first thing I asked Dbloc when he came on back online after this happened, and he was out of Discord for a bit because he was explaining stuff to the chat, and then I asked him. I said, "What do you think is the chances of us revisiting the Wix?" And then he said, and a couple other people said too, like just like, and I was talking more the alts, right? He's like, crap, if we go down and revisit those wicks, like, that's, he didn't say this word for word, but I got the impression they made it sound like it's the end if it
Yeah, dude,
revisits
that would be
wicks.
bad. That's my feeling. I mean, that's my gut, right? Um, dude, XLM on like that's my play. Okay. It has been for 5 years. It's what I do. I'm not great at it, but I can't quit. And um it went down to 16 cents. It was at 36. It got cut in half by like oh I don't know, 70%. Like thankfully I survived. I mean by miracle, dude. Anyway, but there's no way it can go back down there, dude. Not after that. Like,
Oh, I think it can go back down there, but like over a long period of time. And I guess it gets to the
oh
point
yeah,
like, how did we sit here on this chat and all the trading we do and all the discussion that we do, and then sit back and look and go, why didn't we short this crap months ago? And that's what I feel. I feel like we're in that like time right now where we're gonna sit back and we're gonna go, how did we not see this? I mean, I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I just get this like constant creepage of like I don't see any signs of a bull market. Wait, maybe take that back. I don't see any signs of a traditional crypto bull market, right? And we all know that. We all know it's not the same. We all know alts aren't reacting the same. Great, fine. If you bought Bitcoin at 52K when it did its hard dip this season, then great. But it's just this constant, just like lack of euphoria. We don't see huge pumps. Like I'm okay with huge dips too, but it's just the bleed off. So it's just I don't see us doing what happened on Friday for a long time. But I'm wondering if we're in a moment where we're not seeing something that we should be seeing.
my whole thought has been there should be more money in crypto, and I don't like from retail specifically, even 4 trillion, and I know that's a lot. I really do get it, and anyway, that's my point of view on that. And for for retail and institutions and all the news and this, that, and the other. And just from a financial point of view and how worthless most of these stocks are, but the money still pumps into them. It's insanity. And the fact that the money hasn't moved to crypto and into more utility type coins is nothing. It cannot be anything more than suppression, suppression, suppression. And that's like the nicest way to put it, in my
Dude, I
opinion.
think I have an answer to that, and you can agree with it or not. It's
I
not
hear you.
related to crypto. It's
I hear you.
we're going through the biggest .com, like second biggest .com boom in human history. And people don't see it because they don't.
But the banks do.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're building huge data centers, man, that are taking up acreages, or I'm sorry, acres and acres, and
Correct.
it takes trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars because several companies are doing it.
Right.
Even Elon Musk, who has billions of dollars in cash, he's still getting loans to get this stuff or to
Of
build this
course.
stuff. So what I'm trying to say is there's this other .com, boom that's happening that the average person doesn't feel or see. So they don't like, well, what's going on here? There's it's a whole other like economy, and it's doesn't help when your groceries are more, and it doesn't help when your taxes are more, and your house is worth more, so you get taxed more. Like all of these things are not visible, but the money's going to continue to go into Nvidia, and the money's going to continue to go into Microsoft and Tesla and etc. And there's nothing anybody's going to do to stop it, considering the crypto market's so much smaller.
Dude, I couldn't agree more. Oh man.
Bro, we've
Dude.
had some things we've disagreed on in the past, but that was amen, my friend. Amen.
It doesn't make sense how more money is not in utility. For example, XLM. It is no, it's not. It's $12 billion market cap. I don't know. Let's call it 15. Hell, we can call it 20. It don't matter. $20 billion, and it's running. It's going to run PayPal's network and Visa's. The difference between a gallon of gas and cash and credit's about 20 cents. Now you're going to be able to get an entire tank for less than a penny. Run it if you have a Visa credit card that runs off Stellar's network, XLM. And that's not me shilling the coin. XLM's been around forever. I mean, that's just what. How is it? It's going to replace a $4 trillion a year market, and its market cap's less than 15 billion. That's suppression. There ain't no other answer to it. I mean, that's why I come to the charts, because I cannot understand this shit. Excuse me. Fundamentally, I mean, I feel like I just lit a fire, but damn, man. I mean, it just is. It's so rigged. It's rigged. Like I took the Falcons this week on Monday Night Football against the Bills. You know why? Because the NFL's rigged. Anyway, that was a metaphor.
Well, I mean, I think from what I said, I think they realize that money's not coming in, so they can suppress tokens, assets, et cetera, because they want to defend their short positions. They know if they don't suppress it, retail will come in and start pumping everything, and then it'll get out of control and we'll be in a traditional crypto market. So they need to defend their short positions. But you do kind of see it in the utility tokens, man. For an example, Link is dropping like some of the others, but it's got a really good ratio to Bitcoin and some others. So I guess the best thing you could do is just get in the one that's burning the less, right? The ship that's
Right.
still floating but's got, it's taking on water, and that's like really the only thing you can do to survive. However, I do have a theory that once all the data centers are caught up and we have a good infrastructure, crypto comes in second like, because then you need all of the cryptography. I know that sounds cliche, but to run a lot of this stuff. And so right now it works. So there's not really like a there's not like a serious reason to throw a lot of more effort into it in case, unless it gets cracked through quantum or whatever. But it works for now. So why invest in it when it's networks are functioning, they're transferring money, they're operating transactions, et cetera, et cetera. Um, I think it will have its time when all of the physical, tangible stuff is in place. Does that? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. I agree. It just doesn't make sense how the market caps aren't larger, in my opinion. That was actually kind of my point. But to your point, it's the same thing. It's just like, okay, if your point's true, then like shouldn't the XLM have a market cap larger than $15 billion? I mean, the way that you essentially judge a stock is by judging how much it's worth. And so if the market cap on like an XLM is 15 billion and Stellar is I mean excuse me, and XRP is 250, I mean it should be a lot closer first of all, but XRP should also be higher.
Well,
That's what I can't reason through.
let me run.
I I
Let me.
think I kind of have an idea on that. Is that, I essentially see this as all one pie. There's only one pie that we can split up. And even though we're like in the crypto market, talking about this over here, and we're touching on the real idea is every time they pull money away over at Nvidia and in the tech stocks and all this stuff, it's coming out of the same pie. And if they remove that money from the pie, you have less ingredients at that point. You gotta put it back in. So if they throw, you know, dollar bills back in that they just freshly minted that are worth less than the ones that just came out, well then the asset that we're buying is worth less. So it's like buying a reinflated asset over and over again, and every time they take profits and then just go buy gold and pump up their stocks. And here we are holding the bag.
We might get a
But
nice push
eventually
here
it
on
takes off.
Bitcoin. Sorry.
I just
I
figure
was listening.
eventually it takes off. I just don't want it to be without me.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you, brother. I don't know how long you've been doing this, but that will get you wrecked.
I'm sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it will get you wrecked. That's where the whole TA aspect comes in. Are you trading leverage?
I do. I trade everything. I trade a little bit of
I hear you.
everything.
I hear you.
Yeah, but
That's
you
it.
were looking at.
I think my fear comes from the fact that I came into leverage after trading metals, and I've always felt I'm more of a bear market, bull market. I wait for it to go down, buy
Oh,
low,
nice.
sell high. So when it's really I don't think about my assets for sometimes 5-7 years, and then one day I get a call from the bank or a message on my exchange saying, "Hey, you've got money you didn't have the other day." And I'm like, "Sweet, great." And then I go back to living my life. Where leverage, it's like it's in your face. It's right there. You have to stare right at it along with your own soul. And it's a truly a
So you're
divining
trading
rod.
leverage. That's why you're here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Train, you
It's
got out of the
like a
way.
roller coaster.
Train, you got out of the way. You saw funding rates, whatever your reason for seeing what was going to happen, and that's great. But a lot of people were using TA when that dump happened.
Correct. 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 I was too. I was too. Don't get me wrong, dude. I took a hit, but man, I survived. And then, bro, I just saw the variance between the exchange and Coinbase and Robinhood. I remember the Doge days, and I threw Hail Marys with hella leverage on. I did the most unreasonable thing you can do, but it was in a time of crisis, and like all my Hail Marys connected, and I'm like at 80% of where I was. So I survived. My portfolio is at like 80% of where it was. I think I'm actually at a better position. I think I haven't checked it yet, but I think I'm actually in a better position in terms of my P&L and my new price point
Heck yeah.
entry price. Well, yeah,
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
yeah, it's no, dude, it ain't like that, man. I've been doing this and I've taken so many hits that I was nah, dude, bro. That's what I'm saying, dog. You gotta,
That's my
dude.
favorite part of doing this is hearing everybody has that story. Like, yo, we caught that coattail on the way up, got real excited, and then got ourselves worked on the way back down.
The only reason I survived it was because of low leverage and dry powder.
Hell yeah.
And so if you think that you're gonna put all your not financial advice, but like if you think that you're gonna put all your bag in, or even like half your bag at high leverage, 20% of your bag, put 10% of your bag in at high
I don't let more
leverage.
than 10% of my leverage bag go out.
And,
I literally won't trade more than 10%.
yeah. Well, you traded before, you said, with metals and stuff,
That's
but
it.
I'm
I
just
have a better
saying.
risk aspect.
I'm just saying. Every time I lost big, I scaled it back, and like the last 3 times, I've made it. And the fact that I was able to make it through a $20,000 wick in 10 minutes means that I'm at least disciplined enough. Only it's not even discipline, it's just experience. It was
I can't even
tuition.
imagine Thursday being my first day of leverage trading. Somebody got in on, last week was their first week or something, and then all of a sudden that happens. And like you said, I've been through it. I've been through the ups and downs. I've seen this stuff for over a decade, but
Those are the
the
people you
leverage
tell
I'm new to.
congratulations to, are the ones that
Yeah,
experienced it on day 3.
yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, you ain't gotta have it come sneak up on you later on after you've already worked your butt off for 3 years.
Bruh. Man, I've gotten wrecked. I've gotten wrecked on both sides, man. I mean, we all have. And that's
Somebody
why.
gave me a really good piece of advice for leverage. They said, pick the number that you feel comfortable with losing, just like going to the casino. If you go to the casino with $500 in your pocket and you assume, you know what, I might lose that $500 tonight. That's a sheer possibility that I may go home without that $500. Then don't bring more than 500 to the casino. Well, that's the same idea I bring to the trading. Like I've separated my leverage trading far away from my main investments so that if I do lose, I'm only messing with profits from other things at this point. And like you said, if I keep that number and every single time I take a win, I just move it back over to spot. And then when these gigantic cliffs happen, yeah, it's a wreck to the ego. Like, man, I worked all this time to get that money up to there, and now it's like half of that or something, but you're not broke. You're not broken. Like you said, if you got your whole portfolio wrapped up in this leverage stuff, I'm sorry for you on Friday.
Bro, it sounds easy. I'm gonna tell you, dude. Survive on leverage whenever a $20,000 wick happens in 10 minutes
Right.
on Bitcoin. Dude, alts lost everything, bro. Nothing survived. Nothing survived. Nothing. I'm just
I
telling you,
just hope
dude. You
it's
gotta
not
experience
a
a lot
tell
of
of the
pain to
future.
survive that shit.
Right. That's a heck of a pain tolerance. The children of alcoholics are the only people who can tolerate stuff like that.
Man. Hell yeah. That was funny. Sorry. That actually was funny.
I've had
I love
9 Inch
jokes like
Nails
that,
playing in
dude.
my head since last week. I've got the song Down in It just stuck in my head because I was up above it. but now I'm down in it.
Dude, don't let your losses in crypto become a problem, man. If you're
Hell
successful,
no.
trade something else.
That's it. Hey, I'm just looking at other markets today is all. That's it. Once you diversification. They taught me that in college, 20 years ago. Diversify. Don't get stuck in one asset class. Don't if you're gonna trade stocks, trade the blue chips, trade the white chips, trade the have a few crappy risky ones. Take your thing, but don't throw all your eggs in one basket because it's easy to drop a basket.
Well,
It's
evidence
easy for
there actually numbers have actually proven that diversification is a way to basically stay where you're at
stagnant.
over the long term versus actually knowing what you're doing and making the right trades, like gold, for example. When it was at 3,100, I told my buddy, I was like, dude, I'd get out of it. And then literally the next day, I went back to him and said, hey, and this isn't because I know anything. This is because of Dbloc talked about this a lot and stuff, and I'm sure that's where a lot of it came from. I mean honestly. And I
Yeah,
told him, I
hey,
said, I
it's a
wouldn't get
network.
out
It's a
of it
community for
actually.
a reason.
And I told him, I was like, I think it's going to go to over $5,000. And um, I don't know what the consensus is anymore, but I would still be at the
Sure ain't
point where
seeming
I'd be holding
unlikely
gold.
anymore. Sure looks like it's on the flagpole somewhere.
Well, no, these actually are the levels that we talked about like months ago. It was like where it's at right now, but
I said I've had that cup and handle and a measured move from the smaller measured move and the one from the cup and handle. I've been staring at that thing a long time. I've been buying metals a long time with that exact thing in my mind, waiting for that cup and handle to complete it, especially on like silver, one that's been held down so long. It's like, man, you look at gold, it's up like 13,000% or something like that from its original value. Well, silver's like what, a few 100% or something like that. It's barely gone up.
Well, yeah. I mean, aluminum should be well above where it's at. I mean, if you actually look at metals the only reason that metals are actually worth anything is because of their conductivity. So you need to look at
Exactly.
metals in terms of their conductivity. And
Yes.
what has never made sense is how undervalued aluminum is. I've always thought that the government was collecting aluminum for literally less than a penny on the freaking dollar because of how conductive of a metal it is. I mean, it's right
But yeah,
underneath silver.
silver. Every single time you touch a touch screen pad, your microwave, your smart screen on your dishwasher, any of that stuff, those keypads all have silver lining in them.
Yeah, and
Like no
everything that they're
joke, and
making now in terms of these
everything.
microchips and everything, that it requires enough conductivity um, in the electrical units to to process what's going on. So I mean, it's inevitable. I mean, it's going to continue
Yeah.
going. Honestly, gold's
That's
only
it.
going to be more
That's the
valuable.
proof of energy argument that Elon was making recently. Like, you can get rid of dollars, but you can't get rid of energy. Like this is something that's been created at this point. Like there's you can't really erase it. So the value is what we put on it, but the fact that it exists does not go
No, the
away.
value is what the government puts on it.
Yeah.
Let's make that clear.
What's BlackRock say it's worth today?
Crazy.
Luckily, metals are above that so far. They might get pumped up, but everybody agrees on metals. Oh, that's funny. You said that you're like, nah, man, it's probably gonna go up to that price. Well, I was talking to my metals guy today about platinum, and he said his dad got him into it when he was like a little kid. So they've been doing it their whole lives. And he says, yeah, it was funny years ago. He's like, I bought platinum and for like 1,000, like $900, and then it went up to like 1,000. And my dad, he was like, get rid of that stuff. It ain't ever gonna be worth any more money. And he's like, I sold it all except for like 3 of them. And he's like, I still got them. And I said, you want to sell them? He goes, I might. So that's where my head's at. He's like, I can't even believe it. I sold all of that day because my dad told me to. Like, make sure you use your own TA because you get yourself wrecked listening to other people's. Make sure you understand what you're looking at. That's the biggest thing I've learned, especially in this leverage stuff. If you're walking around letting somebody else do your TA for you, you're in trouble.
Yo, Jacket, do you consider that, would you consider that wick, like with your experience, would you consider that wick? How do you feel about it? Wasn't that Jacket? I think it was Jacket.
Nah, I'm Drew. I'm just a bit
No,
more.
not you, the other guy.
I say, I
The
hope it's
fool.
not I hope it's not truly a foretelling of the future. I hope that's
No, I
just.
mean, personally, I don't think so. I'm just wondering how he feels about it.
I like that, seeing how far it bounced back up. I think a lot was told to me about true market value based on where they came right back up to on those
Well,
prices. When they went down to the bottom of that wick, that shows what it's possible of going down to if the valuation of everything goes down.
nah,
But
dude.
realistically, once they pop back up, it seems like that's that true market value.
Dude,
Like more.
it was because all the exchanges, like the spot market held relatively steady, but in terms of the exchanges where you trade on leverage, there was no liquidity. They stopped the orders on essentially all the exchanges. Like you couldn't buy, you couldn't sell. Like people got liquidated. Stop losses got passed through. It
That's the same thing they
I
did last time with
understand what you're
Robinhood.
saying. I understand what you're saying. That's what should be the case whenever you look at it, but that's just in actuality, like not really actually what happened. Just FYI.
Yeah, I
It
just
was
saw a
because
lot
all
of
these
profit pulling. I,
exchanges
I
got
saw a lot of profit pulling with a bunch of shorts leading them off, is what I thought I saw. Like a lot of shorts went
well, I
in, and
mean,
then all of a sudden, a lot of money came out, and suddenly we hit those numbers that
well, yeah,
those
there was
shorts were
that. There
looking
was
at.
that. And then the day before at 12 o'clock, $4.6 billion in options expired that had a 1.2 ratio of whatever it is in terms of it should have made us bearish in general than the China news and stuff, but um
I felt like this was a
it
fast
might have
forward of something that was going to happen.
all I'm saying is that it might have actually even gone lower. It was like in stock trading, it's called like a circuit breaker, where if
Yeah.
it drops below yeah, okay, you know what I'm talking about. So
Oh, yeah.
it was essentially a circuit breaker is what happened. Is all I'm saying. So it could have gone lower. So I'm not saying that it bounced off of it, and I'm not saying I'm just saying that I still don't know. That's why I'm actually asking about the wick, is
That's it. I think
because
we're all still kind of curious.
Did you watch what happened after the circuit breakers were lifted? Did you watch what
Jacket.
happened the next
Wait,
month after that?
aren't you Jacket?
Yeah.
Okay, I just asked you a minute ago. You must not have been at the desk. I
You got
said,
No,
my
sorry,
answer
dude. I was in the
instead.
kitchen. I was in the
no,
kitchen
you're
with the
good.
wife.
No, I was wondering how do you feel about the wick personally?
I feel on spot because, and I'm talking spot here, like on Coinbase or whatever, that my coin will revisit its wick.
Oh yeah, you said that. I was hoping you
That's
changed your mind.
Now, there's no way, dude, that it's going to the leverage, like, you know what I'm saying, the exchanges that futures or whatever. I sound like a goofball talking about it because I don't do futures or leverage, but
Right.
I don't see them going to those wicks like the Binance wicks. Um,
That's it.
but like,
That's what
Oh
I'm saying.
wait.
I don't think those are fair market values. I think those are just like you said, when the circuit breaker went off, they shut the lights out. When they turned the lights back on, we got a more realistic look of what the market actually looked like. And the fact that we still have like moves down, like there's still volume pockets that are down by like what 98 and like 82 and stuff like that, or something like that. I was looking on Bitcoin last. It still shows that we could still go back down and find those levels. And if we go down that far with Bitcoin, then more than likely we are going to see the bottoms of those wicks. But even, I guess in my head, I've seen like the long strings of time and trading where I say, well, if I mitigate my risk enough right now, then when it does go back up, I'm gonna be fine anyway. Like I think of it today. If I took all my profits today from all of my spot bag and I just pulled it out today, and then I go, okay, well, I've got all my profits now. What am I gonna do? Do I wait till the end of the month and see if it takes off? Well, then I might get a worse average, but at least I have that money in my pocket. But if I wait until that thing is sitting back down at that wick, then I'm sitting there going, well, hopefully I can find some dry powder to throw back into my pack. I'd rather be holding the dry powder than not be holding the dry powder.
For the concept of a circuit breaker or breaker or whatever, all I could say is go back to the 2008 2009 stock market crash. And yeah, it stopped people for that day from going nuts and it calmed things down. But all it did was just bleed into the 6,000s for the Dow Jones for the next month. So
yeah,
I'm not saying this is the same thing, but it's like you get the dead cat bounce, make a little profit from it, and then just slowly bleed off until things settle.
But Bitcoin wasn't around back then during that phase, during that 2008
I
cycle.
needed to hear that. I really needed to hear that. I really needed to hear that.
But I
You
mean,
have
people in
no
chat.
idea. I knew I was asking the right guy, bro. Thank you.
But people in chat are like, "Oh, we need to stop with the assuming and guessing." That's literally fact. The only thing you can go off is patterns in the past. You can either believe in those patterns or you don't. Like that's not assumption. That's like it's literally like that's how companies run their business, and that's how we make decisions in life. Like the last time I drove through this intersection through a red light, I got T-boned. So I'm probably not going to do that again.
Oh, funny.
But just like
sometimes you got to go to the extreme to make
weather
a point.
patterns, everything that we're doing with weather and everything we're doing is all based off of past things. We can't really 100% predict the future, but we use the past to predict what should happen on a shorter time frame, getting better at it on a short-term time frame, a mid-term, and a long-term. So it's a tough one, but the whole thing is you just got to be good at watching the weather. Sometimes I don't even trust the weather station. I go out and look with my own two eyes.
That's a very good point. Weatherman he ain't right 100% of the time either.
I mean, we got some W's right now that like haven't been invalidated, and trend lines like uptrend lines that haven't been invalidated. I mean, but it's just playing with it, man. It's just playing. It's like, dog, I gotta go to bed, dude. I gotta get up early, but crypto don't sleep, cuz crypto don't sleep.
Oh,
That's
all
not
I
to
know is I've
say.
looked at the same bid for days on leverage and it's not done very much. This stuff gets boring. So then my mind starts wandering. I'm like, all right, what crazy aspect of all these markets can I dig myself into while this is happening? It's like, I don't need this slow time. I need that volatility. I used to be so happy with no volatility. Now I want it. Now I thrive on it. It's like a drug.
Yeah, brother. Welcome to crypto, cuz. Get
But
wrecked. Get wrecked. Hashtag get wrecked.
I'm putting my money where my mouth is, man. I'm DCAing. I'm not saying it's doom and gloom. I'm DCAing because I could be wrong and I'll miss a pivot. So I just keep DCAing. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
I heard you say like 1/32 or something. Is that what you're trying
Yeah,
out or
dude.
whatever? No, dude, you laugh. Honestly, like when I heard that, I thought it through. Like, you know, I mean, I didn't say anything about it, but I thought it through, like, genuinely. And honestly, my thought was, I think I'd go 136th.
Well, there you go. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I'm like,
I don't
what?
either, but I
I'm like,
appreciated it. That was my only point. But
I
yeah,
just,
tell me about it. How's it working out?
well, I'm a quarter of my portfolio in now, right? So, but I sold at that dead. I don't know if it's a dead cat bounce. I have no idea, but where he wrote on his chart, if we lose macro support, we see the psychological low range or psychological
Right,
ranges.
right.
That M that was created on Bitcoin, I sold my link, 100% of it, and and then I did not know how far the other side of the M was going to go down. So about halfway through the other side of the M, I put 1/32 of my portfolio back in the link. And then at the bottom of the M, I put another 1/32, and now I'm just sitting there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm probably gonna DCA some more here.
So you're like DCA is not like, I mean, and I do understand what a DCA is. So I know that a DCA is not a grid, but I was wondering, I'm like, so you're, even though you're buying at one, like at a certain fraction of your portfolio, you're not gridding out the buys per se. It's like
Um,
TA related versus
it's
like,
it's it's TA. I think it's TA related.
yeah,
You know, like obviously there's not a one-to-one between Bitcoin and utility tokens. Like I see Link as the daddy utility token, and I could be wrong, but it's definitely a utility token, right? So, um, I do know that Link drops when Bitcoin cannot break resistance. So I will sell some of it. This time, because of what happened on Friday, I sold all of it because I recovered from Friday and was happy that I recovered. And so at that point I wasn't in a mode of like I need profit. I need to make money here. I was more of like I just need to get out of that bad trade I was in on from the Friday. And so and then I just got lucky because it didn't go up further than that after that M was created. But if it would have went up to the second vector gap, I would have not been I would have been out of a trade and not taking profit. And then my number one rule is don't chase. So
damn.
my
No, yeah, dude,
conservatism
I
would
felt
have
that.
screwed me.
I felt that. You didn't even like, dude, I feel that position. Damn.
But I
That
in
makes
a
me feel
way I
down
got
trendish.
lucky. Yeah, but dude, that's what they do.
I
That's
know
what
that's
they
what they
do.
do, bro. That's what they do,
We
bro.
start talking, getting bearish, and we start like drinking and sounding like stupid over the freaking Discord, and we're all depressed and picking our nose, and the next thing you know, it spikes, just
My
starts
bad.
going
That's
crazy.
partially my fault. I'm good at that one.
Yeah, I've been picking my nose since '93,
The
cuz.
nose picking? Pro.
Dude, it is such a nasty game, bro. It's so nasty. Oh, it's so nasty, dude. Oh, it is so nasty.
I just know that like I'm frustrated because my normal buying dip strategy, just buy red candles, buy dips, last cycle made me a lot of money. This cycle, I'm dead flat.
Second that.
Interesting.
Because they just drop further, and then you're DCing more, and then because you're afraid they're gonna freaking do a dead cat bounce on you, you get out at the dead cat bounce, and sometimes it's not a dead cat bounce, it goes up, and you're sitting there going,
Bro,
Bro,
that's the boat I've been in since before Santa came last year, right after Trump. We knew Trump thing. Oh my goodness, that's like literally all I've done
yeah,
since the end
that
of
was my
last year.
point about the whole market cap thing. It's like there's no way that something that replaces a $4 trillion market that has literally like Visa is gonna go to Stellar. The difference between a gallon of gas, cash versus credit, is 20 cents, and you'll be able to like what's it going? What are they going to put up signs that say cash, credit, crypto? I mean, this is where we're going. How is it
Yeah, I
it
hope so.
valued at less than 15 billion? So to your point that you keep DCAing in lower, it's like, right, dude, how is this stuff how is more money not in it? It doesn't make sense. And then to have no liquidity on the exchanges? I mean, what?
I mean, think about your XLM, for example. So think about all these networks, right? That are good for converting crypto and making transactions.
Right.
If you can think of XLM or Link, Chainlink in its very baby days, where even the people that the devs that created the token, and let's say the token went up by 50%, they used those funds to help build their network, maybe hire more people, to help advertising, shilling, whatever they do. And it gets to a point where Chainlink is operationally, it's just functioning like it's supposed to, and
Right.
it's got more nodes, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not like a crypto expert, so I sound goofy right now. But the point is that if there's nothing to like, there's not much else you can do to make it better other than the hype or the sentiment, then then it I wouldn't, if I was an investor, like a big time venture capitalist, or maybe somebody who just invested big bags into something, like I would look at that and go, well, it's functioning, it's working. Why would I invest in that when there's 400 acres cleared in Arizona to build a huge data center or nuclear plant, which they're doing now. And I don't know if you just watched what Trump said the other day. He's like, some of these new plants that are being built, not only will they run the data center, their extra electricity will be used to build new residential communities and power them. So like here you have the private sector doing what normally the public utility districts would be doing. So I just personally believe that's where all the money's going right now, man. I think that answered your
Dude,
question.
I think you're on to something, bro. That's wild. It makes
Money's got to
sense.
go somewhere.
It makes
That's
sense.
perfect sense.
Damn. Yeah, but dude,
That,
that's
I mean, that
bullshit.
explains the value of the asset. I mean, like I said earlier, I think of it as one pie. There's only, if you take the profits from one side and you reinflate the asset with newly printed bills, the asset doesn't go up in value. It stays at the value it's at. It's a stagnant value. I mean, it's just so until it goes back the other way, we're just waiting for the chart to flip.
Ghost brings up a really good I mean, actually, Pablo brings up a really good point. For all these people who bought this dip, like, let's say they got one of those crazy Binance wicks. Let's just say hypothetically, even though Dbloc was showing that nobody was buying down there, but let's just say someone did, and they got their 300, they got their 3x. They're gonna get out. They're like, I just won for the freaking next year. I don't care. And the other people who got at the spot wicks, the reasonable wicks where you can actually make a purchase, they're getting impatient. They want to see a return on their investment. They don't want to be stuck to the screen staring at it, like shaking like a crack addict. They're gonna be like, screw this, man. I didn't lose any money, but I didn't gain any money either, and I'm
Dude,
out.
you're
And I'm
so
gonna,
right, bro.
yeah.
You're so right. Dude, you're
That was
so right. That's
But I give credit for
hilarious.
Pablo. Pablo Silvers mentioned that, and that's where the bleed off comes. Is just impatience. They're like, okay, well, I'm not losing money here, but I'm not really gaining any money, and I'm not going to sweat it, and I'm going to go rub one out because this ain't working.
Yo, dude. Okay, so since you mentioned the chat, I had to pull it up. I think Ghost, he said something about whoever drew the W needs to go back to school. Honestly, I might even have my chart inverted, Ghost, if that was me, and it probably was, because I'd be talking about them dubs, and also I want to know where your if it what where your fart coin position is right now, because I know you be trading it.
Who? Not me. Definitely
No,
not me.
Ghost
Oh.
in the chat. Ghost is always trading Altcoin. That's his little buddy. Because I got a Altcoin position, and I don't know if I need to cut this thing loose.
But I mean, it could be the longest right side of a W that we've ever seen in our life right now. I don't know.
For sure. For sure.
We
I
can
don't
call it
trust the wick. I don't trust the wick.
we can
And
call
I
it the
never
sloth W. You know how Sloth's face from Goonies is kind of tilted and like milted? This is the sloth W. You remember Sloth?
What was that from?
The Goonies, man. Remember that?
Oh, dude, I was
My
cultured,
favorite.
bro.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
one of my
my
favorite
time
movies.
frame.
Yeah, man. Like that's what it. If it does create a W here right now, it's going to be the ugliest looking right side of a W I've ever seen.
Didn't Lil Wayne put the Goonies in a rap? I think it was actually Sky's the Limit.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Like that was like an underground song. I don't know if it ever got released. Well, I mean, that was Lineback. That was probably like 06, so it's been a while. Which actually was a 3 Days Grace song, which I probably also got off LimeWire. Um, sorry.
I mean, I don't want to like make people feel like crap because they're investing in crypto, man. But I've made twice as much with twice as less effort just throwing money into Tesla this year. Like, and again, I'm not because I'm all, what do they call that? Simping for Elon Musk. It's because I know that the company is building huge data centers and even data centers for his other companies, like, for
No, right. They are.
X and,
No, yeah.
yeah.
I know. Well, hold on. Let me think how to phrase this. Basically these data centers require generators, and these generators have to move from point A to point B. And so do the data centers, and they move separately. And anyway, I'm a part of like moving them separately to these different locations. And I mean, I don't even think you mentioned Facebook, to be honest with you, but it's to your point, because I think Facebook actually is like putting the most money into it.
Dude, they're
Into
all building them and they're all racing against each other secretly.
Yeah,
They,
yeah, dude,
it's
yeah, they are,
so,
they
and
are.
they're also racing because they don't want China to get ahead. So I mean, you saw that thing where they all got together and were like huddled around um, Trump, and they were talking about the things they're gonna do or whatever. Dude, we haven't had nuclear center or approvals for power plants. I don't know the exact date, but it's been decades, man, because we were afraid to build one.
Yeah,
Now
we
the
keep
plant,
tearing them down, and
yeah,
taxpayers have to pay to tear them down, and we're just
he's,
about to rebuild them again. It's just
well, the
bullshit.
new ones are superior. They use molten metal to cool the rods down. They don't use water, so it can't evaporate and overheat. So, and it's a lot. Some of it's reused waste from the old plants. So
I never heard that. That's
yeah, look it
crazy.
up, man. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
no, I will actually.
like Bill Gates has got one running in California or whatever. Not a Bill Gates fan. He creeps me out. But
Correct.
I'm just saying like his reactor uses molten metal to cool the rods. So there's no concept of an it overheating and all the water evaporates and blah blah blah. I'm not an expert. I'm
Oh,
just
nice.
saying
No, no,
we
that's
have
great.
yeah, I'm just saying
Because
that
they're
we've been anti-nuclear for a while now, and it's nice to see that, that's what will be driving some of these data centers.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most efficient form of energy. There's no reason we shouldn't have nuclear as long as it can be controlled. And I mean, if what you're saying is true, which I'm sure at least a vast majority of it is, which means if we're not there yet, we're probably not far off, just in general, then um yeah, I mean that's what we should be doing because it's so efficient, it's so cheap. The government will still be in control of it, so we'll have to pay whatever they require us to, like with charging our electric vehicles or gasoline or diesel, but or
Uh,
home utilities. But I mean,
oh,
you know, that's beside the point.
and if they put him in non-earthquake zones, even bonus, right?
I mean, hell, I'd hope so. I think that's the thing about nuclear is like the fear. It's like even conspiracy theorists per se, like however you want to quantify that, they're like, yeah, man, nuclear will mess you up because
Dude,
you
the
know.
Fujima reactor was horrible.
Yeah, right. I'm not laughing at it. It's just
I mean, dude,
like,
it's still leaking today into the ocean. Today, it's still leaking.
You
yeah.
guys, it made a truly tremendous difference in Hawaii. I lived there, and I used to go in the water all the time, and I lived there before like the incident happened, Fukushima. And then we waited, you know, like I think it was like probably a year and 2 months, and then the people on the news said, "Hey, our radioactive numbers are going too high in the water." And then after that, we never heard anything ever again about it in the state of Hawaii. And over the course of the next couple of years, all of our reef systems completely started dying. I used to swim in the water almost like every day just to go check out different reef little thing because I lived very close to stuff. It was like a walk away. I went
Did
back there just a
Guam
few years ago. This is in Hawaii, guys. I
did
went
Guam
back
get the
just a
same
few years.
notifications?
It's completely gray now. There's like nothing there. 95% of what I'm used to going in that water and seeing isn't there. And it's all from
Dude,
Fukushima.
Pacific Northwest, I live near the water, and we have like a whole new county professional. Like it's all he does. He's like a park ranger that goes around and tests the water now.
But the bottom line of what I'm really trying to tell you is that it was released one day on the Hawaii news where the numbers are going up above like healthy levels of radioactivity in the water. And I'm not kidding you. So is that the United States government not wanting that information out there? Because if you really go over there and test it right now, it still has tons of levels in there.
Well,
So
it'd
it's
be
just
like this. It'd be like the same thing whenever they burned all those houses down, Palisades.
so imagine the true impact it's had on that entire Pacific Ocean as well. I mean, what used to have like hundreds of fish underneath you. Now there's just like one or two here or there. It's just really weird when they're off the
They'll
coast
tell us
fishing
they'll tell
and
us a
all this stuff.
story and put it in science books one day, and then everybody will believe it, and that'll be what becomes truth.
It's just kind of crazy. It's just crazy that we don't take it all in like seriousness of like the level of what Fukushima kind of did to that entire ocean. It's still doing it.
Well,
And
I mean,
it's
who's telling you that? The U.S. government? Because
That's
if
me
you're
and personally being there and living in the water and everything about it.
yeah, but
All
how do
those
you know that
locals
it
and all
came
the
from
people that live
Fukushima?
there, they don't. I mean, they all talk about it all the time. It's what they see. But again, it's like, what are they
Who
gonna do?
says
Keep
that?
talking about it? They
Yeah,
realize
but
they can't
who
change.
is who is who says that? The people
Who
that live
says?
there, or like the
I
news?
lived in Hawaii for 8 years, brother,
Yeah,
and I
no,
sit in like
I believe you, but how do you know that it came from Fukushima? That's
it
my
the
didn't
level,
question.
happen.
dude,
It was never before
dude.
that. And then once those levels
Exactly.
hit on the news one day, they told us kind of about it, and then they shut up. And then over the next year and a half, things started
Was that
really going
after the
down hard.
Palisades fire?
Huh? Oh, just something you guys were talking about. I didn't mean to like
No,
bring it
way
up.
before 2011, dude.
There's only a few of our
Oh,
little,
okay,
few of
2011.
our,
Thank
a
you.
few of our little like bays that have really like strong coral stuff still are there, so you can like still go swimming and see them. But for the most part, all the regular reef system all the way around is completely just gray. But that's
It got bleached out.
check it out. If you go to Hawaii, you'll explore and see it firsthand. You'll see all this dead
Did you,
coral. Like, why is there dead
did
coral
you
somewhere? It's
bleach your
supposed to be
hair
fully
and
alive.
did you bleach your hair with the bros? in support of the coral reef. You know what I'm
no,
talking
The
about?
Great
no.
Barrier Reef in Australia is all gray. It's all white.
Have you guys noticed that as well? For sure, it did all die since Fukushima. Period.
No, the global the temperatures in the ocean have a lot to do with that too. But I agree with you. Like I mean, that's it's still bleeding today. Matter of fact, we just had shrimp the other day, on the news saying it came from a certain, like, I don't know what it was, Walmart or something, radiated shrimp. I mean,
Oh yeah, I
Was
saw
there
that.
was their temperature too hot from too hot an ocean?
I mean that's what's killing most of the reefs around the world. Yeah, they're very sensitive to temperature change.
Yeah.
Yo, Jacket, you mentioned Bill Gates earlier. Did you know that a lot of his servers are in like I'm just gonna call them submarines or like tanks under the ocean to keep them cool, which actually heats up the Earth. Did you know
Dude,
that?
I have to kind of keep my mouth shut. I can't really talk about him because he's
Oh yeah,
literally
yeah,
the
yeah. No,
creator of
you're
my
good. You're
company.
good. I shouldn't have even. You're right. You're so right, dude.
That
My
is
bad. My
badass
bad.
though, bro. Sink them.
I'll get called into a freaking meeting tomorrow randomly. So, we heard you chatting on this crypto thing on YouTube about our god.
What about him just stealing all the land in Western Europe and
I'll
basically
let
just
you guys speak for me. I'll just nod my head.
fucking?
And that is when I went out to Hawaii. When I graduated college in 2011, that's when I went out there. So I was out there from 2011 to 2018.
That's dope.
So it
Joe,
was. It was so the first year when I got there, I was all excited, swimming around, checking that ocean out like every day, and that thing was beautiful when I got there. It was all these colors everywhere, right outside where I lived. So that's why I guess I assume it directly to that, because a year after it happened, and they said something on the news, and then everything started dying. It wasn't just global warming; the temperature of the ocean didn't go up 10 degrees or something. So
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like Tani Oe, they flat out stopped waterborne operations for the Marines
is
because
there
the Marines were getting sick.
kind of crazy, but a lot of those currents and stuff come across. Yeah, I live right next. I live in the county. I live kind of away for a little bit, but then I live right next to it in Kailua. Yeah, love
Yeah,
it
I
when
was
you
at
said Kaneohe.
Schofield. I was Schofield for 4 years, and I
Schofield?
wasn't. Yeah, Schofield Barracks. Like I did waterborne operations because it was required of us. But so I have a
Were you
buddy
there
who's
before it?
yes, yes.
So you
So that's what
swam.
I'm
You know what
saying.
those. You know what
Yeah,
those
yeah,
reefs
yeah.
used to look like. So the
Beautiful,
next time you
man.
go out there, go check it out, bro.
Yeah, my wife is from Hawaii, and she I tell her about that stuff, and it breaks her heart. She doesn't really know how to respond to it. She doesn't really understand it, but I tell her that it's not what it was.
She's a true local, and exactly,
Mm,
she's like this. You want to talk about it. That's why a lot of people over there don't even talk about it anymore. It's just one of those things where
man,
I mean, everybody, nobody.
I mean,
It's
what
like
can you do, man? I mean, I don't
nothing.
like,
There's nothing you can do about it. Period.
help save the remaining.
I mean, the only way to do that, and they are trying. It's not like I'm crapping on the Japanese. They are using robots, and they're trying to seal.